Chapter 602. While it was a relic of the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, the dim radiant sect had been divided for so many years, the radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect having been fighting for so many years as well. It was impossible that the other party would willingly submit to a single relic they had obtained. If the two sides had reached an agreement beforehand, then it would be a different story. However, this possibility was not high. However, this thing in front of him could still be of considerable value. Perhaps there was some secret hidden within it. At the end of the day, Yin Tianxia was an expert who had surpassed the previous generations of the dim radiant sect, a hegemon of his generation who had brought the dim radiant sect to the peak it had once attained in pre-Great Calamity times. The Tao tradition of the dim radiant sect had definitely been greatly affected by the Great Calamity as well. It was just that they had been more fortunate than the other sects in that their lineage had not been severed. Even Yan Zhaoge felt rather commendable towards the person who had been able to lead the dim radiant sect out of its depths under such circumstances, rising to unprecedented heights. Taking a step back, even if the dim radiant sect had not suffered any losses at all in the Great Calamity, it would still not be easy for them to surpass their predecessors. The fact that the Radiant Light sect had killed people for their possessions and made things difficult for Old Man Mo's clan also reflected that this metallic fragment was not simple. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at his father. Then, he saw Yan Di looking over at him as well, nodding slowly. Yan Di was of the same mind as Yan Zhaoge. Their Broad Creed Mountain and the Radiant Light sect were already irreconcilable enemies. They would naturally not be afraid of fighting over one more thing. Increasing his own chips and defeating the other party was what he needed to consider. The only problem was that the dim darkness sect might also covet this treasure. Still, as Old Man Mo had said, while the treasure might bring about adverse effects, it might also be of great use. Yan Di said, "You are proficient in all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge. You can keep this for now and carefully analyze it." Yan Zhaoge nodded in agreement, cupping his hands towards Old Man Mo. "Since that is so, I thank Senior." Old Man Mo shook his head. "What are you saying? This old man should be the one thanking you, thanking your esteemed sect for defeating the Radiant Light sect, allowing this old man's resentment to be alleviated. Speaking of which, this old man has already lost his sharpness, only daring to hide in a corner. I no longer have the confidence to face the Radiant Light sect head-on and exact my revenge. Looking at you, father and son, this old man feels ashamed. I feel ashamed to face my dead clansmen." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di consoled Old Man Mo a little, and Old Man Mo's heart also very quickly calmed down. The two chatted for a while longer, mainly listening to Old Man Mo talk about the local customs and practices of the world beyond worlds. In the end, Old Man Mo sighed and said, "After all, this old man has already left that place for over 100 years. It is hard to predict whether there will be any major changes now. I hope that this will not mislead you and your father." Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both said, "You are polite. We should be the ones thanking you." After taking their leave of Old Man Mo, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di left Verdant Pill Island, finally embarking on the journey back to Broad Creed Mountain. Passing through the Earth domain, thinking of the many experts of Broad Creed Mountain who had died in battle here, thinking of Yuan Jingfeng who had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both felt rather heavy. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's detailed narration of what had happened that day, a cold light flickered within Yan Di's eyes from time to time. Thinking of how Shenli had already died at Yan Zhaoge's hands, Yan Di's gaze gradually turned gentle as he looked at his son, his expression filled with praise. After a long time, he sighed softly. "I hope Master is blessed by the heavens." Yan Zhaoge nodded silently as well. Yan Di asked, "Is there a way to find Master like how you found Su Fei and Shi Jun?" "The chances are slim." Yan Zhaoge let out a rare bitter laugh. "Without any clues at all, the chances of Grand Master finding his way back might not be as high as Grand Master finding his way back himself." Yan Di thought about it. If that is the case, either Master returns on his own or the possibility of all of us meeting up in the world beyond worlds in the future is greater. Yan Zhaoge said, "While that is true, I will not give up. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will still persevere." Yen Di nodded slowly, not speaking for a long time as he looked at the vast territory of the Earth domain beneath his feet. His master, Yuan Jingfeng, could be said to be one of the people who had influenced him the most. Sometimes, the word "one of" could even be removed. Like Shi Tai, Fu Anshu and the others, Yen Di had entered the clan at a young age, with Yuan Jingfeng being both a master and a father. After a while, Yen Di retracted his gaze, striding off once more as he asked, "That sacred artifact, the fish-dragon spear, was forged by you?" Yen Zhaoge nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Having gained much from entering the dragon tomb, I have more than enough to forge another sacred artifact. Still, it would be best if you did it yourself. That way, you would be able to infuse your martial true intent within, making it easier for you." Yen Di nodded, "That is only natural." Yen Zhaoge continued, "In the dragon tomb this time, I also obtained something that can assist us in heading to the world beyond worlds even before our cultivation bases have reached the 4th level of the martial saint realm." He handed the paper fan that he had obtained from the dim darkness sect martial practitioners to Yen Di. Stroking the handle of the fan, Yen Di was slightly lost in thought. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's idea of heading to the world beyond worlds in advance to make arrangements, Yen Di was not surprised. Both father and son were tough people who liked to take the initiative. Yen Zhaoge's idea was exactly what he wanted. "Are you able to wield that extreme yang seal again now?" Yen Di asked after pondering for a moment. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms apart, "I still can't for now. This lord is very hard to serve. Unlike the Extreme Yin Crown, when wielded by a maiden of Extreme Yin, the power of the Extreme Yin Crown increases progressively, gradually increasing along with the cultivation base of the maiden of Extreme Yin. However, the power of this Extreme Yang seal is extremely violent as soon as it is used, just happening to be at the final limit that the 8 extremities world can bear. It cannot be lowered even if you want to. The final result is that after a single use, it will fall into slumber once more, unable to awaken for a long time." Yen Di pondered as he said, "It has already been more than half a year since you last used it. With such a long gap, it would be very easy for others to make use of it. If the Radiant Light sect descends once more, the Extreme Yang seal might not be able to make it in time. Even if it does make it in time and falls into slumber once more, their third descent might also be stuck during the period of slumber of the Extreme Yang seal." Yen Di shook his head. "After the Battle of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and the oceanic amount of true dragon chi that you spoke of, I am confident that I will be able to improve further within a short period of time. It is just that the matter of heading to the world beyond worlds will have to fall on your shoulders. I will have to remain in the 8 extremities world and stabilize the situation, preventing them from descending to cause trouble for us once more. Fortunately, you are no longer the same as you were in the past. Not only has your cultivation base soared by leaps and bounds, you have also refined a martial saint clone. As long as you are vigilant, most people will not be able to do anything to you." Yen Di felt rather regretful. How much he wished to head to the world beyond worlds was not just because there were vaster heavens and earth there, greater opportunities and challenges. The true reason was that the person he had always hoped to meet again might just be there. Still, as a person, he had to bear his responsibilities. Yen Di could only suppress his emotions. Yen Zhaoge sighed slightly as well, knowing that his father's decision was actually the most suitable one. The father and son proceeded onwards, Broad Creed Mountain soon appearing before their eyes once more. Looking at Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoge blinked. "Oh, there is still something that I have to tell you." Yen Di glanced rather strangely at Yen Zhaoge. "What is it?" Yen Zhaoge chuckled. "I have taken a fancy to someone else's daughter." Chapter 603. Liking someone else's girl? Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Yen Di was momentarily taken aback before he appraised his son. "Who is it?" Yen Zhaoge smiled. "You also know her, senior apprentice Aunt Fu's disciple, junior apprentice sister Feng Yunsheng." Yen Di could not help but laugh. As the chief, he knew all the core, true disciples of Broad Creed Mountain like the back of his hand, let alone when he had been the first seat elder of the martial inheritance hall. Feng Yunsheng was a maiden of extreme Yin, her situation even more unique. Yen Di naturally couldn't be any more familiar with her. Right, she's not a bad girl, her character and temperament both top-notch, also possessing both looks and talent. Yen Di nodded, but then changed the topic. Still, while you like her, does junior apprentice niece Feng like you? Yen Zhaoge stared wide-eyed. What a joke, father. If your son were to shout about finding a wife in the Eight Extremities world now, the number of fangirls wanting to give birth to a monkey would be able to line up from the Great Western Desert all the way to the East Sea, then circle back to the Great Western Desert. What are you saying? You're such a good person, give birth to a monkey for me to see. Yen Di glared. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, also realizing that he had been a little careless with his words earlier. Still, while he was laughing in a mocking manner, that smug look on his face could not be concealed. Yen Di felt exasperated whilst also amused as he shook his head repeatedly. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, he said, speak properly. What exactly is going on? Yen Zhaoge retracted his smile, saying very earnestly, I am not being impulsive or lusting after women. Before returning from the vast ocean world, I had already thought things through very clearly. He pulled back the corners of his lips. While the two of us have never communicated before, in the vast ocean world, when I confirmed my thoughts, I vaguely had a feeling that that longing that traversed through space and time seemed to have a destination, not being empty. Before this, I had always been worried about the safety of Yunsheng and the others after they had been ambushed. Still, at that moment, while I was still very worried, I seemed to have a destination. This feeling is so mysterious that even I can't tell if it's real or not. I often wonder if it's the effect of self-suggestion. At this point, Yen Zhaoge smiled again. However, when I returned here and finally saw Yunsheng again, just looking at her gaze, I knew that my feeling was right. And she can also understand me. Yen Di listened quietly, his usually sharp, domineering gaze appearing exceptionally gentle at this moment. He looked at Yen Zhaoge for a while before smiling. Then you can't get past senior apprentice Sister Fu now. Let me say this first, I can't do anything about this. If I go and tell you, it will only produce the opposite of the desired result. However, I don't think Senior Sister Fu will make things difficult for you on this matter. She herself hated the elders of the sect worrying about her marriage. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge instantly became smug again. Relax, father. I've long since taken care of Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Yen Di nodded, looking at Yen Zhaoge for a while before he suddenly said slowly, right, but there is someone that you have yet to deal with. All of Yen Zhaoge's hairs stood on end. His father had always been swift and decisive, extremely domineering. Such a slow and unhurried manner was virtually non-existent. Yunsheng is an orphan, having no parents, he probed. It can't be that you don't agree, right? Yen Di shook his head. Of course I agree. Junior apprentice niece Feng is very good. I am very happy that the two of you are in love with each other. Yen Zhaoge's heart had just settled back down when he heard Yen Di continue neither hurriedly nor slowly. However, you still have to ask your mother for her opinion on this matter, don't you? Yen Zhaoge was dazed for a moment before he immediately smiled bitterly. Isn't mother not here now? Yen Di said leisurely. It's just going on a holiday, not in the Eight Extremities world. Yes, going on a holiday. That's what I meant. Yen Zhaoge held his forehead. Speaking of which, he had really gotten carried away. Knowing that his mother was not here, he had still shown off his love in front of his father. Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? It was just that he had really not thought that his usually domineering father would actually play him like this. Under the heavens, there was probably only him who could see such a Yen Wudi, right? Yen Zhaoge had a pained expression on his face. While it would be even more shocking and eye-catching for the two of us to ascend to the throne together, you and mother had invited many friends and relatives back then and performed a grand ceremony. It was once a grand occasion as you were officially married, with no regrets to be made up for. You don't have to accompany me, right? At the end of the day, it was his skin that was thicker. Yen Di was angered by his lazy look as he raised a hand, wanting to hit him. This mouth of yours really has no control now. Yen Zhaoge hurriedly said that he dared not. Yen Di retracted his hand. Anyway, your mother's will is my will. Work hard in the world beyond worlds. Definitely, definitely, Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly, for your happiness, and also for my own happiness. Yan Di nodded, his hands behind his back as he leisurely walked towards the clan. What he had said earlier had naturally only been a joke. While it had indeed stirred up his longing for his wife, looking at Yan Zhaoge, who was growing more and more mature as he walked forward step by step, Yan Di felt incomparably comforted as even his footsteps appeared somewhat lighter. Acting out of character was a manifestation of his exceptionally joyful mood in the first place. By the time he had returned to the mountain, Yan Di's expression had long since returned to normal. Still, seeing Feng Yunsheng, his gaze was still warmer than it had been in the past. As the chief of a clan, I want to say that you, junior apprentice niece Feng, possess extremely high talent in the martial Tao as well as an outstanding will. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di said in a harmonious tone, I believe that with your will, you should not be complacent, also not having the heart to retract your brilliance behind a man. That would be a great pity, even if that person is my son. As a martial practitioner, one should have the will and perseverance to constantly improve. The people and matters around you should allow you to become better and better, not becoming shackles and obstacles. I would not be wrong about such a talent like you. Yan Di smiled, as a father, I am very happy that Zhaoge has found such a good companion. Yan Zhaoge similarly smiled. While he had still been joking with him earlier, now that he had seen Feng Yunsheng, his father had still immediately expressed his stance. In front of others, even when she was standing hand in hand with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng was still as carefree as ever. Still, in front of Yan Zhaoge's father, a rare look of shyness appeared on Feng Yunsheng's face as she bowed towards Yan Di, I will solemnly acknowledge Chief's teachings. It was Fu Enshu who stood by the side who said, I have rarely admired anyone in my life. Still, I have to admit that it would be very difficult not to be overshadowed by Zhaoge's brilliance. Even you, Yan Di, should feel this now. Yan Di smiled, the pupil surpasses the master. This is a good thing. Fu Enshu nodded, these words are true. I also think that Yunsheng's future accomplishments will surpass mine. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng took their leave together. Looking at Yan Di, Fu Enshu was silent for a moment before she asked, Are you going to the world beyond worlds to search for Xue Chuqing? Yan Di answered calmly, Zhaoge will be going this time. I will remain in the Eight Extremities world to stabilize the situation and prevent the Radiant Light sect from invading again. Fu Enshu nodded silently before turning and leaving. Leaving the Great Hall, gazing at the distant sky, Fu Enshu's gaze was distant as she stood there in a daze, not speaking for a long time. Chapter 604. After exiting Yan Di's place, Feng Yunsheng instantly let out a long breath, even patting her chest somewhat exaggeratedly. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he watched from the side. Noticing his gaze, Feng Yunsheng naturally knew what he meant as she said exasperatedly, You are our chief after all, also the current #1 expert of the Eight Extremities world. Let alone ordinary people, even other martial saints would not be able to compare to that formless aura of yours. It is very normal for me to be like this. Oh? Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything more. He just looked at her and laughed non-stop. Feng Yunsheng felt helpless. Her shoulders slumped a little, it's mainly because of your father, Yan Zhaoge smiled, an ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her parents-in-law. Feng Yunsheng chuckled, staring at Yan Zhaoge, I'm very ugly. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, not ugly, of course not ugly. Feng Yunsheng had just nodded satisfactorily when she heard Yan Zhaoge continue, it's just that his face is a little rounder, his ears a little bigger, his eyebrows a little stiffer, his height a little shorter, and, that's right. Feng Yunsheng looked askance at Yan Zhaoge, nodding exasperatedly. She did not have an oval face like Meng Wan and Sikong Qin, but rather had a goose-egg face. Although it was not a round face, it looked somewhat plump. Feng Yunsheng practiced martial arts all day long, so her body was always well-proportioned. However, if an ordinary person were to get fat, the first thing that would happen to them would be their face. Her facial features were soft and beautiful. At first glance, She wasn't as eye-catching as Meng Wan and Si Kongqing, but she belonged to the type that was more enduring the more one looked at her. She had a unique charm. However, compared to other women, her eyebrows were a bit harder and thicker. Coupled with her resolute gaze, it caused her entire person to be full of heroic spirit, diluting the gentle beauty of her facial features by a bit. The only blemish was that his ears were a little too big. Feng Yuncheng usually let her hair down and draped over her shoulders and back, intentionally or unintentionally covering her ears. Although she was bright and generous, she also loved beauty. As for her short stature, this was purely Yan Zhaoge's fault. Feng Yuncheng's height was above average amongst females. Still, being under Fu Enchu's tutelage, she was indeed slightly shorter than Si Kongqing and Yin Luhua, being even shorter than her master Fu Enchu. Having been picked out by Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yuncheng could not help but roll her eyes. Looking at her smilingly, Yan Zhaoge finally said, "But, I just like those with rounder faces, bigger ears, stiffer eyebrows and slightly shorter stature. A certain someone fits the bill perfectly, not the slightest bit off." Feng Yuncheng imitated him and spread her hands. "This is really fortunate. Otherwise, no one in this world would want me." Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took out a long, thin cloth belt and walked close to Feng Yuncheng. "My. Yan, Feng Feng, 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 Feng Feng, Feng, Feng Feng, Feng, Feng Feng. I have my own." As Feng Yuncheng said this, Yan Zhaoge had already tied her hair into a ponytail. Looking at Feng Yuncheng's exposed ears, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Covering them up is not worth it. Do you know? With your hair tied behind your head, you look even more beautiful. With a childlike face and a youthful appearance, you look like you're 16 or 17. Feng Yuncheng didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You mean that I'm already an old lady?" Yan Zhaoge tied up her hair. "I'm just joking with you. Martial practitioners of my generation, having reached a certain cultivation level, are all able to retain their youthful looks, even regaining their youth. Still, believe me, you are indeed better looking like this. Your other advantages are all more evident. As for your ears being exposed, it's actually not that big of a deal." Looking quietly at Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yuncheng tilted her head slightly, her gaze gentle as she smiled after a long time. "All right, I'll listen to you." Hands on his hips, Yan Zhaoge appraised her before finally smiling satisfactorily. Perfect. Senior apprentice brother Yan." Now, a somewhat surprised yet somewhat hesitant voice resounded from the side. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw a youth standing by the side of the road. "Oh, junior apprentice brother Lan." While they had not seen each other for quite some time, Yan Zhaoge still recognized the other party with a single glance. It was one of the members of the group he had led to temper in the sealing dragon abyss of the Eastern Tang that year. His name was Lan Wenyan. Back in the Eastern Tang, because he had spoken up for Yan Zhaoge, he had been heavily injured by Yi Jing. Luckily, after returning to the mountain to recuperate, he had finally gradually recovered. Many years had passed since then, and the martial artist of that year had already reached the martial scholar realm. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge recognized him, Lan Wenyan was instantly overjoyed, his fingers involuntarily tightening their grip on his sword. That sword, however, was a mid-grade artifact. Speaking of which, it had also been obtained from Yan Zhaoge. That year, after Lan Wenyan had been injured by Yi Jing, Yan Zhaoge had once sent someone to deliver medicine to him, also saying that a mid-grade artifact would be reserved for him. When he had refined his chi into aura chi and stepped into the martial scholar realm, that would be when that mid-grade artifact would be given to him. Mid-grade artifacts were generally only possessed by outer aura martial scholars. To Yan Zhaoge, it was nothing much, but to Lan Wenyan, who was currently still an inner aura martial scholar, it was indisputably a divine weapon. And in Lan Wenyan's heart, the position of this sword was incomparable to other weapons. After bowing to Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng, looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lan Wenyan was taken aback. After all, the current him could not be compared to the past, but the changes in the Yan Zhaoge before him were 100 times, 1,000 times greater. The previous Yan Zhaoge had been an even more outstanding senior apprentice brother of the same generation, a role model, a role model. After that, various miraculous performances had allowed Yan Zhaoge to surpass the limits of seniority and age, causing his fellow disciples of the same generation to find it hard to view him as one of their own. Within the clan, Yan Zhaoge's authority had risen unceasingly, even becoming a core member of the decision-making and leadership echelon. And now, with the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall having been destroyed and the Radiant Light sect having suffered a setback, Yan Zhaoge had virtually become a living legend of the Eight Extremities world, causing Lan Wenyan to feel dazzled even as he looked up at him. In a moment of agitation just now, he had opened his mouth to call out to Yan Zhaoge. However, now that he was truly standing before Yan Zhaoge, he could only feel his entire body trembling slightly, his mouth dry as he didn't know what to say. Yan Zhaoge looked at Lan Wenyan's attire, wearing a blue robe over his white clothes. He had already long since been promoted from an ordinary disciple to an elite disciple. Blue robes are not easy to wear, and wanting to add black borders to them requires effort and toil that far surpasses those of the same generation. Looking at Lan Wenyan, Yan Zhaoge also felt a little emotional as he smiled. Just relying on rewards to motivate people is actually not good. Still, I more or less understand your personality. The two of us can also be considered to have some tradition, some fate. How about this? Just like last time, I'll leave a mid-grade spirit artifact here for you. When you step into the martial grandmaster realm, that will be when it will be yours. Watching from the side, Feng Yunqing smiled but did not speak. Of course, she knew that a mid-grade spirit artifact was not the main point, and that even Lan Wenyan would not think of it as such. What he could feel now was Yan Zhaoge's expectations and motivation towards him, resembling a gentleman's agreement. Feeling that his body was no longer trembling, Lan Wenyan straightened his back, replying in a sonorous voice, "I will follow senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. I will definitely work hard." Chapter 605. Feeling excited, Lan Wenyan forcibly suppressed the excitement within his heart, bowing towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing before taking his leave. Looking at his departing figure, Feng Yunqing asked curiously, "What do you mean by tradition and fate?" Yan Zhaoge roughly explained what had happened back then, smiling at the end. "It was also that time when I went to the Eastern Tang, where I inadvertently ran into Meng Wan, afterwards finding you because of her." Feng Yunqing clicked her tongue in wonder. Yan Zhaoge said, "This fellow is not bad. The reason why I helped him out a little was not just because of what happened back then. Back then, at the hands of that Yi Jing, he was gravely injured. Although the sect treated him and I gave him medicine, his injuries still took a long time to recover. In the outside world, he is a rare genius, but in our sect, his talent is not top-notch. With this delay, there is a possibility that he will fade into obscurity. But he painstakingly worked harder than before. Among his peers, he could be considered one of the most hardworking. In the end, he surpassed many people and gradually stood out." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Since he has some kinship with me and is also willing to improve himself, I will help him out a bit more." Feng Yunqing also nodded slightly. "If that's the case, I believe he won't disappoint you." The two of them talked as they walked on the mountain path. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance as he could not help but be amused. "I've run into so many familiar faces today." Feng Yunqing also looked over and saw several figures appearing at the end of the road. There were Feng Moyang, Jun Luo, Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji and the others. Feng Yunqing was also very familiar with these people. She also smiled and said, "They are indeed all acquaintances." Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing, Feng Moyang and the others all cupped their hands. Yan Zhaoge smiled and asked, "Why have you all come here?" Jun Luo said smilingly, "Daddy came to Broad Creed Mountain to visit Uncle Yan, so I followed along." Yan Zhaoge came to a realization, swiveling his head to look at Zhao Ming, "Since that's the case, has Uncle Zhao also come?" Zhao Ming nodded. "Yes." Feng Moyang said with a smile, "Uncle Zhao and Uncle Jun have come from afar, so my father stopped refining the pills. Their clans were extremely close, their fathers Yan Di, Feng Qi, Jun Ziyuan and Zhao Shiqing having been close friends in their youth. Yan Di's transcending mortality and entering sainthood was a joyous occasion. Jun Ziyuan and Zhao Shiqing naturally had to come and offer their congratulations. It was just that due to the invasion of the Flame Devil world of the East Sea previously, Yan Di had immediately rushed to the East Sea as soon as he had emerged from seclusion as a martial saint. Afterwards, he had sealed the Flame Devils with the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, remaining within the seal all this time, only having managed to extricate himself recently. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Let's go. The older generation can gather their things, and we can gather ours." Jun Luo's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. "Brother Yan, senior apprentice sister Feng, is she going to become my little sister-in-law?" Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng could not help but laugh. Yan Zhaoge directly flicked her head, "Get rid of the word little. I'm older than you in the first place." Jun Luo clutched her head, "Senior apprentice sister Feng, if you tie your hair up, you might not even be older than me." Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng complacently. Feng Yunsheng smiled, shaking her head. Jun Luo scooted over, giggling, "I'm the first to congratulate you, shouldn't I get a reward?" "There will naturally be a reward, but I also congratulate you, Luo." Feng Yunsheng smiled as she appraised Jun Luo, as well as the delicate youth standing beside her. Hearing Feng Yunsheng's words, that youth's face involuntarily turned a little red, both joyful and shy, but even more uneasy as he secretly glanced at Jun Luo beside him. This youth was the Lian family disciple Lian Cheng whom Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had met in the Sand region that year. Before this, he had already entered the Howling Wind Sword sect, his master precisely being Jun Ziyuan. Jun Luo had originally wanted to coax Feng Yunsheng a little, seeing how the usually valiant and heroic Feng Yunsheng looked embarrassed. Who knew that Feng Yunsheng would act naturally and gracefully, her expression not changing in the slightest as she instead began teasing her and Lian Cheng. Jun Luo's face turned slightly red, especially noticing Lian Cheng's gaze beside her. She hurriedly straightened her expression, coughing dryly, Joy where? Don't tease me, senior apprentice sister Feng." As her words left her mouth, Lian Cheng instantly resembled a frosted eggplant. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others could not help but laugh. Lian Cheng's personality was weak, and he could be considered to have been completely grasped by Jun Luo. However, if he really wanted to get what he wanted, he would probably still have a very long way to go. Between the two of them, Jun Luo's initiative was too strong. However, while Jun Luo did not admit it, having been brought along by Jun Ziyuan, and now having come together with Jun Luo to the side of Yan Zhaoge, Feng Moyang and Zhao Ming, to a certain extent, many things could be said about her. After all, this circle was very small. Feng Yunsheng aside, Jing Yunji was already married to Zhao Ming. Yan Di hosted Jun Ziyuan's group, Yan Zhaoge hosted Jun Luo's group. Everyone chatted and laughed, both host and guest enjoying themselves. After Yan Di had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, the atmosphere there had become even better. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord in Qinglin, Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yan and Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang all specially ascended the mountain to pay a visit. The situation of the entire Eight Extremities world had stabilized completely. With Yan Zhaoge's gains in the Dragon Tomb as well as the oceanic amount of resources of the entire Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain rapidly recovered its vitality, expanding further. It was only a matter of time before they returned to their peak, or even ascended to a higher level. And it was precisely this matter of time that prevented Yan Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain from being blinded by the good situation. The powers of the Eight Extremities world were already unable to cause any waves, but the Radiant Light sect of the world beyond worlds would not let the matter rest as they might come looking for trouble at any time. Yan Di directly entered secluded cultivation in the Myriad Dragon Palace, while Yan Zhaoge also unceasingly tempered himself. Time passed quickly, several months passing in the blink of an eye. One day, after Yan Zhaoge had finished his meditation, he analyzed that metallic fragment that Old Man Mo had gifted him. There were no remnants of the will or aura of the dim radiant Emperor in Tianxia within, also no special feeling of power, causing Yan Zhaoge to be unable to get his head around it for a time. However, as Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base had risen in recent years and his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture had deepened, his perception of the myriad arts of the heavens and the earth had grown increasingly stronger. Analyzing this fragment, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that there really seemed to be some profundities within, just that he was temporarily unable to see through them. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he kept the metallic fragment. He felt the myriad dragon palace seemingly shake for a moment, an extremely powerful aura emanating from the depths of the palace. The next moment, streams of purple chi overflowed, suffusing the myriad dragon palace. The myriad dragon palace was even unable to restrict this purple chi. As it exited the palace, it directly enveloped the entire broad Creed mountain, even continuing to expand as it merged with the clear Chi Grand Formation, virtually turning the heavens and earth within 5,000 kilometers purple. A figure walked out neither swiftly nor slowly from the depths of the myriad dragon palace. Yan Zhaoge instantly smiled, "Congratulations, father, on emerging from seclusion and having improved further, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm." Chapter 606. The person who had emerged from the depths of the myriad dragon palace was naturally Yan Di. As he inhaled and exhaled, the all-encompassing purple chi that enveloped Broad Creed Mountain completely vanished. Gazing at Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge could only feel as the acupoints of his entire body pulsed, surging power as well as a sharp, tyrannical saber intent brimming within. With every step he took, the Eight Extremities world seemed to shake slightly. "It's all thanks to my gains from the battle of sealing the flame devils as well as the abundant chi of true dragons in this myriad dragon palace," Yan Di said. When he opened and closed his eyes, a faint purple light could be seen, and the shadows of dragons could be seen. There seemed to be countless dragons of light spiraling in the acupoints of his body. Yan Di walked up to Yan Zhaoge. "While I have succeeded in transcending mortality and entering sainthood as well as my breakthrough into the second level of the martial saint realm this time, I have progressed rather quickly. I will have to stabilize my footsteps after this." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I thought that your cultivation was like your saber technique, forging ahead with an indomitable will. The more fiercely you walk, the smoother it will instead be. If you stop to stabilize your footsteps, it might instead be harmful." Yan Di shook his head. "Right now, I have still not reached that level. Therefore, I need to stop and sharpen my saber. Still, as you say, having reached a certain height, there is no longer a time for me to stop." Yan Zhaoge retracted his smile. "I know that having left seclusion this time, you are preparing to forge your own sacred artifact. However, you will indeed need to temporarily slow down your pace for a while." Yan Di's gaze hardened. "Oh, is something the matter?" "That's right. Our fellow sect members in the fire domain have sent back news that there has been a disturbance in the air at the ruins of the world illuminating peak. It's been a while." Yan Zhaoge said, "If you had not emerged from seclusion these few days, I would have been prepared to rush over first. Fortunately, you were faster than me." Yan Di pondered. "Those of the Sacred Sun clan previously guided those of the Radiant Light sect to descend at the world illuminating peak." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. While the Sacred Sun clan has already been destroyed and the world illuminating peak destroyed, those of the Radiant Light sect still have a way to find the Eight Extremities world once more. Influenced by the Sacred Sun clan earlier, their next location in the Eight Extremities world will most likely still be in the region of the world illuminating peak." Yan Zhaoge said, "Let us go there and wait for them." Father and son immediately left Broad Creed Mountain, heading south and entering the fire domain. As Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di arrived, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who were keeping watch in the vicinity immediately retreated. The world illuminating peak, which had always been illuminated day and night in the past, had already been directly leveled to the ground by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, no longer existing. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di landed on the ground together, father and son sitting in the meditative position. Looking up at the sky, he could see that the sky was clearly shaking, and the boundaries of the space seemed blurry. Not to mention martial artists, even ordinary mortals could tell that something was amiss. The expressions of the two did not change as they sat quietly in the meditative position, their hearts like still water as not the slightest ripple could be felt within. The father and son sat there, streams of clear air swirling around their bodies, gathering and dispersing, rising and falling in an orderly manner. Just like that, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge began meditating and cultivating on the remains of the world illuminating peak. As time passed, several more days passed. The commotion in the sky above grew even more obvious. 5 days later, at noon, when the sunlight in the sky was at its most blazing, Yan Di, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Yan Zhaoge felt something as well. Opening his eyes and gazing into the sky, he saw that the sunlight had suddenly turned unprecedentedly dazzling. The sky seemed to have opened at this moment, light sprinkling down from within, merging with the sunlight as it was so piercing that one was virtually unable to open their eyes. A majestic aura emanated from that opened hole. In virtually just an instant, the space of the 8 extremities world began to shake, winds surging and clouds surging. Accompanied by that intense radiance, a few figures appeared in the sky above the hole. Infinite radiance expanded in all directions, not just in the heavens and earth around the world illuminating peak, as the entire fire domain seemed to be bathed in light at this moment. The bright light even seemed like it wanted to shoot out of the boundaries of the fire domain, illuminating the surrounding vast world. There here, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di stood up together. At this moment, the great earth around them was completely fine. Instead, further away, the earth was shockingly shattering unceasingly, numerous deep gorges appearing as they extended over the great earth, resembling numerous massive valleys. The other party had clearly noticed the two as a vast, majestic voice resounded from above the sky, broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge? While it was a question, his tone was very certain. I am Yan Zhaoge. How should I address you? Yan Zhaoge was not surprised by this. While Deng Sun and the others of the Radiant Light sect had all perished and the Sacred Sun clan had been destroyed as well, Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao, who recognized him, had been brought to the world beyond worlds. From there, the other party would be able to easily learn of his appearance. That majestic voice slowly said, "This old man is Zhang Chao. The Purple Sun Martial Saint, Zhang Chao." This name had once reverberated like thunder in the 8 extremities world. The former chief of the Sacred Sun clan and the #1 expert in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had finally succeeded in taking that final step, attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm and ascending to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge could feel a gaze seemingly sweeping past him. Beneath that gaze, his qi and blood, his essence and essence seemed about to boil and blaze together. The gaze swept past Yan Zhaoge before falling on Yan Di, broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di. Yan Di said mildly, "I have long heard of your name, Purple Sunday." Zhang Chao's voice resounded once more, "You being here also means that Guanglia has already met with a mishap." Yan Zhaoge said, "Huang Guanglia, Huang Su and Huang Jia, 3 generations of their lineage have already been slain by me." The voice in the sky paused slightly before resounding once more, "Since that is so, go down and accompany them." Immeasurable radiance flickered even more brightly as one of the figures moved. Then, Yan Zhaoge felt as if a sun had appeared in the sky, shooting straight down towards him down below. The entire heavens and the earth seemed to be blazing as they were about to be purified by the sunlight that contained infinite light and heat. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's expression was expressionless as he stood quietly where he was, not moving in the slightest. As the great sun descended, a violent saber light that was tyrannical beyond compare shot into the skies, directly extinguishing that descending great sun. Yan Zhaoge soundless laughed. His father had stepped into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, but he was completely different from other 2nd-level Martial Saints. His Northern Ocean clone was already exceptionally powerful amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, rarely meeting a match for him. However, the Northern Ocean clone of the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, possessing 2 sacred artifacts, the Imperious Cold Martial Armor and the Fish Dragon Spear, would only be able to fight to a draw against Yan Di of the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm. Now that Yan Di had stepped into the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm, even if Deng Sun and the others were resurrected and joined forces, they would probably not be a match for him. The current Yan Di was truly invincible in the 8 extremities world. Even if those from the world beyond worlds descended, their cultivation bases suppressed to below the 4th level of the martial saint realm would still be hard-pressed to withstand Yen Di's terrifying saber aura. If they wanted to deal with Yen Di, they would only be able to surround and attack him together with numerous experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge had sufficient reason to suspect that the power that the extreme Yang seal could currently wield might not even be able to slay Yen Di with a single strike from it. Zhang Chao had thought that he had returned gloriously to take revenge this time. In the end, he would only be able to smash his head against a metal plate and bleed profusely. Chapter 607. Fairly speaking, as an expert of the 8 extremities world who had transcended the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds, Zhang Chao was naturally extraordinary. Whether it was in terms of talent or personal strength, he was one of the peak figures in the entire history of the 8 extremities world. Yet, the person he was facing now was an existence that could not be gauged using common sense. As the current Zhang Chao descended into the 8 extremities world, his cultivation base would be suppressed to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Yet, his opponent was someone whom he would not be able to easily defeat even in his perfect state of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Yen Di's expression was calm, his hands empty. High-grade spirit artifacts were already unusable by the current him, as they were completely unable to bear that domineering, sharp saber intent of his at all. The saber light extinguished the descending sun in the sky, a muffled groan resounding from within. A figure no longer descended, instead rising upwards once more. Yen Di's figure rose alongside it. Meanwhile, amidst the infinite radiance in the sky, the remaining figures descended as well. In an instant, the entire dimension of the 8 extremities world seemed to be shaking together. At the same time, too many peak experts descended into this world, the impact instantly seemingly about to cause the 8 extremities world to explode. Apart from Zhang Chao, there were 5 other figures. That majestic power shocked the heavens and shook the earth, shockingly all of them possessing the strength of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. Like Zhang Chao, the heavens and the earth shook as they raised their hands and feet, their cultivation bases clearly being suppressed by the power of dimensions. Terrifying power congregated together. Just breathing alone seemed to disrupt the normal spiritual chi flow of the entire 8 extremities world. The two of them raised their hands together, the sun and moon alternating within one of their palms, light illuminating the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the sun-moon interchanging art of the radiant light sect's direct lineage and the sun-moon divine palm. As the palm rose, the sun and the moon were grasped within, yin and yang interchanging, bright light infinite. Meanwhile, heavy black chi surged within the palm of the other person, evil and strange as it distorted and terrifying. A black fog that resembled thick ink surged amidst the incomparably bright light, the radiance actually unable to illuminate this dense fog. Within the dense fog, there seemed to be countless devils rising and descending, roaring together as they caused one's mind to shake, hard to resist. Yen Di faced his opponents head-on, completely fearless as he brandished his saber, myriad phenomena appearing as he cleaved the heavens and split the earth. I don't care if it's the sun and moon in the sky or the demons dancing wildly, I'll break it all with one slash. Wherever the saber light passed, the sun sank, the bright moon was extinguished, the devilish aura was swept away, and the group of demons was beheaded. Those two stumbled backwards together, Zhang Chao and the other two charging forward once more. While Zhang Chao did not possess a sacred artifact, the radiance and great power of sacred artifacts surged from the bodies of the other two radiant light sect experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, light surging into the heavens as the entire universe shook. Yen Di's expression did not change as the clear chi robe appeared on his body. Bolstered by its power, Yen Di's aura similarly surged, beating his opponent into continuous retreat. Of the 6 opponents, the final one did not join forces with the others to attack Yen Di, instead turning and shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. He turned into a stream of light and instantly shot through the sky, as if ignoring the existence of time and the distance of space. This was the Radiant Light sect's orthodox direct lineage technique, the 1,000 illusory flowing light art, that was on par with the sun-moon interchanging art and the radiant light illuminating art. Yan Zhaoge felt as though his vision was virtually unable to capture the other party's figure. Even the Northern Ocean clone at the third level of the Martial Saint realm would not be able to match such a speed. However, Yen Di did not panic in the slightest as he directly struck out with another saber. His domineering, sharp saber intent seemed to undergo some other changes at this moment. All existences in the surrounding space seemed to slow down as they seemed about to fall still. Meanwhile, his saber light appeared even swifter. The figure of that radiant light sect expert who had intended to attack Yen Zhaoge inconceivably slowed as Yen Di's saber light arrived before him in the blink of an eye. The two clashed in mid-air, that radiant light sect expert groaning tragically as fresh blood directly splattered onto the great earth. After repelling this opponent with a single saber, Yen Di did not cease in his movements, his saber like shocking waves that were fierce and violent yet unceasing as he sent out a few more sabers, forcing another opponent into retreat. Zhang Chao aside, the other radiant light sect experts each wielded a low-grade sacred artifact, their strength breaking through space as they had already destroyed the surrounding heavens and earth of the world illuminating peak to the point of being unrecognizable. The Eight Extremities world seemed like it was about to be ripped apart from the inside. However, Yen Di remained undaunted as he fought 1 against 6, actually not falling to a disadvantage in the least as the radiant light sect experts were unable to advance any further. Looking calmly at them within the sky, Yen Zhaoge slowly raised his right hand before clenching it into a fist. Accompanied by this clenching motion of Yen Zhaoge's, brilliant sunlight shot into the skies as a great golden seal manifested amidst the sunlight, its majestic, tyrannical power seemingly intolerable to this region of the heavens and earth. The majestic power caused everyone present to stare at it. High-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal. Seeing the Extreme Yang Seal, the faces of Zhang Chao and the others were sunken as water as they sighed soundlessly. While they had known of the power and ferocity of the Extreme Yang Seal, having dared to descend into the Eight Extremities world, the Radiant Light sect experts must have had some confidence in their ability to do so. It was just that they had not thought that a problem would actually arise. Yen Di's strength that surpassed their imaginations had caught them completely off guard. While they knew that Yen Di was extraordinary, it had still been less than 2 years since he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Within such a short period of time, Yen Di had actually been able to advance further, stepping into the second level of the Martial Saint realm. This had surpassed everyone's predictions. Meanwhile, Yen Di, who had stepped into the second level of the Martial Saint realm, was truly powerful to the extreme as even those of the Radiant Light sect who hailed from the world beyond worlds felt shocked. The Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao's heart tightened. Even the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge, who had caused him to flee at the mere sight of him back then, had not been as terrifying as Yen Di at the same cultivation level. While he, Zhang Chao, had successfully ascended, it was the current Yen Di who was the #1 person in the history of the Eight Extremities world. Under such circumstances, encountering the sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal, Zhang Chao and the others no longer had any ideas at all. Retreat was their only choice. Otherwise, they would only follow in the footsteps of Deng Sen's group, completely perishing within the Eight Extremities world. Zhang Chao and the other two whose cultivation bases were higher than the third level of the Martial Saint realm simultaneously skyrocketed in power. Yet, they were suppressed by the power of dimensions as they gradually vanished from the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, the other three shot towards the radiance within the sky that had yet to completely dissipate. That was the remnant wound of the sky. They had made ample preparations this time as they had prepared a path of retreat. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di would naturally not let their opponents leave so easily. Being able to kill as many Radiant Light sect experts as possible was exactly what they wanted. Yen Di's saber light arose once more, hacking through the sky. Not just the three who were fleeing towards the wound of the sky, even Zhang Chao and the others who had yet to completely ascend were swept within as well. The terrifying Extreme Yang Seal mightily struck towards the other side. Now, however, a streak of black chi suddenly surged from the wound of the sky. Where the black chi passed, sunlight instantly dimmed as the heavens and earth were plunged into darkness. Chapter 608. Zhang Chao and the others who wanted to flee retreated while simultaneously obstructing Yen Di's attacks. However, they seemed to ignore that terrifying extreme yang seal. And from the wound of the sky where they had landed, a black gas suddenly appeared. The black gas scattered and spread out, instantly covering the sky and covering the sun. The sky instantly dimmed. Whether it was the true sun up in the sky or the radiance of the extreme yang seal down below, both seemed to be devoured. It wasn't that day and night alternating, light turning into darkness. Rather, it was that the sun's rays were being corroded. The sun was still there, but it did not give off any light. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly, the power of corrosion. If one looked closely, the sky seemed to be burning with dark blue-black flames, blurring the boundaries of heaven and earth. They consumed light as food and burned silently. Light and darkness intertwined and connected with each other. However, the darkness in front of him was simply the enemy of sunlight. It was greedy and domineering, rude and ominous. Light was not justice, and darkness was not evil. It could even be peace. Countless lives were born and grown in darkness. However, the black demonic flames that devoured the sunlight and flashed with a deep blue radiance only showed endless terror and calamity. Resisting and resisting, the heavenly dog devouring the sun. It's the opposing star of the solar luminary, the Rahu. Yan Zhaoge realized, no wonder he dares to come down this time to look for trouble. Dang Sen and the others had all been slain. The radiant light sect of the world beyond worlds would find it hard to imagine that such a powerful opponent existed in the Eight Extremities world. From the information he had obtained from Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao, there shouldn't be such an expert in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, as the radiant light sect saw it, while they did not know how Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had been able to wield the great power of the extreme Yang Seal, the existence of the extreme Yang Seal was the only thing they could think of that had caused Deng Sen and the other experts to fall. This caused them to covet the extreme Yang Seal even more, their hatred towards Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain even greater. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, the Radiant Light sect had descended into the Eight Extremities world once more. Other than having more experts, they had also specially made other preparations to deal with the extreme Yang Seal. This was the dim glorious devilish chi that manifested the opposite star of the solar star, the Rahu luminous sun's corrosive power. Wherever the demonic fire went, it swallowed the sky and devoured the sun. That mighty force caused the radiance of the extreme Yang Seal to dim slightly. Just at this moment, Zhang Chao and the others forcibly received Yan Di's domineering saber as they retreated swiftly. While they had successfully withstood the might of the extreme Yang Seal, those of the Radiant Light sect were not in a good mood. They had originally wanted to borrow the power of the Rahu to temporarily block this eruption of the extreme Yang Seal before the six of them swept through those of Broad Creed Mountain with the momentum of a thunderbolt before slowly subduing the extreme Yang Seal. They firmly believed that even if Yan Zhaoge could wield the extreme Yang Seal, he would definitely not be able to maintain it for long. From the looks of it now, their original plan still had a chance of succeeding. Still, Yan Di had unexpectedly stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm, his strength dominating all as they were unable to do anything to him even 6 against 1. The force which had previously been prepared to deal with the extreme Yang Seal could only ensure their safe retreat now. The disparity between their ideals and reality truly made Zhang Chao and the others feel stifled. They had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Up in the sky, on the opposite side of the wound of the sky, a voice resounded, Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Di. I will remember this name. You are very strong, stronger than I expected. As far as I know of those outside the world beyond worlds, you are the strongest. Sadly, however, you are the enemy of my sect and are destined to perish. Yan Di did not even raise his eyelids. If you speak so arrogantly, just come down. I can feel that your cultivation base does not surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. That voice said mildly, there is no rush. We will meet again very soon. Yan Zhaoge asked, how should I address you? A gaze seemed to penetrate through the wound of the sky, traversing numerous layers of space as it landed on Yan Zhaoge. Radiant Light Sect's Nong Yuxuan. Yan Zhaoge, is it? I don't know how you are able to wield the extreme Yang Seal, but if you only know how to rely on external objects, your death will not be far away. I said that we will meet again very soon. Before that, I will leave your head on your neck. As if confirming the other party's words, the black devilish fire that flickered with a dim blue light illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point of dimness. While the golden extreme yang seal still glowed brightly, it was obstructed by the black devilish fire. Beneath the terrifying attacks of the extreme yang seal, the blue-black devilish fire corroded and devoured the sunlight as it was unceasingly being extinguished. It was just that before the extreme yang seal had extinguished this Rahu devilish fire, Zhang Chao and the others would have long since successfully escaped. Yan Zhaoge watched this scene silently. Looking at that incomparably distant wound of the sky above the sky, he suddenly laughed. Are you mistaken about something? The Rahu is the opposite star of the sun, not its nemesis. Moreover, do you think I can't tell? This dim glorious devilish chi of yours originates from some supreme treasure that bears the power of the Rahu star of the eclipse. Still, you did not once possess this supreme treasure, only having gathered some of its aura and power. I am unable to wield the full power of the extreme yang seal, and you have never possessed that supreme Rahu treasure at all. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, trying to act all-powerful here. Who are you trying to fool? As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge flew up, pressing down on the extreme yang seal with his hands. Executing the secret martial art of the extreme yang scripture, the oceanic amount of chi of true dragons that had been secretly accumulated within Yan Zhaoge's body all surged into this powerful, bright high-grade sacred artifact. Wielding the extreme yang seal now, he indeed only had the power for a single strike. Still, he could increase the power of this strike even further. Facing the corrosive power of the Rahu sun that was resisting it, the extreme yang seal had already been restless as it seemed to have been provoked. Stimulated by Yan Zhaoge's power now, it instantly grew even more berserk. Dazzling sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth of the eight extremities world once more, expanding unceasingly. The dim glorious devilish chi that devoured and corroded sunlight was unceasingly cleansed. While sunlight was unceasingly destroyed by the dim blue-black fire, the divine light of the sun was still much more powerful than the dim glorious devilish chi. Amidst this, the heavens and earth regained their brightness, the phenomenon of the corrosive sun vanishing in the blink of an eye. Opposite the wound of the sky, Nong Yushuan's voice was filled with astonishment. Not only can you wield the extreme yang seal, your power has actually reached such a level as well. Yan Zhaoge chuckled coldly. Beneath his control, the terrifying extreme yang seal broke through the obstruction of the dim blue devilish fire, continuing to strike towards the retreating martial practitioners of the Radiant Light sect. Zhang Chao and the other two who had directly ascended were still fine, having successfully broken through the obstruction of the power of dimensions, vanishing from the eight extremities world. However, the other three Radiant Light sect experts of the third level of the Martial Saint realm had been received by their fellow disciples of the world beyond worlds, their process of retreating to the wound of the sky having been mightily interrupted. Beneath the bombardment of the extreme yang seal, the trio resisted with all their might. Yet, they still felt the terror of Mount Tai pressuring down upon them. Countless streams of light exploded in the sky. Meanwhile, Yan Di's saber did not cease in the slightest as a domineering saber light hacked through the heavens and extinguished the earth, chopping over once more. Three tragic cries resounded simultaneously as the extreme yang seal mightily pressed down, the heavens and the earth quaking intensely. Chapter 609. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, each of them seemingly concealing a mass of chaotic qi that was infinite and immeasurable. As the clumps of energy spun, they lost the signs of primal chaos, and a vast amount of true dragon qi that had yet to be refined surged out. This was not the essence qi that he had obtained from the Ice Dragon Martial Saint's insignificant Ice Dragon corpse. Instead, it was a large amount of dragon qi that had gathered together in the dragon tomb. As such majestic true dragon chi surged into the extreme yang seal, the power of the extreme yang seal instantly awakened a step further. The violent scarlet gold seal shone with boundless radiance and illuminated the sky, dispersing the gloom that brought about the solar eclipse. Although the corrosive power of the Rahu luminary could devour and corrode the solar luminary, it was not an absolute counter. Whether the east wind would prevail over the west wind or the west wind would prevail over the east wind, it all depended on who was stronger. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was too big and there was too little water, the result would be that the fire would evaporate the water. On the other side of the wound of the sky, Nong Yushuan's voice was slightly gloomy. From the looks of it, the power of corrosion this time is indeed insufficient. I'll let you be happy for a few days. His voice was faint and indistinct. The wound of the sky wall was slowly healing. The figures of Zhang Chao and the other two appeared there as well, their auras even more powerful than when they had been in the Eight Extremities world earlier. But because of this, they felt even more depressed. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, gazing at the world-illuminating peak which had already been flattened beneath their feet and was now completely barren, Zhang Chao's gaze grew even gloomier. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di raised their heads to look above the sky, not avoiding each other in the slightest. Nong Yushuan's voice resounded, Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge. We will meet again soon. You're welcome to send them off, Yan Zhaoge smiled, you're welcome to continue sending them off, you're welcome to send them off often. The sky walls wound healed, but the space above the remains of the world-illuminating peak was still incredibly chaotic. The spiritual essence here had almost collapsed, needing a long time to recover. The winds and clouds in the world continued to change, and it did not calm down for a long time. The glow of the extreme yang seal dimmed once more, becoming ordinary and unremarkable once more as Yan Zhaoge kept it. Coming to his side, Yan Di asked, do you need another year or so before you can use it? Yan Zhaoge shrugged, it can't be helped. It is not a treasure that the current me can wield in the first place. Being able to use it is already an anomaly. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would not have come to this extent in our Eight Extremities world. Yan Di pondered as he said, logically speaking, it would be safer for you to head to the world beyond worlds when the extreme yang seal can be used again. However, according to Old Man Mo's words, the flow of time in the world beyond worlds is even faster than in the Eight Extremities world. While we have made sufficient preparations here, the other side will be even more so. Yan Zhaoge said, even if the flow of time is the same, it would not be wise to wait for too long. I have to go up as soon as possible. Yan Di's heart jolted slightly as he pondered, is it related to the power that the Radiant Light sect used to counter the extreme yang seal earlier? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. If I am not wrong, that should be the power of the Rahu luminary. The Rahu luminary is the opposing star of the Sun luminary, the two mutually countering each other. The extreme yang seal is currently the most powerful supreme treasure that manifests the power of the Sun. However, if the other side has a powerful sacred artifact that manifests the power of the Rahu luminary, they would be able to use it to deal with the extreme yang seal that we possess. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, this supreme treasure of the glorious darkness probably exists, and is very likely to be in the world beyond worlds. I feel that the dim glorious devilish chi that Nong Yushuan released earlier did not originate from some sort of martial art. Instead, it was a strand of the aura of that treasure that he obtained. While it was expended in the clash with the extreme yang seal earlier, this person was not stingy in using it. Also, this Nong Yushuan's words were filled with confidence, not being a bluff at all. Therefore, I guess that he might already have a clue to finding that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness. Yan Zhaoge looked at the extreme yang seal that resembled an ordinary copper seal in his hand. This treasure cannot fall into the hands of the Radiant Light sect. From a certain perspective, this treasure actually counters the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect to a great extent as well. While the martial arts of the Radiant Light sect are not completely based on the power of the Sun, there are still some similarities between them. If we possess this supreme treasure of the glorious darkness, it would be a great help in dealing with the Radiant Light sect. The world beyond worlds is vast and abundant in resources, abundant in spiritual chi. Its legacies have been comparatively less affected by the Great Calamity as it surpasses the other worlds in all aspects. Meanwhile, when people of other worlds ascend to the world beyond worlds after attaining the third level of the martial saint realm, they might also be recruited by sects of the world beyond worlds like the Radiant Light sect, becoming guest elders. The Radiant Light sect has as many experts as there are clouds. Currently being tied down by the dim darkness sect and the other powers of the world beyond worlds, they cannot focus on dealing with us. While it would not be difficult for us to defend a corner of the Eight Extremities world, if we truly want to defeat them or even destroy them, we would have to increase our strength greatly. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. If that supreme treasure of the glorious darkness that offends the sun and pursues light falls into their hands, it would be too disadvantageous for us. Yan Di said, "You have also heard Old Man Mo's mention of the situation in the world beyond worlds. You should know that without the extreme Yang seal, your strength would still be rather weak." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "The other side also does not know that I have a protective treasure that can resist the pressure of dimensions and pass through wounds of the sky. With the Northern Ocean clone accompanying me, I should be able to deal with most situations. It is not like I am directly going to trample on the Radiant Light sect this time." As Yan Zhaoge said this, his smile turned icy cold. "Of course, that day will come sooner or later. What we are doing now is making preparations for that day." Yan Di said, "I am currently very at ease with you. Still, according to our earlier plan, I will be remaining in the Eight Extremities world to prevent them from invading again." He raised his head and glanced at the sky where space and time were still distorted, having only come after more than a year's time. It might be because the other side wants to relocate the Eight Extremities world. They should already be able to do so now. Next time, they might come at any time. Yan Zhaoge nodded. "I think so too. As long as they have gathered sufficient strength, they will descend once more. Still, if they want to gather enough strength to deal with both you and the extreme Yang seal this time, it should not be easy. However great the Radiant Light sect is, having lost so many experts twice in a row, even if it is not a serious blow, it should still be hard for them to bear. After all, they still have a massive entity in the world beyond worlds that is evenly matched in strength looking for trouble with them. Therefore, the people who descended these 2 times should have been people squeezed out after careful planning. If they want to gather more people this time, and quite a few at that, it will probably not be so easy." Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. "If the other side temporarily defends themselves in the world beyond worlds for the sake of the extreme Yang seal, concentrating on dealing with us instead, that would be a different matter altogether. Therefore, having gone to the world beyond worlds, even if others do not expose my whereabouts and origins, I will still have to find a suitable time to spread the news and draw the attention of the Radiant Light sect. Otherwise, the pressure on the Eight Extremities world would be too great." Yan Di did not feel belittled by Yan Zhaoge's words. His arrogance did not equate to blindness. "I will be residing here permanently after this, awaiting your good news." Saying thus, Yan Di directly sat down in the meditative position on the remains of the world illuminating peak. Yan Zhaoge bowed towards Yan Di, smiling. "I already have some ideas." Chapter 610. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Yan Di was rather taken aback. "Some thoughts? What do you mean?" Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "I have carefully analyzed the paper fan I obtained from the Dim Darkness sect's Liang Jichao. While there are many restrictions on its use, it is not just for a single person. Instead, it can simultaneously protect many people as they pass through the wound of the sky. Of course, it cannot exceed 5. Yan Di asked, "With Master not here and me remaining in the Eight Extremities world, who else can accompany you?" Old Man Mo said before that he has no intention of returning to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "Yunxing will be going with me." Yan Di looked rather quizzically at Yan Zhaoge. "You will not be going on a sightseeing trip this time or being invited as a guest. The situation in the world beyond worlds is unclear, and with a major enemy of the Radiant Light sect by the side, it will not be peaceful for you. Bringing junior apprentice niece Feng along might not be a good thing for her." Yan Di focused on Yan Zhaoge. "All these years, I have observed that you are not someone who abandons the public for personal reasons. Do you have some special thoughts?" Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, "I naturally do not wish for Yunxing to be in danger. This is for official matters, not personal matters." Yan Di asked, "For the Extreme Yin Crown? You might not have a chance to wrest back the Extreme Yin Crown this time." Yan Zhaoge said, "That is merely one aspect, not even the main point. As you say, it is still uncertain whether I will be able to come into contact with the Extreme Yin Crown in the world beyond worlds this time. Meng Wan and the Extreme Yin Crown being brought to the Radiant Light sect, before the Radiant Light sect has groomed their own maiden of Extreme Yin, they will definitely still place great trust in Meng Wan. Still, they will not use her lightly either. Meng Wan will most likely remain in the Radiant Light sect to cultivate alongside the Extreme Yin Crown. Yen Di pondered for a moment. You are in such a rush, is it for that supreme treasure of darkness? But what has this got to do with junior apprentice Niece Feng? Yen Zhaoge's fingers formed a saber as he chopped downwards. I wonder if you still have any impression of this? Seeing Yen Zhaoge's movements, a look of realization appeared on Di's face. Feng's saber? Yen Zhaoge nodded. It is precisely that black saber. This saber is extremely special. While it does not seem conspicuous, it secretly contains miraculous powers. As its owner, Yinsheng's cultivation base rises, the spiritual force of this saber actually also rises. When I first saw it, it was just a low-grade precious weapon. But now, it has become a high-grade precious weapon. I have. The dark green bamboo cane that Yen Zhaoge had forged for himself would also advance unceasingly along with his cultivation base, becoming stronger and stronger. However, the advancement of this dark green bamboo cane had been fed by Yen Zhaoge unceasingly smelting a large amount of treasures, artifacts and spirit artifacts. Feng, this Feng, Yun. Feng, this, the U. Feng, the E Feng, this. The Feng by, the now, the that the Feng, the Feng, the only, this, that, this Feng, I Yen, the only thing he could not be sure of was the limits of this Feng. Yen Zhaoge said, I once examined this saber, but did not discover anything special about it. Still, I can be certain that this saber is not like the Extreme Yang seal or the Extreme Yin Crown, slowly awakening and unsealing after falling into a deep slumber. Still, it definitely has some miraculous aspects, its foundation extraordinary. Still, it should indeed have been a low-grade artifact at the start, slowly working its way up to where it is today. At this point, Yen Zhaoge lightly patted his forehead. Still, having personally witnessed the corrosive power of the radiance of eclipse this time, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind as I realized some of the miraculous aspects of this saber. Hearing his words, Yen Di was slightly taken aback as he pondered for a moment before saying slowly, if that is the case, it is not just the Rahu star of eclipse. Yen Zhaoge nodded, that's right. It could also be the opposing star of the moon star of Extreme Yin, the concealed radiance Ketu. Still, thinking of how this saber was first stored in the sacred Sun clan, I feel that it is not a coincidence. Yen Zhaoge said earnestly, I asked Yunsheng in detail before. She does not know where this saber originated from. While it was only sealed in the sacred Sun clan's armory before, it already has a very long history. Hearing this, Yen Di said, if you feel that this saber is useful, I will not object. Since that is so, Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly, I understand what you mean. If possible, I would also like to only bring this saber over. Still, let me tell you something that you won't think that way. Before Yunsheng received this saber, there were also other sacred Sun clan martial practitioners who used it. Still, when those people advanced into the outer aura martial scholar realm, this saber was still a low-grade artifact, not changing at all. It was only in Yunsheng's hands that this saber improved alongside her cultivation base. Hearing this, Yen Di revealed a rare expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. This really is. Father and son exchanged bitter smiles, Yen Di shaking his head after a while, there's no helping it then. I can only hope that your guess is correct. He looked at Yen Zhaoge, since that is so, bringing one along and bringing a few along is the same. Do you have any other ideas? The spiritual chi environment of the world beyond worlds is more suitable for cultivation than that of the Eight Extremities world. There was something that Yen Di did not say out loud. As he saw it, while Broad Creed Mountain was in danger, this danger originated from the world beyond worlds. In the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain already had no opponents. Even if Yen Zhaoge left, with Yen Di sitting over at the fire domain, the other martial practitioners would not dare to contend with Broad Creed Mountain. Even the usually lawless solitary practitioners who rampaged about the endless ocean and the great western desert were now avoiding Broad Creed Mountain disciples. While nothing could be seen within a short period of time, as time went on, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples would become more and more at ease. Yendi thought for a moment before saying, "Don't take too big a step this time. There's a place that we can use as a transition point." "The vast ocean world," Yen Zhaoge nodded. Yendi said, "That's right, it is the vast ocean world. According to what you and senior apprentice Sister Fu said, the environment there and the foundation you established earlier should not be too safe. Still, it should not be too dangerous either. Even if there are risks, it should still be within an acceptable range for our clan's outstanding disciples to undergo tempering there. Xue Fei and Shi Jun are still there. They can help them out a little." Yendi looked at Yen Zhaoge. "As for formally invading the vast ocean world, it is still too early to say. Let's not consider it for now." Yen Zhaoge said, "I also have the intention of going to the vast ocean world. With the disturbance caused by the Radiant Light sect, the wound of the sky in the Eight Extremities world may very well just happen to be within their grasp." Yendi said, "Very good. Since that is so, I will leave the preparations to you." Yen Zhaoge smiled, "You can rest easy. There won't be any problems on my side." Thus, Yendi remained at the ruins of the world illuminating peak while Yen Zhaoge returned to Broad Creed Mountain. With that, the entire Broad Creed Mountain instantly began operating rapidly. Chapter 611. "Young Master, let me go to the world beyond worlds with you." Ah Hu's face swooshed over to Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge could not help but laugh. "I am not going as a guest this time. It might be very tiring. Are you sure you want to go with me?" Ah Hu chuckled, "Of course I'm going. Someone like you, young master, will be able to do whatever you want wherever you go." Yen Zhaoge's trip to the vast ocean world earlier had been sudden. Ah Hu had still been in charge of escorting Feng Zhuan and the Clear Qi robe back to Broad Creed Mountain as he had naturally been unable to make it in time. After learning of Yen Zhaoge's experiences in the vast ocean world, Ah Hu had pounded his chest and stamped his feet, his heart aching. This time, he wanted to go with Yen Zhaoge no matter what, as he was just short of hugging Yen Zhaoge's leg and bawling his eyes out. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "While you might not be able to do whatever you want in the vast ocean world, my name is still somewhat useful. Even if I am not here, you can still use my name to intimidate others." Ah Hu smiled with a big face and said, "That's not as cool as being by young master's side." "Yeah, I like hearing that." Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips, "Just don't complain about it when the time comes." Ah Hu shook his head like a rattle drum. No, how could that be?" Yen Zhaoge swiveled his head to the side. Feng Yunsheng was currently looking down at the black saber in her hands. Unsheathing the saber, she lightly stroked its blade with her fingers. She could not feel the coldness of ordinary metallic blades, also could not see the circulation of saber light, as it was as though all warmth and light had been retracted within the saber. Feeling Yen Zhaoge's gaze, Feng Yunsheng raised her head. "While I already knew that this saber was strange, I never thought that it would actually have such a background. When I chose this saber that year, it was just that I felt that while this saber seemed unremarkable, I felt a sense of kinship with it. From the looks of it now, this in itself is already unusual." Feng Yunsheng lightly raised the black saber in her hands, flicking it lightly with a finger as no sound was emitted. As the grade of the long saber increased, the saber seemed to become more and more reserved, more and more silent. Only when the saber was used against the enemy would it amaze the world. Yen Zhaoge asked, "While you have changed your martial foundation of the Sacred Sun clan, you have always been cultivating in the West Tilting Heaven incinerating saber of the 7 great sun arts. Have you felt any abnormalities?" Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment. "I don't feel weakened. Instead, I feel more at ease." Yen Zhaoge nodded. "The power of corrosion destroys sunlight, strengthening itself. With your saber and martial arts combining, it is indeed possible for such a situation to occur. Still, it is still too early to say these things now. We might be able to see the results when we arrive at the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunxing said, yes. With that, he sheathed his saber. Yan Zhaoge then looked at Xikong Qing and Ing Longtu, saying, the two of you should first accompany us to the vast ocean world. Xikong Qing nodded while Ing Longtu pressed his lips together. Senior apprentice brother Yan, senior apprentice sister Feng, can't I go to the world beyond worlds with you? Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is still a little early for the time being. Still, there is no need to be impatient. Personally, I actually hope that you can all go to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. The cultivation environment there is even better than in the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. With your talent, you should be able to develop even more there. Still, don't be impatient. Ing Longtu nodded obediently, yes, senior apprentice brother. Yan Zhaoge led them out, seeing that there were still a few other Broad Creed Mountain disciples waiting outside, all of them core, direct disciple geniuses. Having gone to the vast ocean world, it will not be as easy as it is here in the Eight Extremities world. It is not that there is no possibility of perishing, and it will also not be easy for us to return. Yan Zhaoge said evenly, while the flow of time there is much faster than in the Eight Extremities world, it feels like 1 year is 1 year without any difference at all. Being able to advance forward step by step is naturally good. If we return to the Eight Extremities world in the future, we will naturally be able to save an incalculable amount of time, and we will be able to look very well in front of our old acquaintances. However, if we remain at a standstill and our lifespans come to an end, there will be no difference at all. Yan Zhaoge gazed at them. Now that everyone knows of the existence of the world beyond worlds, we martial practitioners who are ambitious should not keep our gazes on the Eight Extremities world. That is where we should be heading. Everyone before him, Xikong Qing and Ing Longtu included, all agreed emotionally. We will follow senior apprentice brother Yan's teachings. We will follow senior apprentice uncle Yan's teachings. Fu Enshu and the first seat elder Qin of the martial inheritance hall stood by the side, not interrupting Yan Zhaoge's words as they just nodded slightly. Senior apprentice uncle Qin, we will be setting off then. Fu Enshu nodded towards elder Qin. Yan Zhaoge himself would not be staying in the vast ocean world for long. While Broad Creed Mountain had no intention of expanding there, just the young disciples alone would not be safe. Having similarly been to the vast ocean world before, Fu Enshu, who was familiar with the place, assumed the responsibility of leading the group this time. Elder Qin said, be careful in all things. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enshu both nodded, thank you for your concern. Standing quietly behind Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone now extended his palm, radiance lighting up within as if infinite space could be contained within, a mustard seed able to swallow a mountain. The radiance enveloped Yan Zhaoge and the others before cupping his fists towards Elder Qin, turning and striding away, his figure rising into the air as he flew into the blue skies. The Northern Ocean clone headed east, arriving at the outer East Sea. With the dragon tomb already having collapsed, the path to the ancient, cold abyss would not be easy to traverse. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge still chose to head over to the outer East Sea. Previously, when heading to the vast ocean world, the dimensional passageway had been temporarily formed, not being a stable dimensional passageway. Still, space was unpredictable, and places where dimensional passageways had been opened before were comparatively more reliable. Opening the door again at the original location, it would be easier to accurately locate the vast ocean world and not some other place. Arriving at the outer East Sea, Yan Zhaoge took out the lofty prestige mirror, infusing his true essence within. Numerous patterns of light surfaced on the surface of the mirror, coming together to form a small, intricate spirit formation. Guided by the spirit formation, where the mirror light passed, an illusory path immediately appeared before Yan Zhaoge. The path extended unceasingly into the distance, zigzagging amidst distorted space as it resembled the opening of a door to the void. The Northern Ocean clone swept them along, striding forward as he entered this dimensional passageway that had been temporarily forged. Traversing numerous layers of space, the world before his eyes suddenly lit up as the majestic Jade Sea appeared before Yan Zhaoge once more. Just looking at the mist that suffused the air before him, Yan Zhaoge knew that he had returned to the bewildering maze sea of the vast ocean world. Still, before he had even stabilized his footing, intense power fluctuations suddenly emanated from both sides of his body. On his left, the silhouetted spirit turtle hovered above the sea's surface, stable as Mount Tai as it was heavy and heavy. On his right, the silhouetted spirit snake coiled within the air, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun as it was extraordinarily agile. Two vast fist tents were currently sandwiching Yan Zhaoge between them as they simultaneously shot towards him. It's a film and television entertainment book. Friends who are interested in this type of book might want to take a look. Chapter 6:12. Sandwiched between a turtle and a snake, a thought involuntarily arose within Yan Zhaoge's mind. What the Xuanwu, two vast fist tents, one tough and one soft, one heavy and one agile, simultaneously converged towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, his hands behind his back as he stood in midair, not moving in the slightest as streams of qi naturally appeared around his body, resembling green clouds. As the fist force from the left and right slammed mightily onto the green clouds, they were instantly unable to advance any further as they were even repelled. On the left, the massive turtle that resembled a small island hovering above the sea's surface suffered an extremely tough and ferocious force as it was directly slammed down into the sea's surface, smashing all the way to the bottom of the sea. On the right, the massive snake that was thousands of feet long coiled in the air was repelled by the soft force, unable to control its body at all as it was distorted beyond recognition, resembling a mess. Shocked cries resounded in the surroundings as the silhouettes of the spirit snake and the spirit turtle both dissipated, revealing the figures of two middle-aged men. Some of their companions had wary looks on their faces, but were immediately stopped by others. Their leaders emerged from the two groups of people on the left and right, looking towards Yan Zhaoge. On the left was an old man with white hair and a severe hunchback. Still, just standing there, he emanated the feeling of being incomparably tall. On the right was a middle-aged woman with a gloomy expression on her face, her eyes flickering with a cold light as they were intelligent beyond compare. After clearly seeing the appearances of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone beside him, looks of shock and fear simultaneously appeared on their faces. The hunchbacked old man cupped his hands. I never thought that it would be Traceless Cloud Yan. This old man of the spirit returning sect, Lu Feng, greets you. Yan Zhaoge nodded. How have you been, Chief Lu? This old man was the chief of the spirit returning sect, one of the vast ocean world's 7 pillars of good, Lu Feng, who was known as the 10,000 longevity old man. He was ranked 6th amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world. Back when Water Crystal Palace, the spirit returning sect and Changli Mountain had been on good terms, Yan Zhaoge had even met Lu Feng once when he had temporarily stayed at Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the middle-aged woman on the other side. I have not seen this person before. Still, you should be Chief Guan of Green Snake Island? Facing Yan Zhaoge, the cold, murderous light within the middle-aged woman's eyes was instantly retracted greatly. She was silent for a moment before she said, This old lady is Guan Jingqiong. I am very happy to meet the Traceless Cloud Dragon King. This was the chief of Green Snake Island of the 6 evil sects, the Green Snake Madam Guan Jingqiong, ranked even higher than the 10,000 longevity old man Lu Feng amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, being ranked 5th. While Guan Jingqiong had the appearance of a middle-aged man, it was actually due to a technique that preserved her looks. She was of the same generation as Lu Feng, an old devil who had been renowned in the vast ocean world for many years. In the vast ocean world, the spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island were famed for being archenemies. The depth of their conflict far surpassed the enmity between Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect, or between Changli Mountain and the Evil Shifting sect. It was somewhat similar to how the Sacred Sun Clan and Jade Sea City had been originally in the 8 Extremities world, or how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect were irreconcilable enemies in the world beyond worlds. Of the vast ocean world's 2 forces of good and evil, with the overall situation being relatively stable, it was the spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island that erupted with the most minor conflicts. Currently, the 2 sides were clearly in a stalemate. Having been repelled by Yan Zhaoge's true essence, the 2 who had just clashed now returned before the bigwigs of their clans. They were the peak figures of the essence spirit martial grandmasters of their two clans. It was just that they naturally dared not make a move now, as they were as well behaved as quails. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge, after their initial shock, the people of the spirit returning sect all grew greatly excited, while those of Green Snake Island looked like they had lost their parents as their morale plummeted. Yan Zhaoge looked left and right, ignoring the expressions on both sides as he asked mildly, "Sorry for the disturbance." Still, who can tell this Yen what the current situation in the vast ocean world is like? Looking at the dimensional passageway entrance behind Yan Zhaoge that was slowly vanishing, while Lu Feng did not reveal anything on his face, his heart surged. He is indeed not of the vast ocean world. While it was also possible that Yan Zhaoge had left the vast ocean world and gone adventuring in other worlds, Lu Feng still felt that it was more likely that Yan Zhaoge was not of the vast ocean world in the first place when he had suddenly appeared in the vast ocean world, with no one being able to see through his background and not knowing his origins. While massive waves surged within his heart that surged to the heavens, Lu Feng still answered without any hesitation, "The vast ocean world is currently dominated by Taoists and vanquished by devils. With us of the forces of good having greatly suppressed the forces of evil these past few years, the vast ocean world is currently welcoming a rare opportunity. In this, we also have to thank you, Mr. Yan, for your assistance that year." Hearing this, Guan Jingqiang emitted a muffled snort, yet did not retort as she just unceasingly drew her subordinates closer to her. Feng Yunsheng, Fu and Shu and the others also appeared at this moment, standing beside the Northern Ocean clone as they listened curiously to Lu Feng's introduction of the situation. Hearing Lu Feng's introduction, Yan Zhaoge now knew that the current vast ocean world had undergone great changes as compared to when he had left it that year. Also, these changes indeed had something to do with him. Calculating in terms of time in the vast ocean world, 8 years had already passed since he had left. 8 years ago in the vast ocean world, the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, had been taken away by Yan Zhaoge. Spirit Rhino Island had suffered a heavy blow as 2 transcending mortality experts had perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands. The Blood Dragon sect of the 7 Pillars of Good had also been jointly exterminated by experts of the forces of evil. Meanwhile, of the 6 evil sects, the evil Saint Lin Qianqing had perished because of Yan Zhaoge, while another major sect, the Brilliant Thunder sect, had been destroyed due to the Dragon Tomb. The chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui and a few other experts, had been slain by Yan Zhaoge in the Dragon Tomb afterwards, with the Brilliant Thunder sect having completely dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, the number 1 expert of the vast ocean world, the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Martial Saint Zhaozhong, had been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in the Dragon Tomb, having lost an arm and suffering a great blow to his vitality as his strength had plummeted. On the side of good, the chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, had originally been the second of the top 10 transcending mortality experts beneath Gung Hui, only a step away from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Having accompanied Yan Zhaoge into the Dragon Tomb, Changli Mountain's gains had been much more abundant than those of the other sections. After leaving the Dragon Tomb, Gao Tianzhong had returned to cultivate diligently, finally successfully breaking through the final bottleneck and stepping into the martial saint realm. Changli Mountain had also officially become one of the current peak powers of the vast ocean world. Amidst this, the forces of good flourished as the forces of evil instantly fell into a complete disadvantage, having been pressured to the point of indescribable misery these past years. After the Brilliant Thunder sect, the evil shifting sect whose number 1 expert had originally been slain by Yan Zhaoge had been decimated as well. The name of the 6 evil sects had already completely become history. Under such circumstances, the spirit returning sect naturally pursued Green Snake Island unceasingly. While Guan Jingqiang seemed soft and reserved, she was actually unyielding and unyielding. Having really been pushed into a corner by the spirit returning sect recently, she had launched a counterattack, resembling a venomous snake leaving its lair as she had ambushed the spirit returning sect in the bewildering maze sea. In their confrontation, the spirit returning sect had actually been at a disadvantage due to being caught off guard. However, with Yan Zhaoge's appearance now, while he had not expressed his stance, the morale of both sides had instantly reversed. After all, Yan Zhaoge had always been a guest at Changli Mountain, which was also of the side of good along with the spirit returning sect. As he stood there, even if he did not say a single word, it was like dark clouds enveloping the sky, pressuring down on Guan Jingqiong and the others to the point where they were unable to see a single ray of light at all. Chapter 613. So many things have happened. Yan Zhaoge listened intently to Lu Feng's narration of the current situation of the vast ocean world. The people of the Spirit Returning Sect and Green Snake Island were all cursing in their hearts. Yes, so many things have happened. At least half of it is because of you. Thinking of the various legends regarding Yan Zhaoge, the memories that had gradually faded with the passage of time resurfaced within their minds once more. When he had been at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm that year, fighting 1 against 2, he had defeated the 2 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace and Li Sheng of the Dragon Slayer sect, with a single move. Afterwards, he directly broke through and became the youngest Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in history. He had killed the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fong Can, slain the 9-fingered Dragon King and Yen Chen of the Blood Dragon sect, obtained the sacred artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, killed the chief of the evil Shifting sect, the Heavenly Evil Feng Jingsheng, killed the evil Saint Lin Qiancheng, killed the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, and heavily injured the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Slaying 7 Seas Zhao Zhong. Close to half of the peak experts of the vast ocean world had been single-handedly slain by this youth before him, the situation of the vast ocean world that had been maintained for 100 years having undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change because of him. After having explored the Dragon Tomb that year, Yan Zhaoge had vanished from the vast ocean world without a trace. Changli Mountain announced to the outside world that Yan Zhaoge was living in seclusion once more. As time passed unceasingly, many people suspected that Changli Mountain was intentionally putting on airs, that the truth was likely that Yan Zhaoge had perished within the Dragon Tomb. But today, that malefic star of the past had reappeared in the world, and it instantly caused everyone present to recall the past. Even the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners who considered themselves to be on Yan Zhaoge's side felt uneasy, while those of Green Snake Island were even more inwardly shuddering. Looking at Guan Jingqiong and the others who looked as though they were facing a great enemy, Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed slightly while his expression did not change. He nodded at Lu Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for telling me everything of the past. I will now head for Changli Mountain and not disturb you." Yan Zhaoge's tone was mild, but the Spirit Returning Sect martial practitioners were all stunned. They stood dazed on the spot. Seeing Yan Zhaoge about to turn and leave, Lu Feng's entire body shuddered. "Mr. Yan." Yan Zhaoge turned his head innocently. "Is there anything else, Chief Lu?" Lu Feng was flabbergasted, and he was almost unable to catch his breath. His hunchback was due to the fact that his Spirit Returning Sect martial arts training had reached a certain level, which resulted in the appearance of a tortoise's back. However, it did not give off a feeling of decadence and old. Instead, it was like a spirit turtle that was fixed in the deep sea, steady, and could not be shaken by external forces. It was just that facing Yan Zhaoge now, Lu Feng really found it rather hard to straighten his back. He smiled bitterly and looked at Guan Jingqiong and the others, who were equally confused. "Mr. Yan, what do you think?" Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. "You can continue. You don't have to worry about me. Just now, it was me who suddenly appeared in the arena where the 2 sides were sparring. I have no intention of pursuing this matter." His words rendered Lu Feng speechless. After pondering carefully for a moment, he recalled that while Yan Zhaoge had stayed at Changli Mountain as a guest in the vast ocean world, with some fellow disciples still remaining at Changli Mountain even now, Yan Zhaoge himself was very hard to define as good or evil. While Lin Qiancheng, Gung Hui, and Feng Jingsheng, big shots of the devil path, had died at his hands, Nian Chen, Fong Can, Guan Yu, and Shen Shiqing of the righteous path had not shown mercy either. The 9 dragon fingers of the Blood Dragon sect were still in Yan Zhaoge's possession even now. This person's way of doing things seemed to be that whoever provoked him would be dealt with by him, not caring at all which camp the other party belonged to. Since that was the case, with his disciple having offended him just now, Lu Feng should really rejoice in not pursuing this matter. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. He had really been thinking too much in thinking that Yan Zhaoge would help them deal with Green Snake Island. Those of Green Snake Island now reacted as well, all feeling incomparably fortunate. Guan Jingqiong's tensed face relaxed as she inhaled deeply, cupping her hands towards Yan Zhaoge. It was this old woman's junior apprentice niece who offended Mr. Yan. This old woman deeply apologizes. That middle-aged man beside her who had attacked earlier was also sensible as he hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yan Zhaoge once more. Those of Green Snake Island gazed at Yan Zhaoge and the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners as they slowly retreating into the bewildering maze sea. Those of the spirit-returning sect could only watch on helplessly. The situation just now had already been disadvantageous to them. If not for Yan Zhaoge's appearance, it would have been them who had suffered a loss. They would naturally not dare to pursue and attack now. Having their plans disrupted, while those of Green Snake Island felt despondent, they felt even more rejoiced and relaxed. As Feng Yunsheng, Fu Enshu, Xikong Qing, Ing Longtu, and the others saw this, some appeared puzzled while others appeared thoughtful. Those of the spirit-returning sect were filled with awkwardness as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak. Lu Feng regained his wits, not mentioning Green Snake Island at all as he instead summoned his disciple who had attacked earlier, apologizing to Yan Zhaoge once more. Traveling from the bewildering maze sea to Changli Mountains directionless sea, you just happened to pass by my spirit-returning sect's flying turtle sea. If Mr. Yan doesn't mind, how about we travel together? Lu Feng said smilingly. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, it's naturally fine. Overjoyed, Lu Feng led Yan Zhaoge and the others along. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, observing your sect in Green Snake Island, while the martial arts of your two sects are active and passive, yin and yang, hard and soft, they are actually interconnected in many aspects, seemingly originating from the same source. If I am not wrong, they should both originate from true martial's lineage. Is that so? Lu Feng nodded, that's right. Our sect's founder and the founder of the Green Snake demonic race were once related. The two unearthed a legacy site of pre-Great Calamity times together. After a period of conflict, they each obtained half of it. Our sect obtained the tortoise elephant of true martial, while Green Snake Island obtained the serpent elephant of true martial. This was no secret in the vast ocean world as Lu Feng sighed, our sect inherited the legacy of true martial, upholding righteousness within defense, warding off evil and suppressing devils. We really cannot bear for the legacy of true martial to fall into the hands of evil and crooked sects to be used for evil. All these years, the other portion of the legacy has already been distorted beyond recognition by Green Snake Island. Every time our ancestors think of it, they all feel deeply pained. This old man is no exception. We have always hoped to be able to cleanse the roots of the legacy, not letting down our ancestors of pre-Great Calamity times. Over the years, the two sides had frequently clashed, having also captured the other side's young disciples. Still, their peak, most essential legacies had never been exchanged. Having been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, Lu Feng had often analyzed this. While the legacies of his sect and Green Snake Island added together were only a small portion of true martial's legacy, if he could combine the two, he would probably be able to immediately break through into the martial saint realm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. His expression did not change in the least, but he extended his hands, entering a fist stance. Yan Zhaoge immediately retracted this fist stance. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, it shocked him to the point of dizziness as he very nearly fell headfirst into the sea. Mr. Yan. The old man was unable to speak properly as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yan Zhaoge, however, placed his hands behind his back once more, walking forward as though nothing had happened. Chapter 614. Yan Zhaoge looked as though nothing had happened, as though he had not felt that there was anything special about his actions just now. But when Lu Feng saw it, he almost fainted. Mr. Yan, are you also a descendant of the true martial lineage? Lu Feng said excitedly. He could not help but feel agitated. While Yan Zhaoge had only adopted a fist stance earlier, seemingly ordinary, in the eyes of an expert like Lu Feng, it had seemed to contain infinite profundities. It was a simple stance, but it seemed to have merged the essence of both the spirit-returning sect and the Green Snake Island into one. Just looking at Yan Zhaoge's earlier fist technique, Lu Feng even felt the bewildering fog before his eyes grow fainter somewhat as he felt himself getting somewhat closer to the martial saint realm. This was like a clap of thunder that shook Lu Feng until he was dizzy. The old man's usually hunched back abruptly straightened at this moment as he looked fervently at Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he inwardly laughed. The Jinwu Emperor was also known as the Profound Heaven Emperor, the Jinwu Devil-Rinsing Emperor, and the Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Lord. He was a legendary figure before the Great Calamity, one of the peak experts of Taoism. The inheritance he left behind was called the True Martial Fist Scripture. It contained movement, yin, yang, hardness, and softness, and contained boundless grand daos that were extraordinary and profound. Although the Jinwu Fist Scripture did not contain all of Jinwu Great Emperor's knowledge, it was definitely the martial art that had the most in-depth description of the unique skills of the Jinwu lineage. Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had a collection of them. Yan Zhaoge was also proficient in the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, just that he had spent most of his time on even more powerful supreme martial arts like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture and the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture as well as Broad Creed Mountain's Direct Lineage Clear Chi Profound Art. As for the Jinwu Boxing Scripture, he was only familiar with it and had not really practiced it. Even the transformation of the true martial manifestation was a combination of the Heavenly Snake King Fist and the ocean-dominating fist of the demonic fists of the six spirits. It only took the artistic conception, not the principles of the fist. However, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture was the Tao sect's top great Tao wondrous art, and it was adept at simulating other supreme arts. As Yan Zhaoge's cultivation and strength had been increasing day by day these past few years, with the Peerless Heavenly Scripture having merged with the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, at the very least, it was not difficult for him to gain a basic understanding of it. Unlike the Northern Ocean clone who had already attained the body of a martial saint when it had been refined, his original foundation in martial arts being firm as it would be inconvenient for him to switch to other martial arts. It was not difficult for Yan Zhaoge who cultivated in the Peerless Heavenly Scripture to study the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. Therefore, although he had only assumed a fist stance just now, in the eyes of a veteran like Lu Feng, he had misunderstood that his true foundation was that of the true martial lineage. Feeling the fervor within Lu Feng's gaze, Yan Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he said, "Chief Lu misunderstands. This Yan is not of Xuanwu's direct lineage. It was only by coincidence that I received the guidance of a longtime friend of mine." Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. "May I know where this senior is? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Yan. We're both of the true martial lineage. I just want to pay a visit to a senior expert." His heart jolted slightly. If Yan Zhaoge was not someone of the vast ocean world, his seniors were likely not in the vast ocean world as well. Yan Zhaoge said, "This is inconvenient. This uncle of mine does not like to be disturbed." Lu Feng sighed as he looked at Yan Zhaoge with a beseeching gaze. Yan Zhaoge's fist stance just now had allowed him to witness the profundities within, yet had also been hard-pressed to analyze. The thing that his predecessors, himself included, had yearned for all these years had been placed right before his eyes at this moment. Yet, it seemed so close yet so far away, yet so unreachable. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Yan Zhaoge said, "What this Yan has learned of the Xuanwu lineage is merely the tip of the iceberg. Without that uncle's approval, it would not be easy for me to transmit it. I believe that Chief Lu can understand this." Lu Feng smiled bitterly, "Arts cannot be transmitted lightly. How could this old man not understand that?" Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I wonder if Chief Lu would be interested in sparring with this Yan?" Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment before he immediately reacted, "I would be delighted. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Yan." The two halted. Many of the people in the surroundings had yet to react. Yan Zhaoge had retracted his fist stance just now. Most people had not been able to comprehend the profundities within. However, seeing Lu Feng's solemn expression, the spirit-returning sect disciples could not help but feel nervous. "Please guide me," saying thus, Lu Feng's figure abruptly shrunk, his originally tall frame becoming much smaller. However, as he moved, his aura instantly became even more retracted and condensed. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, Lu Feng's body seemed to have shrunk greatly. Yet, his aura seemed even greater as it seemed connected to the heavens and penetrating the earth. A massive spirit turtle appeared around Lu Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. The spirit turtle was incomparably massive. As its four legs strode within the seawater, they resembled four divine pillars that stabilized the sea. The great sea, which had still been surging with great waves a moment ago, instantly became calm and tranquil. The entire heavens and earth had fallen silent at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth. "If you take the initiative to attack, you will actually not be able to display your true abilities. Since that is so, this Yan will make the first move." Lu Feng said in a heavy tone, "This old man thanks Mr. Yan for your kindness." "It's fine." Yan Zhaoge strode forward, raising his fists and punching out towards Lu Feng. The heavens and the earth shook in an instant. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's fists, the avatars of turtle and snake simultaneously appeared, yin and yang coexisting, hardness and softness intermingling as movement and stillness combined, heaviness and agility combined within a single body. Beneath their mutual support, their power was majestic as though it was infinite and immeasurable. As the silhouettes of the spirit turtle and the spirit snake intertwined, the massive figure of a heavenly god was indistinctly visible. He was clothed in black, wearing golden armor and a jade belt as he wielded a sword and stood on a turtle and snake with a round light above his head. He was mighty to the extreme as he swept through the masses of devils, all evil daring not to act rashly. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. That tall figure directly stepped on Lu Feng's spirit turtle avatar. While the spirit turtle avatar did not shatter, its momentum, which had still been stable as Mount Tai a moment ago, instantly plummeted as it was trampled beneath the other party's foot, seemingly about to be trampled into the depths of the sea. Lu Feng roared madly within his heart, "Of the Xuanwu direct lineage. It really is of the Xuanwu direct lineage." The next moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his fist, that mighty figure vanishing without a trace. Even as Lu Feng felt a sense of loss, his heart blazed even more intensely. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I hope that Chief Lu will have some gains." Gains? Of course there had been gains. Still, it had still been lacking just that little bit, just that little bit. Lu Feng felt the urge to vomit blood as he smiled bitterly within his heart. I might as well not have used that move. Now, his mind was even more restless and restless. The other spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were even more excited than he was, also even more restless. Lu Feng sucked in a deep breath. This old man has not visited Changli Mountain for some time now. If Mr. Yan does not mind, how about we travel together? Originally, he had only wanted to escort Yan Zhaoge's group to the Flying Turtle Sea. Now, however, Lu Feng felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to Changli Mountain. Chapter 6:15. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded mildly. This Yan has no objections to Chief Lu's interest. Lu Feng said solemnly, "Please." The group continued their journey, but the mood of the spirit-returning sect disciples was completely different. The younger disciples were both excited and anxious. Their gazes towards Yan Zhaoge were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the seniors of higher seniority all fell into deep thought as they hurriedly sent sound transmissions to their sect heads to discuss their opinions. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples, adhering to the principle of listening more and watching more, moving less and speaking less, all followed quietly by Yan Zhaoge's side. However, many thoughts also appeared in their minds at this moment. The first to speak was unexpectedly the usually quiet Sikong Qing. Seeing that she had the intention to speak, the North Ocean clone beside Yan Zhaoge expanded his chi flow, forming a formless barrier between them and the people of the spirit-returning sect, preventing their voices from spreading. Sikong Qing had originally intended to send a sound transmission through her aura chi, but seeing this, she directly asked, "Senior apprentice Brother Yan, the martial art you displayed just now?" Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change. The supreme martial art of the Xuanwu lineage is known as the Xuanwu fist scripture. In the past, when I excavated all sorts of remnants, I obtained some incomplete cultivation techniques. However, when I killed the Radiant Light sect's martial sages, I obtained a rather complete inheritance from one of them. It's one of the direct martial arts of the true martial lineage. It has its merits. Sikong Qing nodded. It is indeed extremely profound. The martial arts of the vast ocean world spirit returning sect and Green Snake Island were already rather extraordinary just now. However, senior apprentice Brother Yan's Zhenwu fist scripture is undoubtedly much superior. Fu Enshu glanced at Lu Feng and the others before looking at Yan Zhaoga, asking, "You intend to use this martial art to keep them hanging?" Yan Zhaoga laughed. "Since our clan currently does not intend to advance into the vast ocean world, I also have no intention of causing a huge ruckus here. Moreover, having brought some fellow disciples over this time, I originally felt that the Eight Extremities world was too peaceful, hoping to temper myself more here in the vast ocean world. Still, I will be heading to the world beyond worlds very soon. Our lineage does not have any martial saints or sacred artifacts guarding over this place. Changli Mountain is an outsider at the end of the day. It is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Some arrangements still have to be made just in case." Fu Enshu slowly nodded. "Your thinking is very correct." Of those of Broad Creed Mountain, some had looks of understanding on their faces while others still looked rather dazed. Fu Enshu looked at them. "Zhaoga taught the spirit returning sect a lesson, but didn't he also teach you a lesson?" Everyone pondered in unison as Fu Enshu continued, "Before coming here, I have already told you about the situation of the vast ocean world that year. Still, after the successive changes, the situation here is already very different. That year, of the 7 pillars of good, Changli Mountain and the Spirit Returning Sect were both close to Water Crystal Palace. The 3 sects joined forces against the Blood Dragon Sect, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island and the Blazing Wind Sect. Currently, the Blood Dragon Sect has already been destroyed, Spirit Rhino Island unable to recover from this setback. Meanwhile, Changli Mountain's strength has increased greatly, their chief Gao Tianzhong having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming a martial saint expert not inferior to the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. He also does not fear the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Fu Enshu said slowly, "The relationship between the great sects is already different from how it was in the past." Those of Broad Creed Mountain all understood, the relationship between Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace will definitely turn from being allies to being enemies. With us being close to Changli Mountain, senior apprentice Brother Yan's actions are equivalent to pulling the spirit returning sect which was still close to Water Crystal Palace over to Changli Mountain's side. Fu Enshu nodded. "That's right, it is precisely so." Leaving Green Snake Island behind would also leave the spirit returning sect with a sense of danger, at the same time leaving them with the thought of personally exterminating their mortal enemy. The two sides might have initially been competing over Dao traditions, but after so many years, having slain and killed countless enemies, their enmity has long since become as deep as the seas. Ah, who blinked? But what if Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool join forces? Fu Enshu said, "In the Dragon Tomb, Myriad Sword Pool has gained little. While Water Crystal Palace's gains are not as great as Changli Mountain's, they are still considerable. The increase in their strength can be foreseen. While there has been no news of Water Crystal Palace in the vast ocean world these past 8 years, this precisely means that they are currently accumulating their strength, awaiting a metamorphosis. Perhaps Palace Lord Lin Shi has advanced a step further, or perhaps they have refined a sacred artifact of their own." Hearing her words, everyone nodded in unison. This way, Water Crystal Palace's strength will skyrocket, stably sitting on the throne of the #1 sect of the vast ocean world. It would indeed be impossible for Myriad Sword Pool to join forces with them. Instead, the possibility of them joining forces with Changli Mountain is greater. Taking in the spirit returning sect and weakening Water Crystal Palace is also a must. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed emotionally. While this is so, it is easier said than done. Other than senior apprentice brother Yan, how many others could so easily change the situation of the world? Senior apprentice brother Yan said that he would not go all out, but with just a casual move of his, he has already caused the winds and clouds to change. Fu Enshu looked at Sikong Qing. Before absolute power, all trickery and trickery are useless. These words are true, but how many people are born with absolute power? In the process of unceasingly climbing towards the peak, there are some things that one has to pay attention to. You can choose not to use it yourself, but you have to understand it at the very least, preventing enemies from targeting you. There is a saying called, killing with a borrowed knife. You have to be wary of the edge that you have painstakingly sharpened becoming a knife in the hands of others. Sikong Qing was silent for a moment before she nodded, not speaking. Yan Zhaoge smiled, saying, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu speaks too seriously. I am not as good as you praise me to be. In baiting the turtle this time, it is those who are willing to take the bait. While the spirit returning sect is being used by us, they will also gain something. Whether they will suffer a loss or gain an advantage is still uncertain. It's just that when we give them, their gains will be in our hands. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge passed a jade coin to Fu Enshu. Keep this jade coin, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. The contents of the first volume of the Xuanwu Fist scripture are recorded within. It is already sufficient. As for how to keep this turtle on our hook, you can decide. Receiving the jade coin, Fu Enshu nodded, saying, Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. They arrived at Changli Mountain. Some of the Changli Mountain martial practitioners who had received the news earlier were already waiting at the edge of the directionless sea. However, upon learning that the chief of the spirit returning sect, Lu Feng, was actually going to Changli Mountain to pay a visit as well, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of all the other major powers, especially Water Crystal Palace. Amidst their shock, the various major powers all mobilized their manpower to investigate. In the end, the news that they obtained left them all speechless for a time. Yan Zhaoge grasped the direct lineage of Xuanwu. The martial legacies of the spirit returning sect had hopes of improving further. As the news spread, the vast ocean world was shaken. While the spirit returning sect was inferior to powers like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, they had always been one of the few powerful sects of the vast ocean world. They could be defeated, but when had they ever been subdued in terms of martial legacies? Today, however, someone had managed to do so. A living legend of the vast ocean world. Chapter 6:16. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. As the news spread, Water Crystal Palace and Green Snake Island were the ones who felt the most upset. Water Crystal Palace seemed to already see the spirit returning sect leaving them, entering the embrace of Changli Mountain. Meanwhile, Guan Jingqiong and the others of Green Snake Island wished that they could smash their heads against the ground. The spirit returning sect desired to see the complete Xuanwu Fist scripture in order to improve their martial legacies. How was it not the same for Green Snake Island? What worried them even more now was that if the spirit returning sect successfully advanced, Green Snake Island would be facing a calamity of destruction at any time. The chief of Green Snake Island, the Green Snake Madam Guan Jingqiong, really did not know how she should face the ancestors of Green Snake Island now. Hearing that Yan Zhaoge had reappeared in the vast ocean world, the other major powers paid close attention to him as well. Even the ongoing great battle between the forces of good and evil had temporarily come to a halt, with no one stirring up any major conflicts as they all paid close attention to what Yan Zhaoge would do now that he had reappeared. Yan Zhaoge had no intention of doing anything else, just meeting the chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong. They naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Gao Tianzhong's strength was comparable to that of Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, replacing the fallen evil Saint Lin Qiancheng as one of the three heavyweights of the vast ocean world. However, Gao Tianzhong's mind was very calm. He also thought that while there had been no activity from Water Crystal Palace recently, its strength had actually been increasing in secret. Gao Tianzhong naturally welcomed Yan Zhaoge's reappearance. He now more or less understood that Yan Zhaoge did not intend to reign supreme over a region of the vast ocean world, at least not for the time being. It was just that with more of Yan Zhaoge's fellow disciples appearing in the vast ocean world this time, those of Changli Mountain still secretly paid attention to him. Chief Gao, this Yan will be leaving soon. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. My fellow disciples may be a bother to your sect, so please take care of them, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Gao Tianzhong and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. From Yan Zhaoge's words, it actually seemed like he would not appear for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gao Tianzhong still did not hesitate in the slightest as he replied, Mr. Yan is too polite. Our sect naturally welcomes a friend who has come from afar. With both sides enjoying themselves, Yan Zhaoge and the others left while the spirit-returning sect's Lu Feng remained behind. While they had come for Yan Zhaoge's Xinwu Fist scripture, since they had decided to stay far away from Water Crystal Palace and approach Changli Mountain, the spirit-returning sect naturally had many matters to discuss with Changli Mountain. Yan Zhaoge and the others exited the Great Hall together, their gazes simultaneously falling on Su Fei. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had already remained in the vast ocean world for over 15 years. While Xue Fei still appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was actually already close to 50. He had not wasted his time in these years either. He had long since become an Essence Talisman level martial grandmaster expert. His current age was extremely young in comparison to his lifespan. Yan Zhaoge asked, how is sister-in-law Yuzhen? Due to her heavy injuries, Yuzhen's lifespan had been shortened. Now that more than 10 years had passed, if there was no improvement, her situation would not be very optimistic. Xue Fei smiled, Jun is looking after her. Thanks to the purple bamboo immortal pistol we found a few years ago, her lifespan was extended a little. Her situation is already much better now, just that she has yet to awaken. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge sighed in relief. There are purple bamboo immortal pistols in this vast ocean world? That's good then. Methods to extend one's lifespan were rare in the first place. Within Yuzhen's unique situation, many methods could not be used, and many spirit medicines could not be easily consumed. Therefore, there were even fewer methods available. Purple bamboo immortal pistols had not been found in the Eight Extremities world and the Floating Life world. Unexpectedly, they were found here in the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally at how the heavens always left a way out. They arrived at the back mountains of Changli Mountain. Within a courtyard stood a youth who looked to be around 27 or 28 years of age, his gaze firm and his features handsome. Senior Apprentice Granduncle Fu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, this youth was precisely Shi Jun. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others, a joyous smile appeared on his face. After first greeting Yan Zhaoge and Fu Wenxiu, he greeted the other fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. While Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing and the others had long since known that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was different from that of the Eight Extremities world, seeing Shi Jun who looked completely like a handsome youth now, they were still rather unused to it. Ying Longtu raised his head dazedly, looking at Shi Jun who was almost a head taller than him. Back at Broad Creed Mountain that year, the two had been close in age, their relationship having been rather good. It was just that their former companion had suddenly been more than 10 years older than him. This had truly caused Han Long, who had already been gradually enlightened, to feel like his brain was no longer enough to process. It was Shi Jun who maintained his smile as he solemnly bowed towards Ying Longtu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Ying. No need for formalities. A rather dazed Ying Longtu stuttered a little. The others had originally still been a little unnatural, but seeing Ying Longtu's current appearance, they instead all smiled, no longer feeling so awkward. Standing beside Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge secretly sent him a sound transmission. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, in returning to the Eight Extremities world this time, I got Ahu to make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion and meet Senior Apprentice Sister Xia. Xue Fei's gaze hardened as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and Ahu. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Ahu, who scratched the back of his head. Brother Fei, I met Miss Xia Yuchan. According to young master's instructions, I invited her to come to the vast ocean world as well. Miss Xie declined. Still, she said that if you return to the Eight Extremities world in the future, please make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Who was rather puzzled. I specifically asked around and found out that Miss Xie did not have a new lover. Still, why hasn't she come? Yan Zhaoge elbowed him, laughing as he scolded, "What are you talking about?" Hu gave a simple and honest laugh, while Xue Fei could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. "I more or less understand the reason for her not coming. Rest assured, after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to return to the Eight Extremities world to see her." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Now that senior apprentice Aunt Fu and so many of our fellow disciples are here, there is no longer a need for you to keep an eye on sister-in-law Yuzhen and June. I will leave the lofty prestige mirror with you, also imparting you the mirror dimensional traversing technique. Roughly a year later, when the lofty prestige mirror has fully recovered, you will be able to return to the Eight Extremities world on your own. Make the best use of your time. Otherwise, by the time you return, you will have already surpassed them by 2 generations." Xue Fei ignored Yan Zhaoge's teasing as he instead frowned, asking, "I can indeed rest easy here. Still, if you give me the treasure, what about yourself?" Yan Zhaoge answered, "There is no need to use the lofty prestige mirror in heading to the world beyond worlds. After getting there, I might not be able to use it." Seeing that Xue Fei's brows were still tightly knit, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing, "Having chatted with old man Mo before coming, I heard him mention that there are some things in the world beyond worlds. If they have yet to be severed, I naturally have other methods. The mirror dimensional traversing technique is not the only way to establish a temporary dimensional passageway." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Xue Fei finally relaxed. "When do you leave?" Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Right now." Chapter 617. Now? Su Fei looked rather puzzledly at Yan Zhaoge. Martial practitioners who had yet to surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to ascend to the world beyond worlds, as they could only do so via the wounds of the sky. Yan Zhaoge had previously given a simple introduction of that paper fan of divine wood. Xue Fei already knew that Yan Zhaoge possessed a treasure that could protect him from the power of dimensions. But if he wanted to find the wound of the sky, where was it? With Yan Zhaoge's current methods, he was still unable to forcibly rip apart the boundary between the world beyond worlds and the vast ocean world. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "A wound of the sky once appeared in the vast ocean world. That person of the dim darkness sect came from there. The wounds of the sky wall will not exist forever. The power of the domain will heal them, but it will be much easier to break open the places that were once torn. As for the place..." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you should also be able to guess it." When Su Fei heard this, he pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. "Tribulation Wind Mountain?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "While I cannot be certain, if my guess is not wrong, when the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao descended, the wound of the sky was most likely in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Tribulation Wind Mountain was an extremely dangerous place of the vast ocean world, a forbidden zone for humans as it was located on the mainland. That place was shrouded by terrifying storms all year round, and even space itself was distorted by them. Even martial sage realm experts did not dare to step into that place easily." Yan Zhaoge said, "If the situation in the world beyond worlds is stable, I will think of a way to descend again and bring sister-in-law Yuzhen up. There might be more methods that I can think of over there that will definitely be able to help her make a complete recovery. Fortunately, with the purple bamboo immortal pistol extending her lifespan, we have much more time." Xue Fei said, "Be careful on this trip." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "Of course." After bidding farewell to Su Fei, Fu Anshu and the others, Yan Zhaoge set off for the region of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain, Zhang Xian realized that it lived up to its name. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with storms, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Standing beside him, Feng Yunsheng and Hu cupped their eyes with their hands as they looked at the tragic scene and gasped. "Young master, are you sure it's here?" Hu grimaced. Pan Pan, who was sitting beneath them, was sprawled on the ground, his two front paws covering his eyes as he let out a weak roar, seemingly agreeing with Ahu's words. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. After investigating the area, I'm even more certain that this is the place. Feng Yunsheng looked up at the sky. If it's really here, what should we do? Yan Zhaoge smiled. I already thought about it back in the Eight Extremities world. He said to Ahu, take out all the things I asked you to prepare. The moment Ahu woke up, he hurriedly flipped through his shadow shrinking pouch, pulling out a large pile of things. Crystal stones, talisman papers, green jade, gold and iron, and all kinds of other things. Every one of them was extremely huge, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Among them, there was even a peculiar sapling that flickered with a faint green light. Yan Zhaoge said, let us retreat. Saying thus, he led Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Pan Pan in retreat, while the Northern Ocean clone took those treasures before flying off in the direction of Tribulation Wind Mountain. The Northern Ocean clone possessed shocking strength as he forcibly broke through the storms on the outskirts, nearing Tribulation Wind Mountain itself. However, the further in he went, the more intense the storms of Tribulation Wind Mountain became. At the end, even the Northern Ocean clone found it hard to advance. The imperious cold martial armor appeared on his body, the fish dragon spear appearing in his palm. The Northern Ocean clone brandished the spear, a majestic force temporarily parting the storms, opening up a path for him. Just like that, supported by the two sacred artifacts, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly opened up a path, finally arriving at the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Here, the storms had reached their peak, even distorting and ripping space apart. Even the Northern Ocean clone would be hard-pressed to remain here for a long time. He made good use of his time, forcing back the storms and landing at the peak of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, various spirit treasures of various kinds landed at the peak of the mountain, directly forming a massive formation. Beneath the assault of the storms, these spirit treasures were virtually about to be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the Northern Ocean clone reacted quickly enough, stabbing the fish dragon spear into the peak of the mountain. A massive barrier instantly arose, blocking the storms for an instant. Making use of this time, the formation stabilized. At the center of the grand formation, that jade-green sapling planted its roots, growing with the wind as it actually instantly transformed into a great tree that towered into the heavens. The next moment, a streak of jade light shot into the skies from the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Where the jade light passed, those terrifying storms were actually all drawn over by it, congregating at one point before shooting into the clouds together. In the distance, Yan Zhaoge and the others could feel the heavens and earth shaking unceasingly. The originally dim sky now turned even more blurry and indistinct. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a faint light flickering within the sky. A moment later, he confirmed that it had not been a misconception on his part. Radiance had truly appeared within the sky, a long streak that resembled the sky being ripped apart as a scar was formed. Yan Zhaoge had once seen this scene in the Eight Extremities world when he had obstructed the descent of Zhang Chao and the others of the Radiant Light sect. It was precisely a wound of the sky. Numerous streaks of light descended from the sky as the sonorous voice of the Great Tao seemed to resound by their ears. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Pan Pan all raised their heads, their eyes wide as they stared at that shocking scene. Yan Zhaoge howled, bringing the others along as they approached Tribulation Wind Mountain. The storms in the surroundings of Tribulation Wind Mountain temporarily rose into the sky as the Earth's surface instead calmed down. The Northern Ocean clone swept along Yan Zhaoge and the others, his figure resembling a great rock that soared into the nine heavens as he shot directly towards the wound of the sky. As they neared the wound of the sky, they instantly felt a boundless, immense force assaulting them. This boundless, immense force did not just originate from the outside world as it originated from within the bodies of Yan Zhaoge and the others. It intermingled internally and externally, omnipresent yet irresistible. Not only did the distorted, chaotic feeling cause one's fleshly body to feel pain as though it was about to be ripped apart and shattered, even one's soul was similarly thrown into disorder as they virtually descended into insanity. Their cultivation bases were insufficient as they passed through the wound of the sky. Not only would their fleshly body be reduced to a mist of blood and dust, even their soul would similarly be extinguished. This was truly the outcome of having their body and soul extinguished. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, taking out that paper fan that he had obtained from a dim darkness sect martial practitioner and opening it with a swoosh. Stimulated by his true essence, radiance that resembled green whilst also gold surged, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. The illusory silhouette of radiance seemed to form a massive tree that resembled a heavenly pillar, enveloping Tribulation Wind Mountain from below while its crown directly shot into the wound of the sky from above. The light pillar transformed into a perfectly straight tree trunk. While Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the terrifying threat of the power of dimensions within, their movements instantly became much smoother. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance, bringing Yan Zhaoge and the others along as they shot into the sky, traversing that crack in the sky which glowed with radiance. While it seemed like it had only been a short instant, Yan Zhaoge felt as though he had traversed the long river of countless years. Vast spiritual qi surged through his body, shaking his mind. When the light had dissipated, Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though the world before his eyes had suddenly opened up, a clear sky appearing above his head as spiritual qi roiled between the heavens and the earth, flowing without end. For an instant, Yan Zhaoge actually felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-great calamity times. This world beyond worlds is truly indescribably wondrous. While this was his first time here, Yan Zhaoge could confirm that he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the world beyond worlds. Still, a clamor resounded by his ear. As Yan Zhaoge gazed over, blazing fire rampaged on the vast earth before him, flood surging to the heavens as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The flames of war had clearly raged where he had descended. Chapter 618. It can't be, again. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The situation before him was extremely similar to when he had arrived in the vast ocean world for the second time. Beside him, Ahu and Feng Yunsheng could not help but glance at Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, why is it that wherever we go, there is a battle?" Ahu grinned, asking. Yan Zhaoge answered exasperatedly, "How would I know?" What was slightly better than last time was that they had not landed directly in the center of the battlefield this time, simultaneously facing the attacks of both sides. Still, the great battle before them was even more intense than the conflict between the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island earlier. The two sides were already completely enraged as blood flowed like rivers. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge and the others could see corpses littering the ground. Fresh blood had already accumulated on the ground, already close to drying up as it resembled a black swamp. Within the sky, martial grandmasters were currently in an intense battle, wind surging and clouds surging as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. On the ground, there were martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases who were also locked in an intense battle, the scene even more tragic. Radiance flickered over the distant horizon, a vigorous force that shook one's heart surging unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, feeling that martial saint experts were currently clashing there. While they were far away, Yan Zhaoge and the others could still feel the great earth beneath their feet shaking unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone both retracted their auras as he carefully appraised the two sides currently battling. To Yan Zhaoge, while the cultivation bases of these people could not be said to be very high, he was still able to see through many things. After watching for a while, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu's expressions grew much more solemn as well. The world beyond worlds is indeed extraordinary. Other than being more abundant in spiritual qi, the martial arts cultivated in by the martial practitioners here are mostly outstanding as well. Hu muttered, "I wonder what the background of these people are." Ahu murmured, "I don't know what the background of these people are, but the martial arts they are executing, placed in the Eight Extremities world, while they are inferior to the direct lineages of sacred grounds, they are also definitely not something the legacies of those first and second-rate powers can compare to." Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment. According to Zhaoge's words of Old Man Imo, while much of the essence of legacies from before the Great Calamity is also missing, it is preserved more completely than in the Eight Extremities world. There are even Dao legacies like the Dim Radiant sect that have not been severed. The level of the martial arts here is even higher than in the Eight Extremities world. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual chi here is so abundant, and there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as resources that are much more abundant than in the Eight Extremities world. Who stared at both sides of the battle. One side's troops are advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. It looks like they're in a military formation. Yan Zhaoge did not speak. He too had the same feeling. A group of armor-clad cultivators gathered together. Although their cultivations were not outstanding, they formed a formation. Their chi and blood surged into the sky as they attacked their enemies with the weight of Mount Tai. Everyone's power was concentrated in one place, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. It was clear that they were jointly using some kind of powerful battle formation. More than 1,000 body refinement martial artists had formed a battle formation, and with their combined forces, they had completely routed the group of evolved masters. On the other side, there was a great grandmaster martial artist. His strength swept across, and even 1,000-man battle formation could not withstand it. However, in this military formation, there were not only body-tempering martial artists, but also many martial Dao grandmasters. Under their guidance, the battle formation unleashed even greater power, at the same time also feeding it back to these martial scholars. The two sides joined forces, jointly resisting the martial grandmaster opponents before them. There was not just a single such battle formation. Under the command of a leader, several battle formations joined together, their power stacking and increasing unceasingly. While there was a limit to the power of a battle formation, the opponent was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. For a time, he was also pushed back unceasingly by this torrent of steel. On the army's side, there were similarly martial grandmaster experts leading them. With the assistance of the battle formation, the individual martial practitioners were instantly unable to withstand it. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at this scene. The higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was for those below to defeat those above to obtain victory through numbers. This was because there were not many battle formations that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of martial saint experts. Let alone martial saints, even martial grandmasters would find it hard to join forces. It was already a very rare situation for him to use the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to join forces with Yen Di, Old Man Mo and the others to resist the Flame Devils. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could only be formed by 4 people. Still, when everyone's cultivation bases were rather low, a massive number of martial practitioners with low cultivation bases joining forces could indeed make up for the difference in their cultivation bases with numbers. This scene before him was the best example of this. Scanning the entire battlefield, Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened slightly. Oh? Opening the door with good news, it was smoother than I had thought. With the situation unclear, with even the identities of the two sides still yet to be ascertained, Yan Zhaoge originally had no intention of interfering. He had only been waiting for the battle to calm down a little before casually grabbing someone to ask about it. However, looking carefully, he suddenly discovered a black-clothed middle-aged man. While this black-clothed middle-aged man was already a martial grandmaster, there was also an armored martial grandmaster leading the group who seemed to be an officer staring at him. Heavily outnumbered, this black-clothed middle-aged man instantly fell into danger. When Yan Zhaoge discovered him, he was currently being stabbed in the chest with a spear. The reason for Yan Zhaoge's attention was that this person's attire was clearly the same as that of the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Liang Jichao who had died in the Dragon Tomb. This was very likely a Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner as well. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's formation, the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners were already beginning to crumble as they fled in all directions. Struck by a spear, the black-clothed middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a youth in embroidered clothes beside him was greatly shocked as he hurriedly carried him on his back before turning and fleeing. Seeing their opponents beginning to crumble, the armored army dispersed as well, beginning to pursue and slay their fleeing enemies. To them, the heads of their enemies were all meritorious deeds. The youth in embroidered clothes fled with the black-clothed middle-aged man on his back, traversing mountains and traversing ravines. After fleeing for who knew how long, there was no one before him. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, a sound that resembled the roar of thunder suddenly resounded behind him. Shocked, the youth in embroidered clothes looked back, seeing a martial grandmaster leading a group of armored martial practitioners in pursuit. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man behind him, a smile appeared on their faces. Traders of the dim darkness sect are more valuable than other traders. The iron hooves of the enemy instantly arrived before him. The youth's face turned pale as despair appeared within his eyes. Could it be that I am going to die here today? As he thought this, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The world before those armored martial practitioners similarly blurred as they discovered that a handsome youth wearing a white robe and a black-bordered blue shirt had appeared within the forest, blocking before their target. The sabers and spears in their hands descended. The other party did not move at all as he just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The next moment, all the armored martial practitioners were sent flying backwards, blood spurting from their mouths as they died on the spot. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he swiveled his head to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man who was already heavily injured and unconscious before shifting his gaze to that youth in embroidered clothes who was still rather dazed. You are also a descendant of the dim darkness sect? Chapter 619. From the words of Deng Sun, Yang Zhanhua, Sun Hao and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the current language of the world beyond worlds was extremely similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Although there were some changes, they were very close. In most situations, they could even be used interchangeably without affecting communication. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, a grateful look appeared on this youth's face, but he was also rather guarded against him. He hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, I am not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge smiled, you don't have to be so nervous. I am not on the same side as your enemy, here to trick you into saying something. If not for the fact that this person of the dim darkness sect is currently heavily injured and unconscious, I would have originally intended to question him. I inadvertently found a corpse which was left behind by a transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the dim darkness sect after his death that year. Wanting to return it to the sect now, I sought a descendant of the dim darkness sect. The young man in embroidered clothes cupped his hands. No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Looking at that black-clothed martial practitioner, he said, the Xian crooks are tyrannical, bewitching the masses. The Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other sects all rose up in revolt, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Xian crooks. Martial practitioners of the various lands all responded to this, their followers as numerous as the clouds. I am merely a mere part of them. Mr. Zhang Qiansong is an old acquaintance of mine. It was due to his influence that I decided to join the great cause of resisting the Xian bandits. Still, I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, may I ask if this is the royal regency? The youth in embroidered clothes was taken aback once more, this is indeed the royal regency. Sire, Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling, I am not someone of the royal regency. As I said before, I have come here to send the remains of a senior of the dim darkness sect back home. The young man in embroidered clothes mumbled, you are truly an expert, having the style of the ancients. He relaxed a little, and his chatterbox gradually opened up. Only now did Yan Zhaoge know that many changes had occurred in the royal regency as compared to when old man Imo had still been around in the past. More than 100 years ago, an expert had descended upon the royal regency, calling himself the Xian king as he expanded his territory here, finally establishing the foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty ruled over the royal regency, which was even vaster than the entire Eight Extremities world. Besides the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and a few other peak powers, the other martial practitioners who were active in the royal regency all submitted to the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers also temporarily avoiding their edge. However, over 10 years ago, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Xian king, had perished, causing the overall strength of the Grand Xian dynasty to suffer greatly as well. The Xuanmu kings of the past had always been tyrannical and cruel in their rule. This was especially so for the current third-generation king Xuanmu, who was arrogant and licentious as he had exerted great pressure on the martial practitioners of the royal regency. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty was on a decline, internal strife instantly arose. Meanwhile, the powers at the head of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect even began brazenly attacking the Grand Xian dynasty, the flames of war currently raging throughout the entire royal regency. Even as they resisted the Grand Xian dynasty, they were also inciting the experts that the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered to rebel against them, also drawing in the other martial practitioners of the royal regency regardless of their cultivation bases as they rebelled together, shaking the foundations of the Grand Xian dynasty's rule in all aspects. This heavily injured and unconscious Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Zhang Qiansong and his companions were doing precisely this. Meanwhile, the Grand Xian dynasty was naturally doing their utmost to suppress them as well, the two sides locked in a fierce battle. It was not just here before them as the chaos of war spread throughout the entire royal regency. Yan Zhaoge nodded repeatedly as he heard this. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic the situation is, the more convenient it will be for us to reap benefits from the fire. From the looks of it now, it was not just the Dim Darkness sect who was their nemesis. The Radiant Light sect also had other enemies in the royal regency. It was just a pity that the Grand Xian dynasty was not a good partner to work with. Just from how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, these two mortal enemies, had even joined forces to attack them, it could be seen how unpopular the Grand Xian dynasty was. Also, this Grand Xian dynasty was used to being domineering and overbearing. Working with them would really be asking a tiger for its skin. Still, the current chaos in the royal regency was indisputably more beneficial to Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. After all, if a massive entity like the Radiant Light sect went all out, it would be sufficient to suppress worlds like the Eight Extremities world or the Vast Ocean world. According to Old Man Imo, ever since the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had perished, the Dim Radiant sect had suffered a great loss in strength, a great number of its peak experts having perished as it had finally fallen apart. Even so, however, the Radiant Light sect had still had experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm that year. Also, as compared to the Eight Extremities world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sect. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, their cultivation bases would not be suppressed as they would be able to fight at their peak state. Looking at the youth in embroidered clothes before him, Yan Zhaoge smiled. After talking for so long, I still don't know how I should address you. The youth hesitated slightly. Yan Zhaoge had saved him and Zhang Qiansong. It would really be impolite of him not to give his name. Still, he was still a little worried that Yan Zhaoge was of the Grand Xian dynasty and was playing hard to get. The Wei family he hailed from was rather famous in the phoenix-bearing region of the royal regency. As soon as he said his surname, most people who had heard of him would be able to associate him with the Wei family. It had been his own idea to follow Zhang Qiansong to rebel against the Grand Xian back then, keeping it a secret from the seniors of his family. After a while, the youth sighed, still answering honestly, I am Wei Lang. I wonder how I should address benefactor. I am surnamed Yan Zhaoge. While news of this might reach the ears of the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge did not give a fake name. Appraising Wei Lang, he said rather interestedly, from the martial arts that you executed, while they could not be said to be supreme, there are still merits to it. The sect or family that you hail from should not be nameless, right? If he was someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, using the name of the Wei family, it would be sufficient for them to make things difficult for him. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Wei Lang instead heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Yan Zhaoge was indeed not a native of the royal regency. Relaxing greatly, he said, this is a supreme martial art that has been passed down in my family. My Wei family is also somewhat famous in this phoenix-bearing region of the royal regency. Yan Zhaoge looked at that black-clothed martial practitioner. He is called Zhang Qiansong. His injuries are rather serious, and it looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Do you know how to contact the other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners? Wei Lang said rather awkwardly, Brother Yan, I did not lie. I am indeed not a disciple of the Dim Darkness sect. As for the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners, while I have seen a few of them before, I do not know how to contact them. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly within his heart. This really is. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge communicated with the Northern Ocean clone via thought, the latter stealthily leaving. In having come to the world beyond worlds this time, on one hand, he had ascertained the situation and contacted his enemies of the Radiant Light sect. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to prevent those of the Radiant Light sect from obtaining the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. While he might be able to contact the dim darkness sect now, it was still uncertain when he would be able to make any progress. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge decided to work on both fronts at once. He would contact the dim darkness sect while the Northern Ocean clone would go investigate the matter of the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. With Feng Yunsheng by his side, if he obtained any clues regarding the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary, he would not have to worry about any delays. Wei Lang naturally did not detect anything at all as he was currently looking worriedly at the unconscious Zhang Qiansong. Now, Wei Lang's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a paper crane formed of spirit talismans from his bosom. As the paper crane flapped its wings, Wei Lang was rather shocked. A senior of my family is nearby, currently looking for me. Chapter 620. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting monthly tickets. Glancing at the paper crane, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was a special secret communication technique that was commonly used amongst family members, making it easy for the elders to find and rescue the juniors. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The one at their head was a middle-aged man. Seeing him, Wei Lang called out rather embarrassedly, "Second uncle." The middle-aged man looked first at Yan Zhaoge and the others before looking at Wei Lang, sighing, "Lang, big brother and I were both very worried about you." Wei Lang hurriedly said, "It was my fault for making father and second uncle worry." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, seeing that his expression was as per usual, he introduced, "Brother Yan, this is my second uncle, Ascending Yunsheng." "Second uncle, this is brother Yan Zhaoge. He saved me just now." Hearing his words, Wei Yunsheng cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge. "Many thanks for saving this nephew." Yan Zhaoge smiled, "You are polite, Mr. Wei." Looking at Zhang Qiansong, Wei Lang said slowly, "Second uncle, Mr. Zhang is injured, you." Wei Yunsheng shook his head, "I already told you before not to mess around with those of the dim darkness sect. If they can't stay in the phoenix-bearing region, they can just leave." "But where can my Wei family go?" Wei Lang said in a low tone, "Second uncle, the Xian crooks have always been domineering. Our Wei family has also suffered greatly from them, being exploited and oppressed. Now that they have lost their destiny, it is a great time to overthrow them." Wei Yunsheng said, "You are still young. Without the Grand Xian, there will still be other powers who will reign supreme. It will not be our Wei family's turn." Wei Lang muttered, "It can't be worse than being trampled on by the Grand Xian." Looking at Zhang Qiansong in deep thought, Wei Yunsheng glanced at Yan Zhaoge and the others, asking via sound transmission, "Why did these people save you? Was it just because they saw injustice and drew their swords to help?" "Actually, they should mainly be wanting to save Mr. Zhang." Wei Lang answered honestly, "This brother Yan is not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, he is escorting the remains of a dim darkness sect senior back to his hometown. Still, he does not know how to contact the dim darkness sect. You also know that the main altar of the dim darkness sect is mysterious and unfathomable. Few in the outside world know about it." Wei Yunsheng mused for a moment and sighed, "Forget it. Since that's the case, bring them back to Labor Wind City first." When Wei Lang heard this, he felt a little uneasy. "If I bring them back to the clan, will they bring danger to the clan?" If he had to risk his life and spill his blood, he would have no qualms about it. However, there were the old, weak, women and children in his family. If they were targeted by the Grand Xian dynasty, he dared not think too much about the consequences. Wei Yunsheng said, "With me protecting you, it would instead be harder for your tracks to be exposed. Otherwise, if you were to be captured by the people of the Grand Xian dynasty while roaming the outside world, your clan would still be implicated. Wei Lang was a little embarrassed. Thank you, second uncle. He went to tell Yan Zhaoge about it, and Yan Zhaoge did not mind as he immediately nodded, since that is so, I will be troubling you. Under the cover of the Wei clan's martial practitioners, the group quickly traversed mountains and rivers. Only now did Yan Zhaoge and the others have the time to carefully sense everything that was happening in the world beyond worlds. Looking up, the spirit chi veins crisscrossed in the sky, almost visible to the naked eye. The clear blue sky was not purely blue. Instead, it seemed to have a faint green luster. Day and night were not so distinct. At night, it was also not like places like the Eight Extremities world where the bright starry sky could be seen. The night sky was not completely black. Instead, it seemed to be covered by a layer of blurry white gauze as it appeared completely dusky. Extremely bright starlight would suddenly streak across the horizon from time to time. While it was not like the great sun which illuminated the entire world, the starlight was still extremely bright and dazzling. It was only for a fleeting moment as it seemed to pass through the world itself. It is like we are within the river of stars, Feng Yunqing murmured, even if we are not, we are still close to the sea of stars. Yan Zhaoge smiled, this is the world beyond worlds. While it could not compare to the heavenly court of the 9 heavens of pre-great calamity times, it was no ordinary world either. After traveling for a few days, a majestic city appeared on the horizon. Half of it was on land while the other half was on the vast ocean, not moving at all despite the waves of the ocean as it had a rather majestic aura. Gazing at the city in the distance, Yan Zhaoge knew that this was Labor Wind City, one of the major cities of the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Wei family of which Wei Lang and Wei Yunqing hailed from was the ruler of this place. The patriarch was Wei Lang's father and Wei Yunqing's elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Wei Yunchang looked at Wei Lang rather sternly as Wei Lang was unable to raise his head under his gaze. Still, Wei Yunchang did not punish Wei Lang in front of Yan Zhaoge as he just received Yan Zhaoge's group, thanking them for saving Wei Lang. Yan Zhaoge and the others were settled in. Zhang Qiansong was also taken care of. Beneath Yan Zhaoge's methods, Zhang Qiansong's injuries gradually began to recover as he soon regained consciousness. Liang Jichao. That was a figure of my Grand Master's generation. It is rumored that he went to the lower worlds that year, though there has been no news of him since. Zhang Qiansong's face was pale. Does this mean that senior apprentice granduncle Liang has really perished? Yan Zhaoge held that wooden fan in one hand, waving lightly with the other. Enveloped by streams of clear qi, a white skeleton appeared, garbed in a robe similar to that of Zhang Qiansong's. Zhang Qiansong struggled to place his finger on the skeleton, infusing his aura qi within. After sensing it for a moment, he said sadly, while I cannot be certain that it is senior apprentice granduncle Liang, it is indeed our sect's legacy without a doubt. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge, thank you for your righteousness. Yan Zhaoge smiled, no need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, it was also a bit of a coincidence that I was able to meet a senior of your sect. It is related to another power of this royal Reed Sea. Zhang Qiansong raised his brows, oh? May I ask which power it is? Yan Zhaoge said, the Radiant Light Sect. Zhang Qiansong instantly snorted coldly, Radiant Light Sect, humph. Yan Zhaoge smiled, do not misunderstand. My sect and I have no relationship with the Radiant Light Sect. On the contrary, enmity has been sown between us. I wonder if you have any impression of the names Deng Sen, Sun Hao, Lu Feng, Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jie. Zhang Qiansong was shocked, they are all martial saint elders of the Radiant Light Sect, 3 of their direct disciples and 2 of their guest elders. How would I not have heard of them? Among them, Deng Sen is even an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even in the entire Royal Reed Sea, he is a famous figure. Yan Zhaoge grinned, doesn't your sect feel that it has already been some time since we have heard any news of them? Zhang Qiansong was taken aback, only reacting after a while as he looked even more shocked, they're dead? It's related to your sect? Yan Zhaoge smiled, actually, there should still be 3 more 3rd-level martial saints. Sadly, I do not know their names. Also, they died not long ago. Your sect might not have received the news in time. Zhang Qiansong sucked in a breath of cold air. May I ask which sect you hail from? Chapter 621. While he was grateful to Yan Zhaoge for having escorted Liang Jichao's remains back to the royal Reed Sea as well as for having saved his and Wei Lang's lives, as a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect, even though he was currently in dire straits, Zhang Qiansong still had pride within his heart. However, hearing that the disappearance and death of Dang Sen and the others were all related to Yan Zhaoge and his sect, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel a chill within his heart. Whether they were direct disciples or guest elders, the deaths of so many martial saint experts was a great loss to the Radiant Light sect, which was a major power with many assets. If it was the Dim Darkness sect, they too would be unable to remain indifferent about it. This was especially so when Zhang Qiansong heard that it was likely that 3 experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had perished as well. In total, they had lost a total of 8 martial saints, with 5 of them being experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and Dang Sen being an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Such losses were already extremely massive. Dang Sen was one of the top 5 Grand Elders of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. He was a renowned figure in the entire Royal Reed Sea. Looking at Yan Zhaoge again now, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel deep veneration. Even if the other party was inferior to his Dim Darkness sect, they were definitely from a major power that could not be underestimated. They might even be even more powerful than he had anticipated. Yan Zhaoge spoke no further as he just smiled mildly. Our sect does not belong to the Royal Reed Sea. I believe that you have never heard of it before. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge did not say anything, Zhang Qiansong did not force him to ask. However, the other party's unfathomable expression did not cause him to look down on him, instead making him even more solemn. If what he said is true, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect is already so deep that it cannot be resolved. Perhaps they can become powerful reinforcements for our sect. While we are rebelling against the Xian together now, the Radiant Light sect is still our sect's mortal enemy at the end of the day, Zhang Qiansong thought. Still, we have to be careful of this being a ploy by the Radiant Light sect. While Yan Zhaoge had not mentioned it, Zhang Qiansong had also unconsciously denied the possibility that the other party had come from outside the world beyond worlds. This was similar to the thinking of those of the Radiant Light sect back then, carrying with it some sense of superiority as a major power of the world beyond worlds. In fact, if Dang Sen and so many other experts were to descend into a world outside of the world higher realm, they would basically be able to sweep through everything. There were only extremely few worlds where the martial Tao flourished. While they could not compare to the world beyond worlds, they did not lack experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. The number of people who had ascended from a single world was already not just 1 or 2. However, for one, those worlds were too few in number. Compared to the thousands of lower realms, they were practically negligible. Secondly, even in such a world, there were many sects that existed side by side. Zhang Qiansong had never heard of any lower realm force that had the ability to take down so many powerhouses in Dang Sen's group. As for bringing back Liang Jichao's remains from the lower realms, it wasn't a big deal. Since Liang Jichao could descend to the lower worlds, others in the world beyond worlds could naturally descend and return as well. This, however, was the result of Yan Zhaoge's intentional actions. Everything he said was true, but an incomplete truth was sometimes more misleading than a lie. Zhang Qiansong was merely a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. Placed in sects like Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City in the Eight Extremities world, he would not be able to reach the level of core decision-makers, let alone a major power like the Dim Darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge only needed to establish a connection with higher echelon Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners through him. The more exaggerated Zhang Qiansong's imagination about himself and Broad Creed Mountain, the more he would naturally recommend them. As for what would happen after they learnt the truth, Yan Zhaoge was not too concerned about it. The one who had misunderstood was Zhang Qiansong. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going to submit to the Dim Darkness sect. As Zhang Qiansong pondered on how to send news back to his sect to investigate the situation of Dang Sen's group further, verifying the veracity of Yan Zhaoge's words, he said warmly, "This Zhang is incomparably grateful for having escorted senior apprentice granduncle Liang's remains back to the clan. It is just that I am injured now as well, unable to escort his remains. Can I ask you to help me to the end? I will try to contact the senior experts of my sect to come and receive us. My sect's seniors will definitely repay you for your righteousness as a token of our sincerity." Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly, "It's fine. I originally wanted to remain in this royal reed sea for a period of time. Still, my original intention was to understand more about the Radiant Light sect's situation." Zhang Qiansong chuckled, "In this world, other than their own descendants, it would be our sect that understands the Radiant Light sect the most." As Yan Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong conversed, elsewhere in the Wei family manor, there were also people conversing, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were arguing. "Second brother, why has sixth uncle been alerted?" The patriarch, Wei Yunchang, who was also Wei Lang's father, was currently gazing solemnly at his younger brother, Wei Yuncheng. Wei Yuncheng's expression was calm as a white-haired old man beside him snorted coldly. Luckily, Yuncheng was alert. Otherwise, even this old man wouldn't know how much trouble you unfilial descendants have caused. His gaze swept across Wei Lang beside Wei Yunchang. Swept by his granduncle's gaze, Wei Lang instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. Wei Yuncheng said mildly, "Let eldest brother know that General Yang's forces are already on the way, arriving at our Labor Wind City very soon." The bodies of Wei Yunchang and Wei Lang simultaneously jolted, Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. The Phoenix-bearing general was the commander of the Grand Xian dynasty's army responsible for guarding the Phoenix-bearing region. Wei Yunchang's face was sunken. Lang He acted on his own. Even if he was in the wrong, he would naturally be dealt with according to the family's laws. "You actually reported him to the Grand Xian dynasty?" "Big brother, Lang He is ignorant, but you're also so naive." Wei Yuncheng said, "Lang He is not the eldest son of the first wife, and he rarely goes out in the past. Most of the time, he stays in Labor Wind City, so there are not many people in the Phoenix-bearing region who recognize him. However, when he joined forces with those of the Dim Darkness sect to rebel against the Xian, the martial arts he executed were those of my Wei family. While it would not be easy for others to discover him in the chaotic situation of the battle formation, there would definitely be people who would notice it and become suspicious. The Grand Xian dynasty has long since grown suspicious." Wei Yunchang fell silent. Old Granduncle Wei snorted from the side, "Yunchang, don't think that I don't know. If not for your tacit consent, how would Wei Lang have been hanging out with those of the Dim Darkness sect? However, you are really too muddle-headed. The Grand Xian dynasty is still far from having been completely wiped out. Is that something that can be rebelled just because you say so? Even though we are usually oppressed and exploited fiercely, at least we are still able to maintain our ancestral family business. But now, we may be exterminated at any time." Wei Lang clenched his teeth. "I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Do not implicate the family because of me. Our Wei family is a major family. With the current situation, even the Xian bandits would not dare to blindly suppress us. As long as we hand me over, they will most likely still appease the family." Wei Yuncheng smiled. "Second uncle can be considered to have watched you grow up. How would I want to send you to your death with my own hands? I invited General Yang and the others over to hunt down those of the Dim Darkness sect, not for you." Wei Lang stared. "Second uncle," Wei Yuncheng smiled coldly, "otherwise, why would I have so kindly invited them to Labor Wind City? If not for your description of their unfathomable strength, I would have taken them down on the spot. Only their heads can protect the Wei clan." Chapter 622. Wei Yuncheng's voice caused Wei Lang to tremble in fear. These people surnamed Yen might not be of the Dim Darkness sect, but they are jackals of the same tribe who have come to the Dim Darkness sect. They must be traitors as well. General Yang would be very happy to accept them. Wei Lang's lips trembled. "Second uncle, they saved my life earlier. It was also because they believed in us that they came to Labor Wind City." Wei Yuncheng smiled coldly. "I am also saving your life now, saving all of our lives. Since this brat surnamed Yen is so willing to help others, I believe that he would not be stingy in helping us once more. With their lives, we can save thousands of people of my Wei family. His merit is immeasurable. He should be happy to do so as well. Wei Lang opened his mouth wide, turning to look at his father in panic. His brows knit tightly. Wei Yunchang had just been about to speak when old granduncle Wei said coldly beside him, "Today's events are all due to the reckless actions of you father and son, Yunchang." Amidst his words, a few figures appeared. Glancing at them, Wei Yunchang's heart sunk. He saw that these were all elders of the Wei family who usually did not manage affairs, instead focusing solely on cultivating. These old monsters were all not beneath his in terms of cultivation bases. This sixth uncle before him was even the #1 expert of the Wei family. While he was the patriarch, with so many elders simultaneously expressing their opposition, Wei Yunchang felt immense pressure. Old granduncle Wei said in a heavy tone, "Yunchang, do you still not understand? Yunsheng has already contacted General Yang. Why was this old man still forced to leave seclusion? It was precisely because I wanted to capture these traitors with my own hands. Handing them over on our own accord and having them search for us are completely different results." Looking at Wei Yunchang, old granduncle Wei slowed his tone, "It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost." Wei Yunchang said in a heavy tone, "The Grand Xian dynasty has acted perversely. Currently, the entire royal Reed Sea is against them. While I have tacitly allowed Lang to travel with the people of the Dim Darkness sect, aren't you and second brother also standing on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty now? Also, you are the ones who betrayed the Dim Darkness sect. If the Grand Xian dynasty is really overthrown in the future, we will definitely be held accountable by the Dim Darkness sect. Also, we will be hated by them even more than the other powers which are vassals of the Grand Xian dynasty." Wei Yunchang said rather painfully, "Even if you are not on the same side as the Dim Darkness sect, why must you completely fall out with them like this? Just drive them away from this place." Old granduncle Wei snorted. "You, as a clan leader, have really become muddle-headed. It seems like it was indeed a mistake for the clan to hand you the helm back then. You are just like those mediocre people, only seeing that the Grand Xian dynasty has currently fallen into a low ebb, with its founder King Xianwen having perished and the current King Xuanmu being powerless to suppress the world. Yet, do you not think about where the founding ancestor King Xuanqing is?" Wei Yunchang was startled. Didn't King Xuanqing die earlier than King Xianwen? Old granduncle Wei said, "King Xuanwen's death is something that is certain, but King Xuanqing's whereabouts are unknown. The royal family of the Great Xian dynasty is extremely secretive about it. His death is merely a guess of the masses. Who would dare pat their chest and say that King Xuanqing is definitely dead?" Wei Yunchang frowned. King Xuanqing's cultivation base cannot be compared to King Xuanwen's. Even if he is still alive, he might not be able to rule the royal Reed Sea. Old granduncle Wei waved his hand. King Xuanqing and King Xuanmu are both present. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty cannot win, it will be very hard for them to lose. As long as they do not lose, other places aside, this phoenix-bearing region will still be the world of the Grand Xian dynasty. Our Wei family will still be living and flourishing within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty. How can we offend them? His tone turned stern. "Yunchang, you have already committed a grave mistake. Now, it is the entire clan that is bearing the risk alongside you father and son." Wei Yunqing now said from the side, "Sixth uncle, please calm your anger. There is also no need to be in a hurry to act." Old granduncle Wei raised his white brows. "Are you worried that this old man will not be able to take down a few juniors? Such a young martial grandmaster is indeed rare. Still, how high can they be? The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm?" Wei Yunqing said, "Firstly, there is no harm in being careful. At the end of the day, we do not know their background, also not knowing if they have experts lying in ambush outside our Labor Wind City. Secondly, from what I heard from their words, it seems that they want to contact other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners over. Under such circumstances, whether the Phoenix-bearing general wants to first capture him or slowly plot against him, It is best that we do not make a decision on our own. I have already truthfully reported the situation to the phoenix-bearing general. Let's wait for the people of the Grand Xian dynasty to arrive before making a decision. We just need to stabilize the situation here. Hearing his words, old Granduncle Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Keep a close eye on them. He swiveled his head and glanced at the pale Wei Lang. Confine yourself and reflect on your actions. Wei Yinchang's face tensed as he fell silent. Having learned some more about the current situation of the Radiant Light sect from Zhang Qiansong, Yan Zhaoge was very satisfied. Old Man Mo's intelligence had already been a matter of over 100 years ago, as it could only serve as a general reference. Zhang Qiansong, however, had first-hand, real-time information that was much more useful. Zhang Qiansong was heavily injured at the end of the day. Also, having been busy contacting his seniors of the Dim Darkness sect as well as conversing with Yan Zhaoge, he very quickly found himself lacking in energy once more. After he had rested, Yan Zhaoge left his room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the brilliant sky up above as he pondered. The intelligence that Zhang Qiansong had provided earlier surfaced in Yan Zhaoge's mind one by one. Luo Ziyuan, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, was already an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage over 100 years ago. While he has yet to break through to the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm and step into the Immortal Bridge stage, he is probably just lacking that final step. It would not be too much to say that he is currently one of the most powerful seeing divinity Martial Saints of the Royal Reed Sea. They have the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, guarding over them. Still, the Moon Wheel was damaged many years ago and no longer possesses its former might, causing the power of the two wheels to decline as well. Still, they are treasures that transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The old saying is indeed right. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Despite having been destroyed for so many years, the Dim Radiant sect still has some of its foundation left behind. As he pondered, Yan Zhaoge gazed up at the stars above his head, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of the world as he felt relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to feel as though the heavens and earth before him had returned to the era before the great calamity. Within his illusory consciousness, the long river of time seemed to surge on a grand, unstoppable scale. Yan Zhaoge felt as though he was standing in the present, facing off against the long, distant years of time. Many comprehensions, many thoughts, all cleansed and tempered his inner heart. Streams of clear qi emanated, enveloping this courtyard as those outside were unable to clearly see what was going on within. Beneath the clear qi was a clump of chaos, neither beginning nor ending. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, numerous runes flying out from within, condensing into a formation which then stacked on top of one another, jointly establishing a heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also a sacrificial altar. Atop the heavenly altar, infinite radiance changed unceasingly, as though time was flowing in reverse between the heavens and the earth, returning to before the creation of the heavens and the earth, returning to before the primordial world had been established. All existences finally transformed into chaos, seeming to pervade the heavens and the earth as they encompassed the entire area. Yet, at the same time, they also seemed to be congregated at an indescribable point. Amidst the changes in chaos, the figure of a person was seated within, indistinct at times. However, looking carefully, it also seemed as though he did not exist at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. Entering transcending mortality today, I am able to see a portion of primordial beginning. Chapter 623. A heavenly altar erected above Yan Zhaoge's body, the phenomenon of peerless chaos manifesting atop it. That figure of a Taoist that resembled chaos and seemed to exist yet to exist was the true martial avatar that Yan Zhaoge had established with his own foundation. This originated from his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly as the true martial avatar atop the heavenly altar suddenly changed, transforming into a giant that seemed to raise a great seal in its hand. As the great seal was raised, it resembled the sky. As it descended, the heavens and the earth seemed to be overturned, the sky collapsing. Yan Zhaoge's gaze resembled water, light shimmering as his true martial avatar changed once more. The true martial avatar that manifested this time was the Broad Creed Heavenly Avatar of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, combining the clear chi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yan Zhaoge's Broad Creed Heavenly Avatar was different from Zhang Kun and He Ning's. Millions of sword lights were emitted around the tall giant's body, enveloping the surrounding space as it stood on a massive green dragon which rose and fell along with the giant. Yan Zhaoge stood up, retracting his true martial avatar as the clear chi that enveloped the surrounding area vanished as well. Gazing upwards, it was already daytime as the sky was clear before him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, returning to his lodgings and silently meditating. Over the next 2 days, other than cultivating and analyzing the spiritual chi flow of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge conversed with the dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong, gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, Yan Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was wrong. While the Wei family treated him with great respect and hospitality, having servants prepare whatever he wanted as long as he gave a word. Ever since that first day, he had not seen Wei Lang again. "Young master, something really seems wrong," who entered the room with a rather solemn expression on his face. Yan Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" The Wei family says that he acted on his own, breaking the rules of the family as he is currently being confined to reflect on his actions. Who said, "This is nothing." Still, I feel that the Wei family vaguely intends to keep an eye on us, though they conceal it very well. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge pondered. Yan Zhaoge could already tell that Wei Lang had acted on his own, joining the rebellion against the Xian along with Zhang Qiansong. Under such circumstances, Wei Lang would most likely be punished when he returned home. This was to be expected. The only difference was how the Wei family viewed Yan Zhaoge's group and the dim darkness sect. The Wei family did not try to cover things up, lying that Wei Lang was in secluded cultivation or had gone out due to some matters. Instead, they openly told Yan Zhaoge and the others that Wei Lang had been grounded as a punishment. Looking at this matter on its own, there was nothing abnormal about it. However, when combined with some of the details that were revealed, it was hard to avoid suspicion. Yan Zhaoge said to Hu, "Go and probe the servants of the Wei family. Say that we are preparing to leave this labor-wind city within these 2 days." Hu understood tacitly and left. After a while, Hu returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Young master, there's definitely something wrong. When I said we were leaving, the Wei clan members didn't show any reaction on the surface, but they were secretly in an uproar. I don't believe that they don't have something to hide. If they really did not welcome Yan Zhaoge and the dim darkness sect, hearing that they wanted to leave on their own accord, they should be more than happy to do so. Such a huge reaction now undoubtedly meant that they had other plans. If it was to say that the entire Wei family had joined the anti-Xian forces, they could just directly say so. Therefore, the current situation was clearly disadvantageous to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge smiled, standing up, "Come, let's go to Zhang Qiansong's place." Exiting the courtyard and heading towards where Zhang Qiansong had settled down, he could already see some Wei family martial practitioners on the way, hesitating as they approached him. Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he first went to Feng Yinsheng's residence. After picking her up, they came together to Zhang Qiansong's courtyard. Along the way, some Wei family martial practitioners wanted to come over and talk to him. Yet, before they could even get close, a formless wall seemed to appear before their eyes, making it hard for them to move at all as they could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge entered Zhang Qiansong's residence. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's group enter, Zhang Qiansong was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Yan Zhaoge first smiled, "The owner of this place doesn't seem to really welcome us." Ha! While he was physically weak, Zhang Qiansong's mind was very clear. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, his expression instantly turned solemn. While Wei Lang had fought alongside him previously, he knew that the Wei family's attitude towards the rebellion against the Xian was very ambiguous. Zhang Qiansong thought for a moment before saying, "The Wei family is one of the few major families of the Phoenix-bearing region. While they do not have a martial saint expert, I heard that they have an elder who has merged his essence to form an avatar, having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Also possessing the geographical advantage of Labor Wind City, they are still an existence that cannot be underestimated in this phoenix-bearing region at least. Still, our sect has a martial saint elder active here in the phoenix-bearing region. There will be no need to worry if we go over to meet him. The phoenix-bearing region was not the dim darkness sect's territory. With a martial saint elder here, he would have opponents as well. It would be impossible for him to make a trip to Labor Wind City alone. Zhang Qiansong had contacted his fellow disciples earlier, and there were already others hurrying over to Labor Wind City to receive him before meeting up with that martial saint elder. Still, if the Wei family wanted to harm them now, the strength of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who had come to receive them would appear rather weak. Just thinking about this, Zhang Qiansong felt pressured. Ignoring his injuries, he thought about leaving Labor Wind City first before anything else. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards him. There is no need to be so nervous. I have not come here to urge you to leave. It is only to ensure your safety lest they try to make a move on you. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's relaxed manner, Zhang Qiansong was taken aback. He explained, while you are young, your cultivation base far surpasses mine as you are a rare genius. Still, our sect and the Xian traders have long since been irreconcilable like fire and water, and the phoenix-bearing region is not under our control. The Wei family aside, if they have really sided with the Xian traders, wanting to harm us, they should have already leaked our whereabouts to them. The Xian traders general in the phoenix-bearing region, the Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen, is an expert who transcends mortality and enters sainthood. At the same time, he is no ordinary martial practitioner, instead being the nephew of the Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He cultivates in the martial Tao of the Xian dynasty's royal lineage, possessing rather extraordinary strength. Zhang Qiansong said solemnly, while Yang Zhaozhen was battling with our sect's elders earlier, he might not be able to divert his attention to Labor Wind City. Still, we still have to guard against him. Yan Zhaoge smiled, relax, relax. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhang Qiansong was about to continue persuading him when Ahu's voice resounded from outside, young master, the people of the Wei family have arrived. Yan Zhaoge leisurely left the room, seeing a group of people standing in the courtyard outside. The one at their head was a white-haired old man. Beside him stood a group of Wei family elders who appeared to be around his age. Wei Yunsheng stood by the side, yet the family head Wei Yunchang was nowhere to be seen. Why is young Master Yan in such a hurry to leave? Has my Wei family not been a good host in any way? Wei Yunsheng coughed dryly. Chapter 624. Yan Zhaoge looked first at that white-haired old man and then at Wei Yunsheng. Comparing all that had happened previously, how could he not understand what was going on with the Wei family? Yan Zhaoge completely ignored Wei Yunsheng's polite words as he just appraised the people of the Wei family, not stopping until he shocked them to death with his words. You wouldn't go to the extent of praying to your ancestors and abolishing Wei Yunchang's position as patriarch, right? Wei Yunsheng's expression stiffened slightly, the faces of the elders beside him sinking as well. Young Master Yan, please speak cautiously. My Wei family respects you as a guest, but your words just now were a little too rude. Wei Yunsheng retracted his smile, saying slowly. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. This old man beside you should be that #1 expert of your Wei family who is rumored to have already stepped into the transcending mortality stage, the longtime elder? Everyone here, you Wei Yunsheng included, should all be some of the strongest experts of your Wei family. If it is just to keep a guest here, is there a need for such a grand show of force? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, it is already obvious. Why not be a little more honest? Wei Yunsheng was silent for a moment before he said, the Grand Xian dynasty is already suspicious of Lang Er's identity. We have no choice but to draw a clear line between us and the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, how do you draw that line? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you want to just expel us. You probably want to capture us and hand us over to the Grand Xian dynasty? Wei Yunsheng said, to tell you the truth, we do indeed have such intentions. Still, our target is the dim darkness sect disciple Zhang Qiansong who is in this room. If you are not of the dim darkness sect, as long as you do not interfere, we will not make things difficult for you, Yan Zhaoge chortled. Who are you trying to fool? His gaze sweeping past old Granduncle Wei and the others, he said nonchalantly, let alone Zhang Qiansong being injured, even if he was in perfect condition, you, Wei Yunsheng, would still be more than sufficient to capture him. With such a grand show of force now, you have clearly included me as well. Wei Yunsheng was rendered speechless for a time. Old Granduncle Wei strode forward, his powerful aura expanding unceasingly as it seemed to envelop the entire Labor Wind City. His murky old eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yunsheng, why are you wasting your breath on them? Old Granduncle Wei gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Since I've already said it out loud, I might as well tell you plainly that you won't be able to escape today. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, from the moment we first met, you have been mistaken about one thing. From the beginning to the end, I never planned to leave this Labor Wind City. Earlier, I merely had the intention of alerting the enemy. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I appeared here specifically to wait for you. Everyone from the Wei clan frowned when they heard this. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Wei Yunsheng. From when we first met and you invited us to Labor Wind City, you were already planning to deal with us, right? You have also included me in your plans from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would you have lured us to Labor Wind City? Apart from us, perhaps you've also included your elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Hearing his words, Wei Yunsheng said slowly, you saved Lang Er's life at the end of the day. It would not have been good for my elder brother to make a move against you. Therefore, he was not present. Yan Zhaoge was surprised, with such a thing having happened, while you can allow Wei Yunchang to continue sitting on the position of patriarch, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to tolerate him. The Wei family elders did not speak. Wei Yunsheng was silent for a moment before he shook his head, smiling, whatever you say. Actually, from my point of view, you saving Lang Er's life is but a small favor. Meanwhile, Lang Er was in danger because you anti-Xian people bewitched him, even dragging my Wei family down with you. This is a great enmity. Before such a great enmity, a so-called small favor is naturally not a favor at all. Old Granduncle Wei said coldly, youngster, this old man can tell that you are full of confidence and are not bluffing. At your age, you are indeed a rare genius who has cultivated to the martial grandmaster realm. It is no wonder that you are so confident. Still, youngsters with some talent love to be arrogant. You must know that many times, you are not allowed to be unbridled and out of control. As he said thus, old Granduncle Wei strode forward, raising his palm and grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge. Just killing a few warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty, do you think that you can rampantly rampage under the heavens? Streams of qi formed a vortex. As they circulated, gazing upwards, winds surged and clouds surged in the sky above Labor Wind City, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the entire city. Wei Yunsheng smiled, since you acted to save Lang Er and are so righteous, I believe that you wouldn't mind helping my Wei family out a little more. My Wei family of over 1,000 people has been saved due to your sacrifice. You have all performed immeasurably virtuous deeds. Yan Zhaoge leisurely raised his head and looked at the vortex up above, saying smilingly, no need to be so polite. Saving your entire Wei family is indeed but a simple matter for me. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure suddenly flickered. Old Granduncle Wei and the others could only feel a blur before their eyes as Yan Zhaoge's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. Greatly shocked, they were just about to search for Yan Zhaoge when Yan Zhaoge's voice continued resounding by their ears. On the other hand, taking your lives is also just a casual matter. Old Granduncle Wei's stooped body abruptly straightened, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Swiveling his head, he saw Yan Zhaoge clearly standing amidst the crowd, one hand directly clasping Wei Yunsheng's neck. Wei Yunsheng opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, you can be the first. A crack resounded as Wei Yunsheng's neck was directly snapped by Yan Zhaoge's fingers. All the members of the Wei family stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief, their minds completely blank. Wei Yunsheng was an early essence talisman martial grandmaster. His cultivation base was so high that he resembled a divinity when facing martial practitioners below the essence talisman stage. Yet, his neck had been snapped like a chicken's by a youth who was not even 30 years of age. What sort of cultivation base did this youth possess? Let alone experts being as common as the clouds in the world beyond worlds, even martial practitioners who had yet to reach the martial saint realm were innumerable who could kill Wei Yunsheng and kill him so easily. Still, they had to be late essence talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. This youth before them, those of the Wei family, were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling as if the world before them was filled with a surreal feeling. The only one who could still react in time was old Granduncle Wei, who possessed the highest cultivation base. Amidst his stern roar, the terrifying power of the winds and clouds up above mightily descended towards Yan Zhaoge. The violent tides resembled a tsunami as the nearby Wei family longtime elders were all forced to retreat repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge casually tossed Wei Yunsheng's body aside like trash before pushing outwards with a palm. The boundless, frenzied tides stirred up by the Wei family's direct lineage martial art, the heavenly falling cloud's palm, instantly dissipated. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I said earlier that I have no intention of leaving Labor Wind City. You pose no threat to me at all. Why should I leave? If someone has to run, it shouldn't be me." Chapter 625. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly tickets. Infinite coldness arose within old Granduncle Wei's heart. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying Yan Zhaoge was. With his transcending mortality martial grandmaster cultivation base, he had actually been unable to clearly see Yan Zhaoge's movements in grabbing Wei Yunsheng earlier. Only when Yan Zhaoge had regained his footing and opened his mouth to speak did he discover that Yan Zhaoge had already arrived right before his eyes in an instant. The other party had killed someone while talking and laughing. Old Granduncle Wei had already acted immediately to save him, yet could only helplessly watch as Wei Yunsheng's neck was snapped by Yan Zhaoge in the end. This caused Old Man Wei's entire body to feel a chill. He was certain that the Yan Zhaoge before him was not much different from his appearance. However, after confirming this, he was even more shocked as he even felt the urge to turn tail and run. Looking at Old Man Wei, Yan Zhaoge chuckled, "Since I have specially come here to wait for you, you can forget about leaving." Old Man Wei's anger surged upwards as he simultaneously struck out with his palms, the heavenly descending cloud palm being pushed to the maximum. The clouds in the sky billowed as they transformed into boundless, frenzied tides that struck towards Yan Zhaoge. Above Old Man Wei's body, a massive figure appeared. It was his true martial avatar, the heavenly descending cloud avatar. It seemed to be formed of numerous clouds, possessing vast, vigorous power and ethereal agility as it displayed the essence of the heavenly descending cloud palm to the point of perfection. Yan Zhaoge just smiled nonchalantly, pushing out with his palm once more as he struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm, the momentum of his palm seemingly enveloping the entire sky. However majestic and mighty the sea of clouds by the horizon was, it was still concealed by the sky at the end of the day. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to overturn alongside it as that roiling sea of clouds instantly shattered. Old Man Wei grit his teeth, roaring in a low tone as numerous runes flickered within his pupils. As they flickered, streams of light flickered in the air above Labor Wind City, intersecting as they quickly formed a massive formation. The power of the formation descended, wanting to bolster Old Man Wei's body as the heavenly descending cloud avatar that had almost been crushed by Yan Zhaoge's palm regained a stable momentum. If someone had told Old Fart Wei that he was fighting with a young man who was not even 30 years old, not only was he unable to defeat his opponent, he even had to rely on the Guardian Array to protect his life, Old Fart Wei would definitely spit on his face. But now, he was only worried about one thing, and that was that his formation was not strong enough. At the same time, he activated the clan's Great Protective Array, a bracelet on Old Fart Wei's wrist lit up with radiance, and streams of spiritual chi were added to his body. With the support of the high-grade spirit weapon, Old Fart Wei felt that not only did his strength temporarily increase, he could even control the defensive array more smoothly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum, still descending as though the sky itself was collapsing. With regards to old Fart Wei's actions, he acted as though he did not see anything, and only took a step forward. Yan Zhaoge didn't seem to have done anything. Just a simple step forward, yet the space beneath his feet seemed to have undergone a transformation. The grand formation that enveloped Labor Wind City actually slowed down for a moment as it circulated. Numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground. At this moment, they resembled numerous long snakes as their tails were simultaneously stepped on by Yan Zhaoge. Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took another step forward, directly arriving before old Fart Wei. The palm that was raised high in the air also came crashing down at this moment. High-grade spirit artifact, shattered. Heavenly descending cloud avatar, shattered. Old Fart Wei despaired as he looked at that palm which resembled the sky itself, obscuring his vision and unceasingly descending. He wanted to struggle and resist, yet discovered that he was actually unable to move his body at all. "All of you, stop!" A roar suddenly resounded, coming from the distant horizon and instantly arriving before them. That voice shook the entire Labor Wind City, seemingly causing it to shake for a moment. Everyone within the city felt dizzy as they swayed left and right. The expressions of Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Zhang Qiansong and the others all turned slightly solemn, martial saint. All-encompassing flames blazed from the horizon, instantly enveloping half the sky before pressuring down towards Labor Wind City. The flames were green, brutal as they pierced through the sky, causing everyone within Labor Wind City to feel restless, as though they were about to combust and be reduced to ashes. Then, a speck of white light blossomed amidst the boundless green sea of flames, shooting speedily towards Yan Zhaoge. The white light expanded amidst space, resembling a white crane spreading its wings as it swept along streams of green fire, descending together. Yan Zhaoge smiled. This should be the stone fire art of the 5 fire true art and the white crane treasured spear of the 7 foul treasured spear. Indeed of the Grand Xian royal lineage, just that it looks incomplete. It is no wonder. You can be considered a distant relative. As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge still struck towards old Fart Wei with one palm, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yan Zhaoge clenched his fist before punching out towards the white light stabbing towards him from within the sky. As he punched out, he executed the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, incorporating spear arts into his fist as his fist was like the tip of a great spear. A great black sea seemed to appear in the air above Labor Wind City. Amidst the rising and falling tides, a massive fish leapt up, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Fist against fist, spear against spear, the forces of both sides clashed in midair. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to bring Labor Wind City's guardian grand formation to the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's heavenly broad creed palm did not cease at all as he shattered old Fart Wei's great head of 6 suns right in front of his opponent's face. The green sea of flames within the sky mightily exploded, a figure walking out from within. That was a middle-aged man in golden armor, his features authoritative as his entire body reeked of blood, possessing a brutal aura that intimidated one's very soul. Just coming into contact with such an aura, ordinary martial practitioners with weak wills would be scared out of their wits, losing their will to fight as they would wish for nothing more than to surrender and beg for mercy. It's General Yang. Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Those of Labor Wind City who recognized this middle-aged general could not help but exclaim in shock. The other party was the valiant general of the Grand Qin who had always guarded the Phoenix-bearing region. He had a brutal personality as he had killed countless people. Before the large-scale rebellion against the Xian had begun, he had already claimed countless lives. After the rebellion had erupted, the number of anti-Xian martial practitioners who had been personally slain by him was even more innumerable. It was just that the flames of fury were clearly flickering within this General Yang's eyes at this moment. His face, which had originally already been illuminated by the fiery light, appeared even more brutal. Having been slain by Yan Zhaoge right in front of him, his attack having still been blocked by Yan Zhaoge, Yang Zhaozhen instantly felt like he had lost all face. After slaying old Fart Wei with a single palm, Yan Zhaoge nonchalantly retracted his palm, meeting Yang Zhaozhen's gaze calmly. "Oh, you've come personally? Is it to use us as bait after capturing us, ambushing and capturing even more dim darkness sect martial practitioners? Yang Zhaozhen gazed at Yan Zhaoge. If you are not a descendant of the dim darkness sect, who is your master? Yan Zhaoge smiled. Is this very important? Anyway, this person of the dim darkness sect is under my protection. Yang Zhaozhen said coldly, it is indeed not important. All traitors must be slain. Saying thus, Yang Zhaozhen's figure shifted, white light appearing once more as it swept along numerous layers of green fire, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it descended towards Yan Zhaoge. Chapter 626. Although the terrifying spear tip was not as swift and violent as the northern underworld divine spear, but under the activation of the green flames that filled the sky, it was still extremely destructive. Like a white crane flapping its wings, it was even more agile and full of changes. The fiery light and the tip of the spear mixed together, scattering throughout the entire sky, enveloping Yan Zhaoge within. While it had spread out, the terrifying power contained within remained condensed without dissipating. No matter where it touched Yan Zhaoge's body, it would immediately transform into frenzied waves of slaughter and destruction. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards as he thought, 5 fire true art, 7 foul treasured spear, rather resembles the concept of the legendary supreme treasure of pre-great calamity times, the 5 fires 7 foul fan, just that it has yet to completely grasp its essence. Speaking of which, it can barely be considered as a branch of the clear jade lineage. Yan Zhaoge raised his palm once more. Light and shadow flickered above his head, and a huge figure appeared. It also raised its palm. Seeing this huge human statue, everyone present was slightly dazed. Martial Dao's spiritual image. Transcendent Grandmaster. Even they who lived in the world beyond worlds had never heard of such a young transcending mortality martial Grandmaster. Yang Zhaozhen, who had wielded the white crane treasured spear with the stone fire art and wished that he could rip Yan Zhaoge's corpse into 10,000 pieces along the way, was also slightly shocked as he saw this. Carefully appraising Yan Zhaoge, he was instantly shocked in his heart. His true age is practically the same as his outer appearance. A transcendent martial grandmaster less than 30 years old? How is that possible? With that thought, the anger in Yang Zhaozhen's heart immediately dissipated, and he regained some calmness. Where did this kid come from? Still, not waiting for him to change his stance, Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar behind him raised their palms simultaneously. The moment he lifted his hand, the heavens trembled. Heaven and earth were overturned, yin and yang were reversed, the cosmos was reversed, and yin and yang were reversed. Let alone the fact that your martial arts technique is not completely derived from the fan of 5 flames and 7 birds, even if it is a martial arts technique formed from the power conception, can your fan of 5 flames and 7 birds defeat my flipping sky seal? Yan Zhaoge's true martial avatar instantly rotated between the broad creed heavenly avatar and the cyclic heavenly avatar. As his palm descended, the heavenly broad creed palm transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal, directly extinguishing the white light and green flames between the heavens and the earth with a single palm. The majestic power of reversing the universe burst out and collided with Yang Zhaozhen's 7 foul treasured spear. A muffled hum sounded between the heavens and the earth. Then, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had pierced through the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying upwards. Flying upwards, with Yan Zhaoge standing on the ground and Yang Zhaozhen attacking downwards from mid-air, if someone was jolted into the air, then this person would be. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene before them. None of them could come back to their senses. As the two sides clashed, the one who was sent flying was the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, his expression calm as no changes could be seen in the least. The entire Labor Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone who had witnessed everything that had happened earlier felt as if they were in a dream, and it was unbelievable. The youth before them had not only stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm at a young age, he had even forcibly defeated a martial saint expert in a head-on clash. While Yang Zhaozhen was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, he was still an authentic martial saint expert. As the commander of the Phoenix-bearing region of the Grand Xian dynasty, not only was his cultivation base high enough, his strength was also extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, having entered the martial saint realm, it was a completely different concept from martial grandmasters. Now, however, the martial grandmaster Yan Zhaoge had domineeringly repelled the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. In the distant horizon, others now appeared as well. They were all clad in armor, their auras imposing as they were all experts of the Grand Xian dynasty under Yang Zhaozhen's command. They had accompanied Yang Zhaozhen in exterminating the anti-Xian martial practitioners. Due to their cultivation bases, they had been slightly slower. It was just that the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had never thought that upon arriving, the first thing they would see would be their general, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, being sent flying backwards. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of powerful foe it might be. In the end, when they clearly saw the true martial avatar above Yan Zhaoge's body, they were all instantly rendered dazed. The world beyond worlds was filled with experts as geniuses abounded. It was not that there were no rumors of transcending mortality martial grandmasters contending against, or even defeating, martial saints. Still, these were all legendary existences as no one here had truly seen them before. Suddenly seeing it now, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. This was especially so after they had confirmed Yan Zhaoge's age. All of them were rendered speechless, only feeling as though the world before them had become unreal. All of them could not help but ask themselves, having cultivated in martial arts for so many years, had they all been living like dogs? A furious roar resounded within the sky, white light piercing through space, shooting swiftly towards Yan Zhaoge. Amidst Yang Zhaozhen's enraged roar, a jet-black spear shockingly appearing within his hands, a speck of white light exceptionally striking on its tip. Streams of green flames agglomerated on the spear, coating it with a layer of dim green light. The heat of the flames could not be felt as they instead caused one to feel a bone-piercing chill. Gazing at that jet-black spear, Yan Zhaoge could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within even from a great distance away. Low-grade sacred artifact, dark feather slaughtering golden spear. As the nephew of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng, a distant relative of the royal family, Yang Zhaozhen was not like others. While he was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, he possessed a sacred artifact. A martial saint wielding a sacred artifact would possess shocking power. Even with the toughness of Yan Zhaoge's fleshly body, a hole would still be pierced through by this spear. It was just that to Yang Zhaozhen, it was truly not a glorious thing for him to have to use his sacred artifact against a martial grandmaster. However, he could not care about that now as he only wished to kill Yan Zhaoge. As long as he killed this strange young expert before him, nothing else mattered. Zhang Qiansong had long since been unable to stay in the room any longer. Seeing this terrifying scene now, he could not help but cry out in shock. Yan Zhaoge, however, laughed, roaring towards the heavens that resembled the roar of a dragon. Ice-blue radiance flickered, a light armor appearing on Yan Zhaoge's body as an endless icy sea expanded into the surroundings. Numerous ice dragons shot out of the icy sea, intermingling as they blocked Yang Zhaozhen's spear. The eyes of those of the Grand Xian dynasty simultaneously widened. He even has an accompanying sacred artifact. The roars of the ice dragons resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yan Zhaoge and the true martial avatar above his head did the same thing as they both extended their palms and flipped over once more. Yang Zhaozhen grit his teeth, resisting with all his might. However, amidst the sounds of explosions, the lofty phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, was sent flying backwards once more. Everything that had happened earlier had all been futile as he was still sent flying by a single palm in the end. Yang Zhaozhen's heart was filled with sorrow as he was no longer able to suppress the surging of his injuries as he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying into the air. Chapter 627. The humiliation and fury within Yang Zhaozhen's heart reached a peak. Still, his mind had completely calmed down now. While he felt extremely humiliated, while he found it hard to accept, he was now clear on one fact. He was not Yan Zhaoge's match. Even with the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in hand, the youth before him also had a sacred artifact accompanying him. If he continued fighting to the death, there would only be one outcome, and that was that he would die at Yan Zhaoge's hands. There would be no second possibility. Even if there was hope of perishing together with him, the valiant and brutal Yang Zhaozhen would still fight to the death. However, knowing that there was no chance of victory at all, after calming down, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that Yang Zhaozhen, who had been sent flying by his palm, had not stabilized his figure this time, as he instead made use of the momentum of his flight to flee into the distance. The green flames were retracted, white light expanding, which seemed to transform into wings as Yang Zhaozhen directly flew into the distance. Yan Zhaoge smiled, easy to come, difficult to leave. The roar of dragons resounded in the air, ceaseless by the ear, as a massive palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Numerous dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their majestic, authoritative power shocking the surrounding area. Gazing over in shock, Yang Zhaozhen saw that the palace was jet black all over, flickering with golden radiance as countless sigils and runes appeared on its walls. Streams of golden cloud chi suffused the area, transforming into a sea of clouds that directly enveloped the horizon, completely obscuring the space around Labor Wind City. Yang Zhaozhen was not someone who lacked knowledge. Therefore, after clearly seeing the palace before him, he felt even more shocked than the other spectators. While every brick and tile of this massive palace seemed no different from ordinary materials, it actually seemed to have been formed from numerous pieces of dragon bones and numerous dragon scales. Every brick and tile of the entire palace was priceless, as they also contained extraordinary power. Gathered together, it manifested boundless majesty. Aside from Yang Zhaozhen, who was a martial saint, all the other life forms in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers felt a desire to bow down in subservience as they looked at the palace in midair. The palace was concealed amidst the numerous auspicious clouds of dragon might, resembling a true dragon hiding its head. Yet, it possessed the might of a monarch descending to all beneath the heavens, ruling over all things. The great gate of the palace opened, a massive suction force emanating from within as numerous patterns of light flickered, wanting to form a frenzied tide that swept Yang Zhaozhen within. Greatly shocked, Yang Zhaozhen hurriedly brandished the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, circulating his own strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the myriad dragon palace. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Yan Zhaoge had also risen from the ground and was flying towards him, Yang Zhaozhen's face was livid as he raised his wrist, a green fiery light shooting into the horizon. The flames were about to explode in the sky, but the surrounding void suddenly darkened. Yang Zhaozhen's pupils shrank. He saw that the sky above his head was shrouded in darkness. There was no sound, no light, and no light. The green flames were directly swallowed by the darkness. The next moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the darkness. The pale white lightning flashed, as if it was the first ray of light born in the eternal darkness. Lightning exploded, and streaks of pale white lightning struck down on Yang Zhaozhen. Helpless, Yang Zhaozhen could only raise his dark feather slaughtering golden spear to painstakingly resist the bombardment of Yan Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night. Yan Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly before him, smiling at Yang Zhaozhen before he struck out with another palm. Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding, yet he was powerless to evade as he was sent flying backwards once more by Yan Zhaoge's palm, falling within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace. The great gate mightily closed, intense vibrations quickly emanating from within. After sending Yang Zhaozhen into the myriad dragon palace with a palm, Yan Zhaoge did not rush in to pursue him, as he instead swiveled his head to look at the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Originally, after their initial shock, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had all unconsciously rushed over, wanting to reinforce Yang Zhaozhen as they surrounded and attacked Yan Zhaoge together. However, the situation had changed in an instant. The myriad dragon palace had appeared, directly imprisoning and suppressing Yang Zhaozhen. There were many martial grandmaster experts amongst these Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, all of whom had usually been ruthless characters who rampaged through the world. However, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past them now, they all felt a chill run through their bodies as they even felt their limbs go numb. Seeing that even the Supreme Marshal Saint Yang Zhaozhen, who usually guarded the phoenix-bearing region, was not Yan Zhaoge's match, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Yan Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, 1,000 jade green light dragons roaring as they instantly swept through the heavens and the earth. Numerous green dragons rampaged between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. The dense sword light caused the entire Labor Wind City to be immersed in an icy chill. It was not just the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Even those Wei family elders who had come along with Wei Yunsheng were slaughtered by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. As his sleeve flickered, the sword light was completely retracted. Yan Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face as he strode into the Myriad Dragon Palace. Just having entered the palace, all-encompassing green fire surged before his eyes. Within the sea of fire, Yang Zhaozhen's face was sunken as water as he glared unblinkingly at Yan Zhaoge. Now that it was already a matter of life and death, Yang Zhaozhen gave up on all thoughts of fleeing as he attacked towards Yan Zhaoge with all his might. There was only one path he could take now, either killing his way out or dying a tragic death. Golden light surged amidst the green sea of fire as a great rock flew out, shooting towards Yan Zhaoge. 7 foul treasured spear, great rock treasured spear. While it was not as agile and ever-changing as the white crane treasured spear, it was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more violent. The great rock spread its wings, streams of green flames surging along the edges of its golden wings as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, extending his palm once more and returning the cyclic heavenly seal. The green flames were instantly extinguished, the great rock wailing mournfully. Golden light exploded within the Myriad Dragon Palace, specks of light drifting about, resembling countless bird feathers scattering about. An icy sea coiled around him, numerous ice dragons roaring as they grew even stronger as the draconic chi of the Myriad Dragon Palace revolved around them. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge extended a hand, directly grabbing the shaft of Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear. With the tip of the spear right before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Yan Zhaoge could even feel the sharp sharpness of the cold, icy coldness as well as the scorching, dry heat within. However, the spear shaft was firmly fixed on the spot, unable to move an inch. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at the tip of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear before him as well as Yang Zhaozhen, who was just inches away from him, smiling slightly. The imperious cold martial armor on his body instantly transformed into an ice dragon, moving along Yan Zhaoge's arm and coiling around the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. The shaft of the spear lit up with a magnificent radiance. Within the radiance, a dark feathered rock flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its boundless power stirring up wild waves. However, after being swept up by the ice dragon, the radiance instantly dimmed. A layer of frost condensed on the surface of the jet-black spear that flickered with golden light. With a wave of Yan Zhaoge's hand, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear flew out of Yang Zhaozhen's hands, landing on the ground alongside the imperious cold martial armor. The two sacred artifacts were filled with spirituality, possessing majestic power. Currently entangled together, even without their owners, they were still engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle within the Myriad Dragon Palace. However, despair appeared on Yang Zhaozhen's face. Having struck the dark feather slaughtering golden spear with the imperious cold martial armor, Yan Zhaoge did not halt as he instead continued punching towards Yang Zhaozhen with a palm. The heavens and earth within Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed to have closed into a single line at this moment. Then, amidst that blurry line, a palm squeezed out from the limits of the heavens and the earth. As it flipped, it grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the existence of the heavens and the earth, everything within the world vanishing as only this palm remained. The sun and moon lost their light, resembling an ancient divine mountain being lifted up by an unrivaled king of divinity before smashing down onto the head of Yang Zhaozhen. Chapter 628. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, Yang Zhaozhen raised his hands, finally managing to block Yan Zhaoge's palm as he was barely not slain by that palm. However, as he blocked Yan Zhaoge's palm, the bones of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. It was as if innumerable fine metals were shattering and collapsing at the same time. The acupoints of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body trembled as streams of terrifying green flames spurted out from them. However, just having lit up, the green flames were extinguished in succession in an instant. A boom resounded as Yang Zhaozhen's entire body shortened, his knees weakened from this palm of Yan Zhaoge's as he nearly knelt down. He roared madly, the terrifying qi and blood of his body erupting as he tried to stand up straight. However, the pressure from above instead forced his body downwards even further, the bones of his entire body bending together. Yang Zhaozhen wanted to forcibly endure it, yet was completely unable to do so. If he did so, the result would be his entire body's bones being crushed. Yan Zhaoge pressed down on Yang Zhaozhen with his palm. Looking at Yang Zhaozhen's already flushed face, he smiled as he raised his other hand. Beneath Yang Zhaozhen's despairing gaze, Yan Zhaoge executed the cyclic heavenly seal with both palms, striking down towards his head. A boom resounded as the sound of explosions resounded from within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Then, the sounds of bones breaking resounded unceasingly, ceaselessly resounding by the ear. Yang Zhaozhen opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter any sound at all as a great amount of fresh blood spurted out. All the blood of his entire body seemed to be squeezed out at this moment, seeping out from every single pore of his body as he was dyed completely in blood. All the bones of his entire body shattered, his internal organs all reduced to a pool of blood. The green stone fire began burning uncontrollably within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm, watching as Yang Zhaozhen's body broke apart before him, blood and fire scattering. Elsewhere, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear were still entangled. However, Yan Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about them. No matter how much they fought, it was still within the myriad dragon palace. Even if the dark feather slaughtering golden spear had thoughts of its own and wanted to flee, it would not be able to do so. Yan Zhaoge turned and pushed open the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, walking out, looking down at the people of Labor Wind City. Everyone within the city raised their heads to gaze at the myriad dragon palace that loomed majestically in the air. With Yan Zhaoge and Yang Zhaozhen having entered, there was no one who wouldn't be concerned about the outcome. Although Yang Zhaozhen had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing, the people's inherent respect for martial saints still made them feel uneasy. Still, seeing Yan Zhaoge remain calm as he pushed open the door of the myriad dragon palace and walked out as though nothing had happened, everyone knew the result of this battle. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had surpassed levels to slay a martial saint expert, the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen. The transcendent martial grandmaster in front of him was not only ridiculously young, but his cultivation was also exceedingly high. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu were not the only ones, but the others could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. The dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong was currently staring wide-eyed at Yan Zhaoge in mid-air, completely unable to speak. Hearing Yan Zhaoge mention the deaths of Deng Sen and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Zhang Qiansong had felt shocked. Still, it had not been completely verified at the end of the day. Also, from Zhang Qiansong's understanding, that was the work of Yan Zhaoge's seniors. As for the Yan Zhaoge before him, as Zhang Qiansong saw it, having already become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, he was already a heaven-defying genius. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually already reached the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Even less would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge would be powerful enough to actually forcibly slay the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen. The process was not complicated, but Zhang Qiansong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched on, unable to speak for a long time. Such an age, such a cultivation base, such strength. Zhang Qiansong could not think of a second person in the entire Royal Reed Sea who could achieve this. His dim darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect and the other powers, even the peak descendants of their direct lineage would not be able to find a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who was not yet 30. Looking back at the history of the various sects and clans, Zhang Qiansong was at least unable to think of such a shocking figure for the time being. Yan Zhaoge kept the dragon ceiling palace, landing on the ground as he smiled at Zhang Qiansong. Your sect won't mind me directly killing that Yang Zhaozhen, right? I wonder if your sect has any other arrangements in the phoenix-bearing region. Realizing this, Zhang Qiansong said emotionally, everyone has the right to slay the Xian traitors. Mr. Yan having slain him, my sect will naturally not have any objections. Now that he had regained his wits, his gaze that was on Yan Zhaoge involuntarily turned blazing hot. Now, Zhang Qiansong truly felt that his dim darkness sect had to rope in Yan Zhaoge and the sect behind him. The Wei family manor was already in a mess. Those of the Wei family who had previously been unwilling to act against Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Qiansong and the others could no longer sit still now. Yet, they dared not approach Yan Zhaoge and the others as they were awkwardly caught between a rock and a hard place. The patriarch Wei Yunchang was silent, no light visible within his eyes at all. Even Wei Lang, who had been imprisoned earlier, was now released as he stared dazedly at this scene before him, resembling a wooden statue made of clay. Look, Mr. Yan. Zhang Qiansong observed Yan Zhaoge's expression. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly, your sect can just deal with it. I had no intention of acting in the first place. It is just that someone is just seeking his own death. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge leisurely returned to his room. Looking at Wei Lang and his father, Zhang Qiansong sighed. Yan Zhaoge indeed did not care about how the dim darkness sect would deal with the Wei family. Comparatively speaking, Yang Zhaozhen's weight was much heavier than theirs. Still, Yan Zhaoge would still not show any mercy. Very quickly, the people of the dim darkness sect who had come to receive Zhang Qiansong arrived. Zhang Qiansong first explained Yan Zhaoge's situation. Hearing this, the eyes of his fellow disciples all bulged out of their sockets as they were shocked to the point of being unable to keep their mouths shut. They hurriedly informed the highest authority of the dim darkness sect in the phoenix-bearing region, their elder, Wang Wenmin, a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Wang Wenmin had originally been in a standoff with Yang Zhaozhen. Recently, he had been wondering about Yang Zhaozhen's sudden disappearance. Who knew that when he received news of his death, it would already be news of Yang Zhaozhen's death? What shocked him even more was that Yang Zhaozhen had actually been slain barehandedly by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin was shocked by this. Having clashed with Yang Zhaozhen many times, he naturally knew that Yang Zhaozhen possessed a low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. One with the spear, even if Wang Wenmin himself did not possess a sacred artifact, he had still been unable to take down this opponent after clashing a few times. Yet, someone had told him now that Yang Zhaozhen had been slain by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin's first reaction was disbelief. Then, hearing that that martial grandmaster also possessed a sacred artifact, he heaved a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. No wonder then, this isn't right. Even if he had a sacred artifact, with Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear having been slain by a martial grandmaster as a lofty martial saint, how could it be any wonder at all? Even though Wang Wenmin was used to seeing storms, for just that one moment, his mind still buzzed. Chapter 629. Defeating a person and killing a person on the spot were two completely different things. After all, other than a few situations, most people would choose to run if they couldn't win, rather than fight to the death. As a martial grandmaster, Yan Zhaoge had not merely resisted or defeated the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Instead, he had beaten Yang Zhaozhen to death in Labor Wind City, not even giving him a chance to flee. The strength he displayed was even more shocking. Wang Wenmin didn't say another word and immediately hurried to the area of Labor Wind City. At the same time, Elder Wang of the Dim Darkness sect who had regained his wits did not forget what he had to do. The current phoenix-bearing region was precisely a good chance for them to succeed. While the Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers were shocked by Yang Zhaozhen's sudden death, the Grand Xian dynasty similarly needed time to receive the news and make a response. Hence, the turmoil in the phoenix-bearing region instantly became even more intense. The Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers wanted to make use of this period of time when the Grand Xian dynasty's control over the phoenix-bearing region had weakened. After all, in a while, the Grand Xian dynasty would be enraged by Yang Zhaozhen's death. Not only would they retaliate, the momentum of their retaliation would also be great. Yang Zhaozhen's death might even draw out the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wenmin was shocked to hear Zhang Qiansong and the others recount what had happened. A transcendent martial grandmaster who isn't even 30 years old. Zhang Qiansong swallowed his saliva and nodded with some difficulty. I also find it unbelievable. Wang Wenmin gazed upwards. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of this age has never appeared in the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Zhang Qiansong said, according to what he said, he and the sect behind him are from outside the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, they were in conflict with the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin knit his brows slightly. Just like us, the Radiant Light sect has been entangled with the Grand Xian dynasty these past few years. How could they have the leisure to offend a power outside of the Royal Reed Sea? Zhang Qiansong said rather hoarsely, the disappearance of the Radiant Light sect's Deng Sen, Sun Hao, and the others seems to be related to this person and the school behind him. An elder of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall, Deng Sen of the early Seeing Divinity stage? Wang Wenmin's expression turned solemn. Deng Sen can be ranked in the top 5 of the Eternal Light Hall. Including his direct lineage and guest elders, Deng Sen can also be ranked in the top 25 of the Radiant Light sect. If what this Yan Zhaoge says is true, not only is he himself shockingly talented, the sect behind him cannot be underestimated as well. Having been able to casually come to the Royal Reed Sea where the Radiant Light sect was active after having killed Deng Sen and the others, it meant that the other party likely did not care about the threat of the Radiant Light sect at all. If he had killed them, so be it. Not only had he offended the Radiant Light sect, he had even killed a martial saint of the Great Xian dynasty who guarded a continent without any reservations. From another point of view, this also seemed to prove that the other party was extremely confident. Zhang Qiansong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, the reason why he could stop Yang Zhaozhen and prevent him from escaping is because of a strange treasure that can actually manifest a giant palace. That palace is overflowing with dragon qi. Every brick and tile seems to be built from the bones and scales of a true dragon. Its value is inestimable. Being able to possess such a rich foundation and accumulation, it does not seem like something that ordinary powers can possess. Wang Wenmin pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps he wants to understand the situation of the Radiant Light sect, or perhaps he wants to find an ally in the Royal Reed Sea. Anyway, since he has come into contact with our sect, it should not be that he has no intentions of befriending us at all. Our sect can interact more with him and the sect behind him. This matter is of great importance. Lead this person to the Flourishing Peace region to see Senior Apprentice Uncle Wu. I will still have to sit over the Phoenix-bearing region for a period of time. Zhang Qiansong was rather taken aback. Elder Wu has arrived at the Flourishing Peace region. Wang Wenmin nodded, not speaking. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his gaze seemingly having no focus at all. While Deng Sen does not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact, it would not be easy for experts of the same cultivation level to kill him. After all, he cultivates in the radiant light illuminating art and the inextinguishable light body. Zhang Qiansong and the others all had deeply sympathetic expressions on their faces. Having interacted with disciples of the Radiant Light sect for half their lives, they were all extremely familiar with the characteristics of their martial arts. It would be very hard for a Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner of the same cultivation level to lose to a Radiant Light sect martial practitioner who primarily cultivated in the inextinguishable light body. Still, it would be even harder for them to win. Wang Wenmin retracted his gaze. Let's go. Let me see this heaven-defying genius. While he knew that Yan Zhaoge was young, Wang Wenmin still sighed endlessly upon truly seeing him. Still, he did not show any contempt on the surface in the least as he praised Yan Zhaoge greatly. At the same time, he was also probing Yan Zhaoge deeply, hoping to obtain more information from him. Yan Zhaoge exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wenmin, not revealing anything at all. While Wang Wenmin was rather disappointed, he could still feel Yan Zhaoge's goodwill. Young Master Yan is noble and righteous, sending the remains of my fellow disciple back to the clan. This Wang expresses his deep gratitude. Wang Wenmin finally said, this Wang will still be sitting over the phoenix-bearing region in the coming days. With continuous battles, it will not be easy for me to entertain young Master Yan. Still, I would like to invite young Master Yan to our sect's main altar, allowing our entire sect to express our gratitude as a host. What do you think, young Master Yan? Yan Zhaoge smiled, I'm fine with that, just that I don't know if it would be too much of a hassle. Wang Wenmin shook his head, smiling, of course not. Young Master Yan speaks too seriously. Young Master Yan can first accompany Zhang Qiansong and the others to the flourishing peace region. Our sect's non-brightness hall's Elder Wu will be sitting over there. He will make arrangements for you. Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly, a guest follows the host's wishes. After their conversation, they went their separate ways. Wang Wenmin still had matters to deal with in the phoenix-bearing region while Yan Zhaoge's group headed to the flourishing peace region along with Zhang Qiansong and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. According to Zhang Qiansong, Elder Wu is the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, one of the dim darkness sect's 3 halls. As they walked, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards, whether it is in terms of cultivation base, status or seniority, he is even higher than Elder Wang Wenmin. Scratching his head, Ahu said, young Master Ah, could they be like that Wei family, seeing that their current strength in the phoenix-bearing region is insufficient to deal with us, therefore leading us to a place with more experts? While we are currently on pretty good terms with the dim darkness sect, isn't it impossible to read a person's heart? Your extreme yang seal still needs more than a year before it can be used. Yan Zhaoge smiled, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is still not the case for the time being. Ah, who thought for a moment, the strength and potential that you have displayed are too shocking. If they knew that you came from a lower world, they might hope to recruit you into their ranks. Still, now that they think that we have a great background, they will not act rashly. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, in slaying the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty without any reservations, it looks like I have misled those of the dim darkness sect even further. Hearing his words, Feng Yunqing smiled, isn't this precisely your goal? Yan Zhaoge said righteously, what are you talking about? I clearly could not bear to see the phoenix-bearing region being exploited and persecuted by the Grand Xian dynasty for a long period of time, the anti-Xian rebels being massacred on a large scale. Thus, seeing injustice on the road, I acted out of righteousness, exterminating the evil and bringing peace to the people. Chapter 630. Looking at the righteous Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing and Ahu did not have much of a reaction. Ahu chuckled in a silly manner while Feng Yunqing nodded very insincerely, that's right, that's right. The most righteous of them all is you. After laughing, Feng Yunqing knit her brows slightly, the dim darkness sect will definitely try to obtain information from the radiant light sect, investigating the actual situation of Deng Sen and the others as well as your background. At that time, wouldn't they know that we are not natives of the world beyond worlds, instead coming from a lower world? Yan Zhaoge chuckled, being able to confirm the deaths of Deng Sen and the others is already their limit. Feng Yunqing raised her brows lightly, right. First, not speaking of the fact that so many experts have perished in a single sect of the Eight Extremities world, having already caused the Radiant Light sect to lose all face, just for the sake of the Extreme Yang seal and the Extreme Yin crown, the Radiant Light sect would also go all out to suppress the news of this. Even if the Dim Darkness sect has spies within the Radiant Light sect, their level would not be too high. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would long since have been destroyed by them many times over. Yan Zhaoge was all smiles as he said, it's fine even if they expose me. Everything I said is the truth. I can't control the associations they form because of this. Ah, who grinned? Young master, we need to be strong enough to make them fear us. Otherwise, they won't reason with us. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right, it is precisely so. Therefore, we just have to endure through this initial period of time. While I can only wield a portion of the extreme Yang Seal's power now, it is still comparable to mid-grade saint artifacts. At this point, Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, it is a pity that I only have the power for a single strike. What I am more concerned about now is that supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary that the Radiant Light sect is currently searching for. Sadly, the Northern Ocean clone has yet to discover anything. Feng Yunqing asked, "Your Northern Ocean clone has already entered the territory of the Radiant Light sect?" Yen Zhaoge nodded, "Indeed." Feng Yunqing pondered as she said, "Speaking of this, when the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao and the others descended to the Eight Extremities world for the second time, they only saw Chief and you as well as the extreme Yang Seal at the world illuminating peak. As for Deng Sen and the others who had seen your Northern Ocean clone in your first descent, not a single one of them survived. Little Wan and Tang Yonghao who Zhang Chao brought to the world beyond worlds left before you and the Northern Ocean clone returned to the Eight Extremities world. Those of the Radiant Light sect should be completely unaware of the existence of the Northern Ocean clone." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge smiled, "It is precisely so." The group continued forward, crossing the vast world. Along the way, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. It was not always the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who were leading the rebellion. Yen Zhaoge even saw a bloody battle between the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a long, arduous journey, they arrived at the flourishing peace region. This was no longer the world of the Grand Xian dynasty, instead having always been the territory of the dim darkness sect. The person who had appeared before Yen Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong was not the first seat elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zishou. Instead, he was an elder of another lineage, the primordial darkness hall, Nye Sheng. This elder Nye Sheng was also no ordinary person as he was the grand elder of the dim darkness sect who mainly managed the affairs of the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea. Currently, in the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, the dim darkness sect was causing a raging rebellion against the Grand Xian dynasty. Nye Sheng was the leader as well as the person in charge. It was worth mentioning that Liang Jichao who had perished in the vast ocean world many years ago had been of the same lineage as Nye Sheng. Nye Sheng naturally thanked Yen Zhaoge profusely for sending Liang Jichao's remains back to the clan, even personally making arrangements for their lodgings. After Nye Sheng and the others had left, Hu heaved a sigh of relief. "Good fella, this is still the first time I have personally seen an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm. Even though he looks amiable and approachable, I still feel all the hairs on my body standing on end." While who had always been very broad-minded, even he felt cold sweat seeping out of his back at this moment. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "Martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm or martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm would also feel the same way as you do now." According to the words of Zhang Qiansong and the others, that first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zishou, has an even higher cultivation base, being an expert of the fifth level of the martial saint realm. Sitting in the meditative position, Feng Yunqing asked curiously, "From the records left behind in the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, the fifth level of the martial saint realm is known as the mid-seeing divinity stage?" Yen Zhaoge nodded, "That's right. The martial saint realm is also divided into 10 levels and 3 stages. From the first level to the third level of the martial saint realm, it is known as the merging avatar stage. Transcending mortality martial grandmasters merge their essence into an avatar and refine a true martial avatar that belongs to them. If they are able to successfully refine the true martial avatar that they release outside of their body to the point of merging perfectly with their fleshly body, they will be able to step into the martial saint realm, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as their cultivation base and strength will soar by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Merging the body and the avatar, that is the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Afterwards, the avatar and the soul will merge, stepping into the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Finally, the body, avatar and soul will merge as one, no longer being separated, that is the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Yen Zhaoge said, "After that would be a massive bottleneck, which is the breakthrough from the merging avatar stage to the seeing divinity stage. It was recorded in ancient times that breaking through space can see divinity. The divinity here did not refer to the gods and Buddhas of the heavens as well as one's own soul. The divinity here referred to the numerous acupoints of the human body. Seeing the acupoints through inner brightness was something that martial practitioners at the peak of the body refinement realm, would be able to grasp. However, the acupoints now were still just acupoints, being limited to the human body itself. In truth, the acupoints of the human body were like the stars in the sky of the universe. The human body was like an internal universe with the acupoints being the stars within, resembling divinities that reigned over the heavens and earth. Martial practitioners corresponded to the heavens and earth of the outside world, tempering their bodies to the point of resembling a single universe. The acupoints of the human body could resonate with the stars of the universe, breaking through the barriers of space between the heavens and earth as they refined their acupoints to see divinity. Only then could it be considered as breaking through space can see divinity. When an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm was able to refine their first acupoint, it would signify that they had stepped into the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. After that, unceasing tempering, the myriad acupoints and the myriad divinities working together would cause a martial practitioner to become a true martial divinity, immeasurable and flawless. Meanwhile, refining their acupoints to see divinity would also allow a martial practitioner to possess the ability to resist the power of dimensions to a certain extent. Therefore, experts of the fourth level of the martial saint realm would be able to independently ascend to the world beyond worlds, not needing to rely on protective treasures. Yen Zhaoge said, as for after seeing divinity, there would be yet another major bottleneck, which would be attempting to ascend the immortal bridge. The seventh level of the martial saint realm is also known as the early immortal bridge stage. The founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, was an expert of the eighth level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Therefore, he was able to suppress major powers like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who possessed high-grade sacred artifacts but no immortal bridge martial saints, becoming the hegemon of the royal Reed Sea. Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While it was very appropriate for Elder Nye to receive us, that Elder Wu did not appear, also not mentioning the matter of sending us to the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect, Feng Yunsheng asked, would there be any special circumstances in keeping us here in the Flourishing Peace region? Chapter 631. While they were doubtful, Yen Zhaoge's trio settled down peacefully at the branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the Flourishing Peace region. Their movements were not restricted as well as they normally could. If they had any requests, the Dim Darkness sect would mostly do their best to accommodate them. If they wanted to meet higher echelon experts like Nye Sheng, they would similarly not be refused. Still, the people of the Dim Darkness sect did not mention anything further, especially not the matter of guiding Yen Zhaoge's group to their main altar. Do we have to spend time verifying the news regarding the deaths of Deng Sun and the other Radiant Light sect experts? Ah Hu scratched his head, or is there really something else? Numerous cities were situated around the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, all of them rather bustling. Yen Zhaoge's trio strolled through one of the cities, appraising everything there. Hearing Ah Hu's question, Yen Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, let's wait and see for now. Surveying the surroundings, he saw many martial practitioners moving about within the city. Not just disciples of the Dim Darkness sect, there were also disciples of other sects and powers of the Flourishing Peace region. While their cultivation bases varied, those with lower cultivation bases made up the majority. Many body refinement martial practitioners could be seen. Of the merchants operating within the city, there were martial practitioners as well as ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Walking amongst them, Yen Zhaoge appeared rather interested. The people here were liberal, especially martial practitioners who had few reservations. In just a short while, Yen Zhaoge had already discovered quite a few young girls staring at him with burning gazes. It was just that after seeing Feng Yunsheng beside Yen Zhaoge, they all retracted their gazes enviously yet helplessly. I'm still very popular, looking at Feng Yunsheng, Yen Zhaoge chuckled, looking indescribably smug. Feng Yunsheng nodded in all seriousness, they should hide you away and not let anyone see you. Exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and smiled. While it was not a well-known market with relatively low standards as well, Yan Zhaoge exchanged glances. Still, as he strolled within, he saw many things that seemed ordinary yet did not exist in places like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. These things had not been rare before the Great Calamity. It was just that the Great Calamity had caused many things to disappear. Still, just looking at the trade in this small city, it could be seen that many things had been preserved in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps there were also extinct items that didn't exist here but existed in the lower realms. Comparatively speaking, however, the traces of the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times had been preserved in the world beyond worlds the most complete. While Yan Zhaoge's group was guessing what the Dim Darkness sect was planning, after having settled them down, the Dim Darkness sect's elder Nie Xing directly headed to the innermost depths of this branch altar. In a quiet room, an old man dressed in black was staring at the spell formation in front of him. This array formation seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and not a single drop of spirit light could be seen. Nie Xing entered the quiet room and bowed to the black-robed old man. Elder Wu. The first seat elder of the Dim Darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixu, was still focused on the formation before him, not turning, no need for formalities. Nie Xing came to Wu Zixu's side and said, "He looks young, but his mouth is tight. I won't be able to get anything useful out of him." Wu Zixu nodded slowly and remained silent. Nie Xing glanced at the formation in front of him. "Elder Wu, should we send them away first? The day of the sacrificial ceremony is not far away. It would not be appropriate at the end of the day to leave these outsiders who do not know their depths here. Of course, they definitely cannot be sent to the main altar." Wu Zixu said, "If there are no discoveries, we can only send them away first." Still, Nie Xing asked, "Elder Wu, are you suspecting something? Are you suspecting that they are related to the Radiant Light sect, and are you intentionally trying to deceive us? We will know very soon whether Deng Sen and the others are dead or not." Wu Zixu said, "As for this youth, he is not a descendant of the Radiant Light sect at the very least. His martial arts do not originate from the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin should still be able to discern this. A transcending mortality martial grandmaster slaying a martial saint. This youth is indeed shockingly talented. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates in are definitely extraordinary as well. He should have a great background. Even if he is related to the Radiant Light sect, it should most likely be a cooperative relationship rather than a submission. This old man is inclined to think that he and the people behind him are not of the same faction as the Radiant Light sect." Wu Zixu muttered to himself, "This person claims to be from outside the royal Reed Sea. That should be believable. The problem is, where does he come from? This youth might have a great background." Wang Wenmin said that the language he uses is purely the ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times. Nie Xing nodded, "Yes, that's right. The ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times is still used by people in the current world beyond worlds." He pondered over Wu Zixu's words. "You already have a guess, Elder Wu?" Wu Zixu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This old man is wondering if it might be related to the Southeastern Exalt." Nie Xing was shocked. The Southeastern Exalt shouldn't interfere in the matters of the Royal Reed Sea, right? To him, this is just a minor matter. Why would he lower himself to such an extent? That's right. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. While he said this, Wu Zixu's expression was solemn as he showed no intention of relaxing in the slightest. Still, the ancestors of our sect and the Radiant Light sect are different from other powers at the end of the day. Hearing this, Nie Xing's expression turned solemn as well. The Radiant Light sect is already a thing of the past, having been plundered time and time again by so many people. After so many years, there has long since been nothing that those major figures would be interested in. If there is, we should be the clearest about it. Wu Zixu shook his head slightly. They might not think this way. After pondering for a moment, Nie Xing's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could something special have happened over at the Radiant Light sect? Weren't we still wondering why Deng Sen and the others had suddenly disappeared? Wu Zixu nodded slowly. This is not impossible. If that is so, it would be hard to predict. Niesheng smiled bitterly. While our sect and the Radiant Light sect are sworn enemies, we currently have a common enemy in the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the war is at its most stalemate. While I have always hoped for the Radiant Light sect to be destroyed, we are now in the same boat. Wu Zixu sighed, unable to ascertain the other party's identity. We cannot just casually settle them down, much less send them to the main altar. Niesheng nodded in deep agreement. Ascertaining whether Deng Sun and the others are dead or alive will still require some time. We can use this chance to investigate for the main altar. It is just that, he smiled bitterly, it is just that it is not peaceful over here as well. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin very soon. We have to cooperate with the main altar. Wu Zixu thought for a moment before saying, how about we first get our disciples to investigate them? Niesheng frowned. How? For a young man with such shocking potential, we either have to befriend him and form a good relationship with him, or we have to use our full strength to kill him. It's a test that's neither too light nor too heavy. If we become enemies with him, we won't be able to kill him, leaving behind a huge problem for no reason. Wu Zixu shook his head. What are you talking about? First, this youngster's true thoughts aside, on the surface at least, he has no ill will towards our sect. Instead, he has formed enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. There are many ways to get to the bottom of things. Chapter 632. The myriad dragon palace shrunk as Yan Zhaoge stood within, watching silently as streams of dragon chi coiled within, transforming into a light dragon. The light dragon coiled around the shaft of a jet-black spear, its two dragon claws grabbing onto the spear's tip. The low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, was constantly vibrating, its jet-black shaft flashing with a golden light from time to time. Yan Zhaoge reached out, grabbing the end of the spear. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear instantly shook even more restlessly. The spirituality of a sacred artifact far surpassed that of a spirit artifact. Wanting to subdue it, even Yan Zhaoge would have to expend some effort. Still, with the myriad dragon palace suppressing it, this treasured spear was unable to struggle free. As time went on, Yan Zhaoge would eventually be able to subdue it, just like with the Dawn Sun crown he had obtained from the Radiant Light sect's elder Yang Zhanhua earlier. The Dawn Sun crown's temper had long since been smoothed out by Yan Zhaoge as he now remained peacefully at Broad Creed Mountain. While he did not have the help of the Northern Ocean clone now, as Yan Zhaoge grasped the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, runes lit up on his palm, imprinting themselves onto the body of the spear. More and more runes were engraved on the spear, and in the end, it was as if there were really marks engraved on the spear. As time passed, the restlessness of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear seemed to weaken a little. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, retracting his palm. He strolled within the myriad dragon palace. Many spaces had been opened up here, not just the palace itself. In a space, Feng Yunqing sat upright. Her black saber was unsheathed and placed horizontally on her knees. As she breathed, streams of dragon chi entered her body, and faint dragon patterns appeared on her cheeks. Yan Zhaoge appraised him. Seeing that there were no problems, he retreated. After leaving the myriad dragon palace, Yan Zhaoge's figure grew alongside the wind as he reverted from the size of a thumb to his original size. Now, Ahu walked in from outside. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but scratch his head. Young master, I heard that the situation in the outside world seems to be even more chaotic. While they had been temporarily left in the flourishing peace region, the dim darkness sect did not forbid Yan Zhaoge and the others from obtaining information. In truth, even if Yan Zhaoge's group left just like this, those of the dim darkness sect would most likely not obstruct them. With Wu Zixu and Niesheng's tacit approval, most of the information that the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region could obtain, other than some extremely secretive information, was made available to Yan Zhaoge. Pan Pan's fat body lay there, lazily resembling a small mountain of flesh. Yan Zhaoge also didn't stand on ceremony as he leaned against its body, as though he was nearing a massive reclining chair made of fur. How messy? Yan Zhaoge asked, to which Ahu answered, the current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third-generation Xian king, King Xuanmu, has left the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, personally leading the army. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It cannot be considered a smart move. While King Xuanmu is powerful, being a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he cannot compare to his grandfather and father, being far from being able to dominate the royal Regency. It's fine if he's in his lair, but once he leaves the capital, he'll lose his geographical advantage. How will he face a group of fierce opponents? Even if these opponents of his are also on guard against each other, unable to work together, King Xuanmu's actions are still too careless, unless, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, unless he has something to rely on. Hu continued, also, young master, you killed that one surnamed Yang in the Phoenix-bearing region, incurring the wrath of his uncle, the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He has been searching for you in the southern regions of the royal Regency over this period of time. I heard that he has already arrived in the vicinity of the flourishing peace region. Yan Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Zixu and Nie Sheng, the two dim darkness sect elders, aren't just there for show. Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. That's true. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before standing up, smiling. Come, let's go out for a spin. Following behind him, Hu asked, young master, are we just going to keep wasting time here with the dim darkness sect? Definitely not. Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, there's no rush now. A little later, we will be able to speak. It will be more advantageous to speak for a little longer. Of course, we can't delay for too long. While Yan Zhaoge did not take the initiative to activate the defensive formations of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, he was also quietly comprehending the spiritual chi flow of this place as he walked. It's actually strong in the day and weak at night? I didn't come to the wrong place, right? This is the territory of the dim darkness sect, not the radiant light sect side. Yan Zhaoge blinked. The formation vaguely seems to be circulating in reverse. Are they preparing some special ritual? As he pondered, the sound of a dispute suddenly resounded up ahead. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that two dim darkness sect disciples were currently in the midst of a dispute. While the two sides were not very old, their cultivation bases were not low as they were mostly martial scholars. There were also body refinement martial scholars. Still, they were all very young, looking like new disciples of the younger generation who had just entered the sect not too long ago. Currently, they were following behind their senior apprentice brothers to join in on the fun. The leaders of both sides were martial grandmasters who were currently in the midst of a dispute. Listening to the general content, Yan Zhaoge discovered that both sides were of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall and primordial darkness hall lineages. What they were currently arguing about here was the superiority of their seniors' attainments in alchemy. As they argued, it was mentioned that both sides were about to engage in a competition. The disciples of the two halls were currently arguing over their seniors to the point that their necks and faces were red with anger. I wonder what level the alchemy here in the world beyond worlds has reached. I heard that the dim darkness sect's alchemy can be considered rather advanced in this region of the royal Regency. We might as well take a look. Yan Zhaoge found this interesting as he turned to Hu and said, find out where the competition is and whether outsiders can spectate. Hu nodded, walking over before retreating a moment later. Young master, we can go watch as well. It's not far up ahead. Amidst their conversation, the two sides were already yelling as they headed forward together. Yan Zhaoge went over rather interestedly. Upon arriving, he discovered that this so-called competition was not in pill concoction but in restoring an incomplete pill formula. This caused Yan Zhaoge to feel even more interested. As compared to actual pill concoction, attempting to restore an incomplete pill formula was a greater test of one's theoretical abilities. In a private room behind the pill hall, Wu Zixu and Nie Sheng sat facing each other. Nie Sheng asked, Elder Wu, I know that the Southeastern Exalt is proficient in alchemy. Still, he is not the only expert in alchemy. How should we judge this? Wu Zixu said slowly, therefore, it is not pill concoction but pill formulas. This old man likes studying the Tao of alchemy. It is just that I am ashamed to say that I am greedy for more than I can chew, not being sufficiently profound. Nya Sheng shook his head. No need to be humble, Elder Wu. You are our sect's #1 expert in alchemy. Everyone admires you greatly. Wu Zixio said, I am well aware of this old shortcoming of mine. Still, I still have some redeeming features. While I only have a superficial understanding of the pill formulas of various clans outside of the royal Reed Sea, I am still able to recognize their lineages. It is fine if this young man holds himself back and does not make a move. As long as he is tempted, this old man will be able to tell his origins from the lineage of his deduction of pill formulas. The old man exhaled softly. We shall wait and see. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.